Reliquary by Douglas Preston and Lincoln Child. Copyright 1997 by Douglas Preston and Lincoln Child, and performance copyright 1997 by Brilliance Corporation. All rights reserved. We listen to the unspoken. We gaze upon the unseen. Kakuzo Okakura, The Book of Tea. Old Bones. Part 1. Reliquary. Noun. A receptacle such as a shrine or coffer for keeping or displaying sacred relics, usually a piece of the body, a bone, or a personal item from a revered person, thing, saint, or deity. 1. Snow tested his regulator, checked both air valves, ran his hands along the slick neoprene of the suit. Everything was in order just as it had been when he last checked it, 60 seconds before.
"Another 5 minutes,
the dive sergeant said, cutting the launch to half speed.
"Great,"
came the sarcastic voice of Fernandez over the sound of the big diesel.
"Just great."
Nobody else spoke. Already Snow had noticed that small talk seemed to die away when the team neared a sight. He looked back over the stern, watching the froth of the Harlem River spread out behind the propeller in a brown wedge. The river was wide here, rolling sluggishly under the hot gray haze of the August morning. He turned his gaze toward the shore, grimacing slightly as the rubber cowl pulled at the skin of his neck. Towering apartment buildings with broken windows, ghostly shells of warehouses and factories, an abandoned playground. No, not quite abandoned. One child, swinging from a rusty frame.
"Hey, dive master," Fernandez's voice called to him. "Be sure you got your training diapers on."
Snow tugged at the ends of his gloves and continued looking toward the shore.
"Last time we let a virgin out on a dive like this," Fernandez continued, "he shit his suit. Christ, what a mess. We made him sit on the transom all the way back to base. And that was off Liberty Island, too. A friggin' cakewalk compared to the cloaca." "Fernandez,
shut up," the sergeant said mildly. Snow continued to gaze over the stern. When he'd come to scuba from regular NYPD, he had made one big mistake, mentioning that he once worked a Sea of Cortez dive boat. Too late, he'd learned that several of the scuba team had at one time been commercial divers laying cable, maintaining pipelines, working oil platforms. To them, dive masters like him were pampered, underskilled wimps who liked clear water and clean sand. Fernandez, in particular, wouldn't let him forget. The boat leaned heavily to starboard as the sergeant angled in closer to shore. He cut the power even further as they approached a thick cluster of riverfront projects. Suddenly, a small, brick-lined tunnel came into view, breaking the monotony of the gray concrete facades. The sergeant nosed the boat through the tunnel and out into the half-light beyond. Snow became aware of an indescribable smell wafting up from the disturbed waters. Tears sprang involuntarily to his eyes, and he stifled a cough. In the bow, Fernandez looked back, sniggering. Beneath Fernandez's open suit, Snow could see a T-shirt with the police scuba team's unofficial motto, "We dive and shit and look for dead things." Only this time it wasn't a dead thing, but a massive, wrapped brick of heroin, thrown off the Humboldt rail bridge during a shootout with police the previous night. The narrow canal was lined on both sides by concrete embankments. Ahead, a police launch was waiting beneath the railroad bridge, engine off, bobbing slightly in the striped shadows. Snow could see 2 people on board, the pilot and a heavy-set man in a badly fitted polyester suit. He was balding, and a wet cigar projected from his lips. He hiked up his pants, spat into the creek, and raised one hand toward them in greeting. The sergeant nodded toward the launch. "Look who's here."
"Lieutenant Dagosta," one of the divers in the bow replied. "Must be bad."
"Anytime a cop is shot, it's bad," said the sergeant. The sergeant killed the engine, swinging the stern around so the 2 launches drifted together. Dagosta stepped back to speak with the dive team. As he moved, the police launch heeled over slightly under his shifting weight, and Snow could see that the water left an oily, greenish residue on the hull as it slid away.
"Morning,"
Dagosta said. Normally ruddy-faced, in the darkness beneath the bridge the lieutenant blinked back at them like a pale cave creature that shunned the light.
"Talk to me, sir," the dive sergeant replied, strapping a depth gauge to his wrist. "What's the deal?" "The bust went bad," the ghostess said. "Turns out it was just a messenger boy. He tossed the stuff off that bridge." He nodded upward toward the overhanging structure. "Then he shot up a cop and got his own ass aired out good. If we can find the brick, we can close this piece of shit case." The dive sergeant sighed. "If the guy was killed, why call us out?" The ghoster shook his head. "What? You're gonna leave a 600 grand brick of heroin down there?" Snow looked up. Between the blackened girders of the bridge, he could see the burnt facades of buildings. 1,000 dirty windows stared down at the dead river. Too bad, he thought. The messenger had to throw it into the Humboldt Kill, a.k.a. Cloaca Maxima, named after the great central sewer of ancient Rome. The cloaca was so called because of its centuries-old accumulation of shit, toxic sludge, dead animals, and PCBs. A subway lumbered by above, shuddering and screeching. Beneath his feet, the boat quivered, and the surface of the glistening thick water seemed to jiggle slightly, like gelatin that had begun to set. "Okay, men," he heard the sergeant say. "Let's get wet." Snow busied himself with his suit. He knew he was a first-rate diver. Growing up in Portsmouth, practically living in the Piscataqua River, he'd saved a couple of lives over the years. Later, in the Sea of Cortez, he'd hunted shark, done technical diving below 200 feet. Even so, he wasn't looking forward to this particular dip. Though Snow had never been near it before, the team talked about the cloaca often enough back at the base. Of all the foul places to dive in New York City, the cloaca was the worst. Worse than the Arthur Kill, Hellgate, even the Gowanus Canal. Once, he'd heard, it had been a sizable tributary of the Hudson, cutting through Manhattan just south of Harlem's Sugar Hill. But centuries of sewage, commercial construction, and neglect had turned it into a stagnant, unmoving ribbon of filth, a liquid trash can for everything imaginable. Snow waited his turn to retrieve his oxygen tanks from the stainless steel rack, then stepped toward the stern, shrugging them over his shoulders. He still was not used to the heavy, constricting feel of the dry suit. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the sergeant approaching. "All set?" came the quiet baritone. "I think so, sir," Snow said. What about the headlamps?" The sergeant stared at him blankly. "Well, these buildings cut out all the sunlight. We'll need lamps if we're going to see anything, right?" The sergeant grinned. "It wouldn't make any difference. The cloaca's about 12 feet deep. Below that, there's 10, maybe 15 feet of suspended silt. As soon as your flippers touch that silt, it balloons out like a dust bomb. You won't be able to see beyond your visor. Below the silt is 30 feet of mud. The brick will be buried somewhere in that mud. Down there, you see with your hands." He looked at Snow appraisingly, hesitating a moment. "Listen," he said in a low voice. "This won't be like those practice dives in the Hudson. I only brought you along because Cooney and Schultz are still in the hospital." Snow nodded. The two divers each had gotten a case of the blastomycosis, a fungal infection that attacked the solid organs, while searching for a bullet-ridden body in a limo at the bottom of the North River the week before. Even with mandatory weekly blood work to screen for parasites, bizarre diseases ruin the health of divers every year. "If you'd rather sit this one out, it's okay," the sergeant continued. "You can stay here on deck, help me with the guide ropes." Snow looked over at the other divers as they strapped on their weight belts, snugged the zippers of their dry suits tight, let the lines over the sides. He remembered the first rule of the scuba team. Every man dives. Fernandez, making a line fast to a cleat, looked back toward them and smirked knowingly. "I'm diving, sir," Snow said. The sergeant stared at him for another long moment. "Remember basic training. Pace yourself. First time down in that muck, divers have a tendency to hold their breath. Don't do it. That's the fastest way to an embolism. Don't overinflate your suit. And for Christ's sake, don't let go of the rope. In the mud, you forget which way is up. Lose the rope, and the next body we come looking for will be yours." He pointed to the sternmost guide rope. "That'll be you." Snow waited, slowing his breathing, while the suit cowl was slipped over his head and the lines attached. Then, after a final check, he went over the side.
Even through the stifling, constrictive dry suit, the water felt strange. Viscous and syrupy, it didn't rush past his ears or eddy between his fingers. Pushing against it was an effort, like swimming in crankcase oil. Tightening his grip on the guide rope, he allowed himself to sink a few feet below the surface. Already the keel of the launch was invisible overhead, swallowed by a miasma of tiny particles that filled the fluid around him. He looked around through the feeble greenish light. Immediately in front of his face, he could see his gloved hand gripping the rope. At a greater distance, he could make out his other hand, outstretched, probing the water. An infinity of motes hung in the space between. He could not see below his feet. There was only blackness. 20 feet down into that blackness, he knew, lay the ceiling of a different world, a world of thick, encasing mud. For the first time in his life, Snow realized just how much he had depended on sunlight and clean water for his sense of security. Even at 50 meters down, the waters in the Sea of Cortez had been clear. Light from his torch had given a sense of openness and space. He let himself drop another several feet, eyes straining into the blackness below. Suddenly, at the outermost reaches of his vision, he saw, or thought he saw through the dim currents, a solid haze beneath him, an undulating, veined surface. It was a layer of silt. He sank toward it slowly, feeling a knot of apprehension grow in his stomach. The sergeant had said that divers often imagined they saw odd things in the thick waters. It was sometimes hard to tell what was real and what was not. His foot touched the strange floating surface, passed through it, and instantaneously a cloud roiled out, folding around him, shutting out all sight. Snow panicked for an instant, scrabbling at the guide rope. Steadying himself with the thought of sniggering Fernandez, he descended. Each movement sent a new storm of black liquid eddying against his visor. He found himself instinctively holding his breath against it, and he forced himself to breathe long, regular breaths. "This is bullshit," he thought. "My first real dive on the Force, and I'm practically a basket case." He stopped for a moment, controlling his breathing, forcing it back into a steady rhythm. He let himself down the rope a few feet at a time, moving sparingly, trying to relax. With some surprise, he realized that it no longer mattered whether his eyes were open or shut. His mind kept returning to the thick mantle of mud that waited beneath him. Things were in that mud, encased like insects in amber. Suddenly, his boots seemed to touch bottom, but it was unlike any seabed Snow had felt before. This bottom seemed to be decomposing. It yielded beneath his weight with a disgusting kind of rubbery resistance, sneaking up his ankles, then his knees, then his chest, like sinking into clammy quicksand. In a moment, it was over his head, and he was beneath it, and still descending, slower now, encased wholly in an ooze that could not be seen but only felt, pushing close against the neoprene of his dry suit. He could hear the bubbles of his own exhalations working their way upwards around him, not with the quick abandon he was used to, but instead with a slow, flatulent rolling. The mud seemed to offer more resistance as he descended. How far down was he supposed to go in this shit? He swung his free hand about as he had been taught, sweeping it through the muck. It bumped into things. In the blackness with his thick gloves, it was hard to tell what they were. Limbs of trees, crankshafts, nasty snarls of wire, the collected waste of centuries trapped in this graveyard of mud. Another 10 feet, and he'd go back up. Even that bastard Fernandez couldn't snigger after this. Abruptly, his swinging arm bumped against something. When Snow pulled at it, the thing drifted toward him slowly, with the kind of slow resistance that implied weight. Snow tucked the guide rope around the crook of his right arm and felt the thing. Whatever it was not a brick of heroin. He let it go, pushing himself away. The thing swung around in the treacly eddy of his flippers and bumped up against him in the blackness, knocking his visor back and momentarily loosening his regulator. Regaining his balance, Snow began moving his hand over the object, looking for a hold with which to push it away. It was like reaching into a tangle of something, a large tree branch maybe, but it was inexplicably soft in places. He felt along it, feeling the smooth surfaces, the rounded knobs, the pliable lumps. Then, in a flash of understanding, Snow realized he was feeling along a bone. Not just one bone, but several, connected by leathery strips of sinew. It was the half-skeletonized remains of something. A horse, maybe. But as he felt further along its length, he realized that it could only be human. A human skeleton. He tried again to slow his breathing, get his mind working properly. Common sense and training told him he couldn't just leave it there. He'd have to bring it up. He began threading the guide rope through the hip joint and down around the long bones as best he could in the thick muck. He figured there was still enough gristle on the bones to hold the thing together on its trip to the surface. Snow had never tried to tie a knot with gloved fingers in pitch-black mud before. This was something the sergeant hadn't gone into during basic. He hadn't found the heroin, but it was still a stroke of luck. Snow had stumbled onto something important. An unsolved murder, perhaps. Muscle-bound Fernandez would shit a brick when he found out. Yet somehow Snow felt no exhilaration. All he wanted was to get the hell up and out of this mud. His breath was coming in quick, short pants, and he no longer made any effort to control it. His suit was cold, but he couldn't stop to inflate it now. The rope slipped, and he tried again, holding the skeleton close to him in the ooze to make sure it didn't slip away. Again and again he thought of the yards of mud above his head, the whirlpool of silt above that, the viscous water through which sunlight never penetrated. The rope pulled tight at last, and he gave a mental whimper of thanks. He'd just make sure it was secure, then give 3 tugs on the line, signaling he'd found something. And then he'd climb up the line and out of this black horror, onto the boat and onto dry land, and maybe then he'd shower for 90 minutes, get drunk, and think about getting his old job back. Dive boat season was just a month away. He checked the rope, feeling it tight around the corpse's long bones. His hands moved up, probing for the ribs, the sternum, threading more rope through the bones, ensuring the fit was snug and that the rope would not slip off when they hauled it topside. His fingers continued to travel upward, only to find that the spinal column tapered off into nothing but black muck. No head. Instinctively, Snow jerked his hand away, then realized in a surge of panic that he had let go of the guide rope. He windmilled his arms and bumped against something, the skeleton again. He grabbed at it desperately, almost hugging it with relief. He quickly felt downward for the rope, grasping and feeling along the long bones, trying to remember just where he'd tied it. The rope wasn't there. Had it come loose? No, that was impossible. He tried to shove it, to turn it, looking for the rope, and suddenly felt his air hose catch on something. He jerked back, disoriented again, and felt the seal on his mask loosening. Something warm and thick began trickling underneath. He tried to shake loose and felt his mask pulled aside, a surge of mud flooding his eyes, oozing into his nose, sucking across his left ear. With escalating horror, he realized that he was tangled in a macabre embrace with a second skeleton. And then came blind, mindless, screaming panic. On the deck of the police launch, Lieutenant D'Agosta watched with detached interest as the novice diver was hauled to the surface. He was a remarkable sight, thrashing around, bubbling yells partly muffled by mud, streams of the ochre-colored stuff bleeding away from his dry suit and staining the water chocolate. The diver must have lost his hold on the rope at some point. He was lucky, very lucky, to find his way back to the surface. D'Agosta waited patiently while the hysterical diver was brought on board, unsuited, rinsed off, and calmed down. He watched the man vomit over the side. Not on deck, D'Agosta noted approvingly. He'd found a skeleton. 2 of them, apparently. Not what he'd been sent down for, of course, but not bad for a virgin dive. He would write the poor guy a commendation. The kid would probably be okay if he hadn't breathed in any of that shit that clung to his nose and mouth. If he had, well, it was miraculous what they could do with antibiotics these days. The first skeleton, when it appeared at the churning surface, was still coated with sludge. A side-stroking diver dragged it to the side of the Ghosta's launch, eased a net around it, and clambered onto the deck. It was hoisted up the side, scraping and dribbling, sliding onto a tarp at the Ghosta's feet like some grisly catch.
"Jesus, you could have rinsed it off a bit," the Ghosta said, wincing at the smell of ammonia. Above the surface, the skeleton became his jurisdiction, and he fervently wished it could simply go back from whence it came. He could see that where the skull should have been, there was nothing. "Shall I hose it down, sir?"
the diver asked, reaching for the pump.
"Hose yourself down first."
The diver looked ridiculous, an unraveled condom plastered to the side of his head, filth dribbling from his legs. Two divers climbed aboard and began gingerly hauling in another rope, while a third diver brought up the other skeleton, buoying it with a free hand. When it landed on the deck and those aboard saw that it, too, had no head, an awful silence fell. The Ghosta glanced over at the huge brick of heroin, also recovered and safely sealed in a rubber evidence bag. Suddenly, the brick had grown a lot less interesting. He drew thoughtfully on his cigar and looked away, scanning the cloaca. His eyes came to rest on the ancient mouth of the west side lateral drain. A few stalactites dripped from the ceiling like small teeth. The west side lateral was one of the biggest in the city, draining practically the entire upper west side. Every time Manhattan got a hard rain, the lower Hudson sewage treatment plant hit capacity and shunted thousands of gallons of raw sewage out the west side lateral right into the cloaca. He tossed the remains of his cigar over the side.
"You guys are going to have to get wet again," he said, exhaling loudly. "I want those skulls."
2. Louis Podelsky, assistant medical examiner for the city of New York, glanced at the clock, feeling his gut rumble. He was, quite literally, starving. He'd had nothing but slim-curved shakes for 3 days, and today was his day for a real lunch. Popeye's fried chicken. He ran his hand over his ample gut, probing and pinching, thinking that there might be less there. Yep, definitely less there. He took a gulp from his 5th cup of black coffee and glanced at the ref sheet. At last, something interesting, not just another shooting, stabbing, or OD. The stainless steel doors at the end of the autopsy suite banged open, and the ME nurse, Sheila Rocco, rolled in a brown corpse and laid it out on a gurney. Podelsky glanced at it, looked away, glanced back again. Corpse was the wrong word, he decided. The thing on the gurney was little more than a skeleton, covered with shreds of flesh. Podelsky wrinkled his nose. Rocco positioned the gurney under the lights and began hooking up the drainage tube.
"Don't bother,"
Podelsky said. The only thing that needed draining around here was his coffee cup. He took a large swallow, tossed it into the wastebasket, checked the corpse's tag against the ref sheet and initialed it, then pulled on a pair of green latex gloves.
"What have you brought for me now, Sheila?" he asked. "Piltdown man?"
Rocco frowned and adjusted the lights above the gurney.
"This one must have been buried for a couple centuries at least. Buried in shit, too, from the smell of it. Whew! Yeah, perhaps it's King Shit-and-Common himself."
Rocco pursed her lips and waited while Podelsky roared with laughter. When he was finished, she silently handed him a clipboard. Podelsky scanned the sheet, lips moving as he read the typed sentences. Suddenly he straightened up.
"Dredged out of humble kill," he muttered. "Christ almighty."
He eyed the nearby glove dispenser, considered putting on an extra pair of gloves, decided against it.
Decapitated, head still missing, no clothing, but found with a metal belt around its waist.
He glanced over at the cadaver and spied the ID bag hanging from the gurney. "Let's have a look," he said, taking up the bag. Inside was a thin gold belt with an Uffizi buckle, set with a topaz. It had already been run through the lab, he knew, but he still wasn't allowed to touch it. He noticed the belt had a number on its back plate.
"Expensive,"
Podelsky said, nodding toward the belt.
"Maybe it's Piltdown woman. Or a transvestite."
And he roared again. Rocco frowned. "May we show the dead a little more respect, Dr. Podelsky?"
"Oh, of course, of course."
He hung the clipboard on a hook and adjusted the microphone that hung above the gurney.
"Switch on the tape recorder, will you, Sheila, darling?"
As the machine snapped on, his voice suddenly became clipped and professional.
"This is Dr. Louis Podolsky. It's August 2nd, 12:05 p.m. I am assisted by Sheila Rocco, and we're commencing examination of—"
He glanced at the tag.
"Number A1430. We have here a headless corpse, virtually skeletonized. Sheila, will you straighten it out? Perhaps 4 feet 8 inches in length. Add the missing skull, and you've probably got someone 5'6'7". Let's sex the skeleton. Pelvic rim's a little wide. Yep, it's gynecoid. We've got a woman here. No lipping of the lumbar vertebrae, so she's under 40. Hard to say how long she's been submerged. There is a distinct smell of sewage. The bones are a brownish-orange color and look like they've been in mud for a long time. On the other hand, there is sufficient connective tissue to hold the corpse together, and there are ragged ends of muscle tissue around the medial and lateral condyles of the femur, and more clinging to the sacrum and ischium. Plenty of material for blood typing and DNA analysis. Scissors, please."
He snipped off a piece of tissue and slipped it into a bag.
"Sheila, could you turn the pelvis over on its side?"
Now, let's see.
The skeleton is still mostly articulated, except, of course, for the missing skull. Looks like the axis is also missing. 6 cervical vertebrae remaining, missing the 2 floating ribs and the entire left foot.
He continued, describing the skeleton. Finally, he moved away from the microphone.
"Sheila, the rongeur, please."
Rocco handed him a small instrument which Podolsky used to separate the humerus from the ulna.
"Periosteum elevator?"
He dug into the vertebrae, removing a few samples of connective tissue, cutting away at the bone. Then he pulled a pair of disposable plastic goggles over his head.
"Saw, please."
She handed him a small, nitrogen-driven saw, and he switched it on, waiting a moment while the tachometer reached the correct RPM. When the diamond blade touched the bone, a high-pitched whine, like an enraged mosquito, filled the small room. Along with it came the sudden smell of bone dust, sewage, rotten marrow, and death. Podolsky took sections at various points, which Rocco sealed in bags.
"I want SEM and stereo zoom pictures of each microsection," Podolsky said, stepping away from the gurney and turning off the recorder.
Rocco wrote the requests on the Ziploc bags with a large black marker. A knock sounded at the door. Sheila went to answer, stepped outside for a moment, then poked her head back in. "They have a tentative ID from the belt, Doctor," she said. "It's Pamela Wisher."
"Pamela Wisher? The society girl?"
asked Podolsky, taking off the goggles and backing off a little.
"Jeez."
"And there's a second skeleton," she continued, "from the same place." Podolsky had moved to a deep metal sink, preparing to remove his gloves and wash up.
"Second one?"
he asked irritably.
"Why the hell didn't they bring it in with the first? I should have been looking at them side by side."
He glanced at the clock. 1:15 already. God damn it! That meant no lunch until at least 3. He felt faint with hunger. The doors banged open, and the second skeleton was wheeled under the bright light. Podolsky turned the tape recorder back on and went to pour himself yet another cup of coffee while the nurse did the prep work. "This one's headless, too," Rocco said.
"You're kidding, right?"
Podolsky replied. He walked forward, glanced at the skeleton, then froze, coffee cup to his lips.
"What the—"
He lowered the cup and stared, open-mouthed. Laying the cup aside, he stepped up quickly to the gurney and bent over the skeleton, running the tips of his gloved fingers lightly over one of the ribs. "Dr. Podolsky?" Rocco asked. He straightened, went back to the tape recorder, and brusquely switched it off.
"Cover it up and get Dr. Bramwell, and don't breathe a word about this," he nodded at the skeleton, "to anyone."
She hesitated, looking at the skeleton with a puzzled expression, her eyes gradually widening.
"I mean now, Sheila, darling."
3. The phone rang abruptly, shattering the stillness of the small museum office. Margot Green, face mere inches from her computer terminal, sat back guiltily in her chair, a shock of short brown hair falling across her eyes. The phone rang again, and she moved to answer it, then hesitated. No doubt it was one of the computer jocks in data processing calling to complain about the enormous amount of CPU time her cladistic regression program was soaking up. She settled back and waited for the phone to stop ringing, the muscles of her back and legs pleasantly sore from the previous night's workout. Picking up the hand trainer from her desk, she began squeezing it in a routine so familiar it had grown almost instinctive. Another 5 minutes and her program would be finished. Then they could complain all they wanted. She knew about the new cost-cutting policy requiring that large batch jobs be submitted for approval, but that would have meant a flurry of email before she could run the program, and she needed the results right away. At least Columbia, where she'd been an instructor until accepting the assistant curatorship at the New York Museum of Natural History, wasn't always in the midst of some new round of budget cutting. And the more the museum got into financial trouble these days, the more it seemed to rely on show instead of substance. Already, Margot had noticed the early build-up for next year's blockbuster exhibition, 21st Century Plagues. She glanced up at the screen to check the progress of her regression program, then put down the hand trainer, reached into her bag, and drew out the New York Post. The Post and a cup of black Kilimanjaro coffee had become her weekday morning ritual. There was something refreshing about the Post's truculent attitude, like that of the fat boy in the Pickwick Papers. Besides, she knew she'd catch hell from her old friend Bill Smithback if he ever found out she'd missed a single homicide article carrying his byline. She smoothed the tabloid on her knees, grinning at the headline despite herself. It was vintage Postian, a screaming 96-point banner that covered 3/4 of the front page. Sewage corpse identified as missing Deb. She glanced down at the opening paragraph. Sure enough, it was Smithback's work. Second front-page article this month, she thought. On the strength of this, Smithback would be strutting and primping, even more impossible to be around than usual. She quickly skimmed the article. It was quintessential Smithback, sensationalist and macabre, full of loving attention to the gruesome details. In the opening paragraphs, he quickly summarized the facts that were by now well known to all New Yorkers. The beautiful trust funder, Pamela Wisher, known for her marathon late-night carousings, had disappeared 2 months earlier from a basement club on Central Park South. Ever since, her smiling face with its dazzling teeth, vacant blue eyes, and expensive blonde hair had been plastered at every street corner from 57th to 96th. Margot had often seen the color photocopies of Wisher as she jogged to the museum from her apartment on West End Avenue. Now, the article breathlessly announced the remains found the previous day, buried in raw sewage in Humboldt Kill and locked in a bony embrace with another skeleton, had been identified as Pamela Wisher's. The second skeleton remained unidentified. An accompanying photo showed Wisher's boyfriend, the young Viscount Adair, sitting on the curb in front of the Platypus Lounge with his head in his hands minutes after learning of her grisly death. The police were, of course, taking vigorous action. Smithback closed with several man-on-the-street quotations of the "I hope they fry the bastard who did this" variety. She lowered the paper, thinking of the grainy face of Pamela Wisher staring out at her from the numerous posters. She deserved a better fate than becoming New York's big story of the summer. The shrill sound of the phone again interrupted Margot's thoughts. She glanced over at her terminal, pleased to see that the program had finished at last. Might as well answer it, she thought. She'd have to get this lecture over with sooner or later. "This is Margot Green," she said.
"Dr. Green?"
came the voice.
"About time."
The thick Queen's accent was distantly familiar, like a half-forgotten dream. Gruff, authoritarian. Margot searched her memory for the face belonging to the voice on the other end of the phone. "All we can say is that a body has been found on the premises under circumstances we are currently investigating." She sat back in surprise. "Lieutenant Dagosta?" she asked.
"We need you in the forensic anthropology lab,"
Dagosta said.
right away, please.
Can I ask?
You may not? Sorry. Whatever you're doing, forget it and come downstairs.
The line went dead with a sharp click. Margot held the phone away from her face, looking at the mouthpiece as if waiting for further explanation. Then she opened her carry-all and replaced the post, carefully covering a small semi-automatic pistol in the process, pushed the chair away from the computer, and stepped quickly out of her office. 4. Bill Smithback strolled nonchalantly past the grand facade of 9 Central Park South, a stately McKim, Mead, and White building of brick and carved limestone. A brace of doormen stood beneath the gold-trimmed awning that stretched to the curb. He could see a variety of other service people standing at attention inside the opulent lobby. As he'd feared, it was one of those ridiculously overstaffed park-front apartment buildings. This was going to be tough, very tough. He turned the corner of 6th Avenue and paused, considering how best to proceed. He felt in the outside pocket of his sports jacket, locating the record button of his microcassette recorder. He could turn it on unobtrusively when the time came. He glanced at his image, reflected among countless Italian shoes in a nearby shop window. He was the very model of preppydom, or as near as his wardrobe would permit. He took a deep breath and returned around the corner, walking with confident step toward the cream-colored awning. The closer of the 2 uniformed doormen gazed at him imperturbably, one gloved hand on the great brass handle of the door. "I'm here to see Mrs. Wisher," Smithback said. "Name, please?" the man asked in a monotone. "A friend of Pamela's." "I'm sorry," the man said, unmoving, "but Mrs. Wisher is not receiving any visitors." Smithback thought quickly. The doorman had asked who was calling before telling him this. That meant Mrs. Wisher was expecting someone. "If you must know, it's about this morning's appointment," Smithback said. "I'm afraid there's been a change. Could you ring her for me?" The doorman hesitated a moment, then opened the door, leading Smithback across the gleaming marble floor. The journalist looked around. The concierge, a very old and very gaunt-looking man, was standing behind a bronze construction that looked more fortress than front desk. At the back of the lobby, a security guard sat behind a Louis XVI table. An elevator operator stood beside him, legs slightly apart, hands folded across his belt. "This gentleman is calling on Mrs. Wisher," the doorman said to the concierge. The concierge gazed down at him from his marble pillbox. "Yes?" Smithback took a deep breath. At least he'd broached the lobby. "It's about the appointment she's expecting. There's been a change." The concierge paused a moment, his hooded eyes checking out Smithback's shoes, running up his sport coat, examining his haircut. Smithback waited, silently chafing under the examination, hoping he'd captured the look of an earnest young man from a well-to-do family. "Who may I say is calling?" the concierge rasped. "A friend of the family will do." The concierge waited, staring at him. "Bill Smithback," he added quickly. Mrs. Wisher, he was certain, did not read the New York Post. The concierge looked down at something that was spread in front of him. "What about the 11 o'clock appointment?" he asked. "They sent me instead," Smithback replied, suddenly glad that it was 10:32 a.m. The concierge turned around and disappeared into a small office. He came out again 60 seconds later. "Please pick up the house telephone on the table beside you," he said. Smithback held the receiver to his ear.
"What? Did George cancel?"
said a small, crisp, expensive voice. "Mrs. Wisher, may I come up and speak with you about Pamela?" There was a silence.
"Who is this?"
the voice asked. "Bill Smithback." There was another silence, longer this time. Smithback continued. "I have something very important, some information about your daughter's death that I am sure the police haven't told you. I feel sure you would want to know." The voice broke in.
Yes, I'm sure you do."
"Wait," Smithback said, his mind racing again. There was a silence. "Mrs. Wisher." He heard a click. The woman had hung up. Well, Smithback thought, he had given it his best shot. Maybe he could wait outside on a park bench across the street on the chance she'd emerge later in the day. But even as he considered this, Smithback knew that Mrs. Wisher would not be leaving her elegant fastness for the foreseeable future. A phone rang at the concierge's elbow. Mrs. Wisher, no doubt. Eager to avoid a bum's rush, Smithback turned and started walking quickly out of the lobby.
Mr. Smithback!
The concierge called loudly. Smithback turned. This was the part he hated. The concierge gazed at him expressionlessly, telephone at his ear.
The elevator is over there.
Elevator? Smithback asked. The concierge nodded.
18th floor.
The elevator operator slid open first the brass cage, then the heavy oak doors, depositing Smithback directly into a peach-colored foyer crammed top to bottom with flower arrangements. A side table was overflowing with sympathy cards, including a fresh stack that had not been opened. At the far end of the silent room, a set of French doors stood ajar. Smithback walked toward them slowly. Beyond the doors lay a large drawing room. Empire sofas and chaise lounges were placed at neat, symmetric angles on the dense carpet. Along the far wall stood a series of tall windows. Smithback knew that, when open, they would afford a spectacular view of Central Park, but now they were tightly closed and shuttered, throwing the tastefully appointed space into heavy gloom. There was a brief movement to one side. Turning, Smithback saw a small, neat woman with well-coiffed brown hair, seated at one end of a sofa. She was wearing a dark, simple dress. Without speaking, she motioned him to sit down. Smithback selected a wing chair opposite Mrs. Wisher. A tea service had been laid out on a low table between them, and the journalist's eye roved over the array of scones, marmalades, dishes of honey, and clotted cream. The woman made no move to offer any, and Smithback realized the setting had been for the intended appointment. A brief uneasiness came across him at the thought that George, no doubt the real 11 o'clock arrival, might appear at any moment. Smithback cleared his throat. Mrs. Wisher, I'm very, very sorry about your daughter, he said. As he spoke, he realized he might actually mean it. Seeing this elegant room, seeing how little all this wealth mattered in the face of ultimate tragedy, somehow brought the woman's loss forcefully home to him. Mrs. Wisher continued to gaze back, hands folded in her lap. She may have made a barely perceptible nod, but Smithback couldn't be sure in the dim light. Time to get the show on the road, he thought, reaching casually into his jacket pocket and slowly pressing the record button. Turn off that tape recorder, said Mrs. Wisher quietly. Her voice was thin and a little strained, but remarkably commanding. Smithback jerked his hand out of the pocket. I'm sorry? Please remove the recorder from your pocket and place it here where I can see that it's turned off. Yes, of course, Smithback said, fumbling with the machine. Have you no sense of decency? The woman whispered. Smithback, placing the recorder on the low table, felt his ears begin to burn. You say you're sorry about my daughter's death, the quiet voice continued, while at the same time turning on that filthy thing, after I invited you into my home. Smithback shifted uncomfortably in his chair, reluctant to meet the woman's eyes. Yes, well, he babbled, I'm sorry, it's my job. The words sounded lame even as he spoke them. Yes, I've just lost my only child, the only family I had left. Whose sensitivities do you think should take precedence, Mr. Smithback? Smithback fell silent, forcing himself to look at the woman. She sat unmoving, staring steadily back at him across the gloom, hands still folded on her lap. A strange thing was happening to him, a very strange thing, so foreign to his nature that he almost didn't recognize the emotion. He was feeling embarrassed. No, that wasn't it. He was feeling ashamed. If he'd fought for the scoop, unearthed it himself, perhaps it would be different. But to be brought up here, to see the woman's grief, all the excitement of getting assigned a big story drained away beneath this novel sensation. Mrs. Wisher raised one of her hands and made the briefest of movements, indicating something on a reading table beside her. I assume you are the Smithback who writes for this paper? Smithback followed her gesture and noticed, with a sinking feeling, a folded copy of the Post. Yes, he said. She folded her hands again. I just wanted to be sure. Now, what about that important information regarding my daughter's death? No, don't say it. No doubt that was a ruse as well. There was another silence. Now Smithback found himself almost wishing that the real 11 o'clock appointment would show up. Anything to get out of here. How do you do it? She asked at last. Do what? Invent this garbage. It isn't enough for my daughter to be brutally murdered. People like you have to sully her memory. Smithback swallowed. Mrs. Wisher, I'm just... Reading this filth, she continued. One would think that Pamela was just some selfish society girl who got what she deserved. You make your readers glad my daughter was murdered. So what I wonder is simple. How do you do it? Mrs. Wisher, people in this town don't pay attention to something unless you slap them in the face with it, Smithback began, then stopped. Mrs. Wisher wasn't buying his self-justification any more than he was. The woman sat forward very slowly on the sofa. You know absolutely nothing about her, Mr. Smithback. You only see what's on the surface. That's all you're interested in. Not true, Smithback burst out, surprising himself. I mean, that's not all I'm interested in. I want to know the real Pamela Wisher. The woman regarded him for a long moment. Then she stood up and left the room, returning with a framed photograph. She handed it to Smithback. A girl of about 6 was pictured, swinging on a rope tied to a massive oak branch. The girl was hollering at the camera, her 2 front teeth missing, pinafore and pigtails flying. That's the Pamela I'll always remember, Mr. Smithback, Mrs. Wisher said evenly. If you really are interested, then print this picture, not that one you keep running that makes her look like a brainless debutante. She sat down again, smoothing her dress around her knees. She was just beginning to smile again after the death of her father 6 months ago, and she wanted to have some fun before starting work this fall. What's criminal about that? Work? Smithback asked. There was a short silence. Smithback felt Mrs. Wisher's eyes on him in the funereal gloom. That's correct. She was starting a job in a hospice for AIDS patients. You would have known that if you'd done your research. Smithback swallowed. That's the real Pamela, the woman said, her voice suddenly breaking. Kind, generous, full of life. I want you to write about the real Pamela. I'll do my best, Smithback mumbled. Then the moment was over, and Mrs. Wisher was again composed and distant. She inclined her head, made a brief movement of her hand, and Smithback realized he had been released. He mumbled his thanks, retrieved his tape recorder, and headed for the elevator as quickly as he dared. One other thing, Mrs. Wisher said, her voice suddenly grown hard. Smithback stopped at the French doors. They can't tell me when she died, why she died, or even how she died, but Pamela will not have died in vain. I promise you that. She spoke with a new intensity, and Smithback turned to face her. You said something just now, she went on. You said that people in this town don't pay attention to something unless you slap them in the face with it. That's what I intend to do. How? Smithback asked. But Mrs. Wisher withdrew onto the sofa, and her face fell into deep shadow. Smithback walked through the foyer and rang for the elevator, feeling drained. It wasn't until he was back on the street, blinking in the strong summer light, that he looked down again at the childhood picture of Pamela Wisher, still clutched in his right hand. It was beginning to dawn on him exactly how formidable a woman Mrs. Wisher was. 5. The metal door at the end of the gray hallway was discreetly marked Forensic Anthropology in stenciled capitals. It was the museum's state-of-the-art facility for analyzing human remains. Margot tried the knob, turned it, and to her surprise found it locked. This was odd. She'd been here countless times, assisting in examinations of everything from Peruvian mummies to Anasazi cliff-dwellers, and the door had never been locked before. She lifted her hand to knock, but the door was already being opened from the inside, and she found her wrap falling onto thin air. She stepped in, then stopped abruptly. The lab, normally brightly lit and bustling with grad students and curatorial assistants, looked dim and strange. The bulky electron microscopes, X-ray viewers, and electrophoresis apparatus sat against the walls, silent and unused. The window that normally boasted a panoramic view of Central Park was covered by a heavy curtain. A single pool of brilliant light illuminated the center of the room. At its edge, a semicircle of suited figures stood among the shadows. In the center of the light lay a large specimen table. Something brown and knobby lay on it, along with the blue plastic sheet covering some other long, low object. As she stared curiously, Margot realized that the knobby object was a human skeleton, decorated with desiccated strips of sinew and flesh. There was a faint but unmistakable odor of corpse reek. The door closed and locked behind her. Lieutenant Vincent d'Agosta, wearing what looked like the same suit she remembered from the museum beast murders of 18 months before, walked back to join the group, nodding briefly at her as he passed. He seemed to have shed a few pounds since she'd last seen him. Margot noticed that his suit matched the dirty brown color of the skeleton. Margot scanned the row of figures as her eyes adjusted to the dim light. To d'Agosta's left was a nervous man in a lab coat, a cup of coffee gripped in his pudgy hand. Next came the tall, thin form of the museum's new director, Olivia Merriam. Another figure stood farther back in the shadows, too dim for Margot to make out anything but a vague outline. The director gave Margot a wan smile. "Thank you for coming, Dr. Green. These gentlemen," she waved vaguely in d'Agosta's direction, "have asked for our help." There was a silence. Finally, d'Agosta sighed irritably.
"We can't wait for him any longer. He lives way the hell out in Mendham and didn't seem too thrilled about coming in when I telephoned last night."
He looked at each person in turn.
"You saw the Post this morning, right?"
The director looked at him with distaste. "No."
"Let me backtrack a bit, then."
d'Agosta gestured toward the skeleton on the stainless steel table.
"Meet Pamela Wisher, daughter of Annette and the late Horace Wisher. No doubt you've seen her picture all over town. She disappeared around 3 a.m. on the morning of May 23rd. She spent the evening at the Wine Cellar, one of those basement clubs off Central Park South. Went to make a phone call and never came back. At least not until yesterday, when we found her skeleton, minus the skull, in the Humboldt Kill. Apparently it was flushed out of a West Side storm drain, probably during a recent heavy rain."
Margot looked again at the remains on the table. She had seen countless skeletons before, but none belonging to anyone she'd known, or even heard of. It was difficult to believe that this grisly assemblage of bones had once been the pretty blonde woman she had been reading about barely 15 minutes before.
"And with the remains of Pamela Wisher, we also found this."
d'Agosta nodded at the thing lying beneath the blue plastic sheet.
"So far, the press knows only that a second skeleton was found. Thank God."
He glanced at the figures standing apart in the shadows.
"I'll let Dr. Simon Bramwell, Chief Medical Examiner, do the talking."
As the figures stepped into the light, Margot saw a slender man of about 65. The skin lay tight and smooth across a devious old skull, and a pair of beady black eyes glittered at the assembled company behind ancient horn rims. His long, lean face was as devoid of expression as his head was devoid of hair. He laid a finger across his upper lip. "If you would all take a few steps forward," he said in a soft Dublin accent, "you might have a better view." There was a sound of reluctant shuffling. Dr. Bramwell grasped the end of the blue sheet, paused a moment to look impassively around again, then flipped it off with a deft motion. Beneath, Margot saw the remains of another headless corpse, as brown and decayed as the first. But as her eyes scanned the remains, she sensed there was something odd. Her breath drew in sharply as she realized what it was. The bizarre thickening of the leg bones, the odd curvatures of several of the major joint structures, was all wrong. "What the hell?" she thought. There came a sudden thump on the door.
"Christ!"
d'Agosta moved toward it quickly.
"At last!"
The door swung wide to reveal Whitney Cadwallader Frock, the famous evolutionary biologist, now a reluctant guest of Lieutenant d'Agosta. His wheelchair creaked as it approached the specimen table. Without looking at the assembled company, He examined the bony corpses, his eyes coming to rest on the second skeleton. After a few moments, he leaned back, a shock of white hair falling away from his wide pink forehead. He nodded at Dagosta and the museum director. Then he saw Margot, and a look of surprise came over his face, changing quickly to a delighted smile. Margot smiled and nodded in return. Although Frock had been her primary advisor during her graduate work at the museum, she had not seen him since his retirement party. He had left the museum to concentrate on his writing, yet there was still no sign of the promised follow-up volume to his influential work, Fractal Evolution. The medical examiner, who had paid Frock's entrance only the briefest of glances, now continued. "I invite you," he said pleasantly, "to examine the ridging of the long bones, the bony spicules and osteophytes along the spine and at the joints. Also the 20-degree outward rotation of the trochanters. Note that the ribs have a trapezoidal instead of the normal prismatic cross-section. Finally, I would direct your attention to the thickening of the femurs. On the whole, a rather unbecoming fellow. Of course, these are only some of the more outstanding features. You can no doubt see the rest for yourselves." The Dagosta breathed out through his nose. "No doubt." Frock cleared his throat. "Naturally, I haven't had a chance for a thorough examination, but I wonder if you've considered the possibility of dish." The M.E. looked at Frock again, more carefully this time. "A very intelligent guess," he said, "but quite wrong. Dr. Frock is referring to diffuse idiopathic skeletal hyperostosis, a type of severe degenerative arthritis." He shook his head dismissively. "Nor is it osteomalacia, though if this wasn't the 20th century, I'd say it was the worst nightmarish case of scurvy ever recorded. We've searched the medical databases and can find nothing that would account for this condition." Brumbell ran his fingers lightly, almost affectionately, along the spinal column. "There is another curious anomaly shared by both skeletons, which we only noticed last night. Dr. Podelsky, would you please bring the stereo zoom?" The overweight man in the lab coat disappeared into the gloom, then returned, rolling before him a large stereo-zoom microscope with an open stage. He positioned it over the neck bones of the deformed skeleton, peered through the eyepieces, made a few adjustments, then stepped back. Brumbell gestured with the palm of his hand. "Dr. Frock?" Frock rolled forward and, with some difficulty, fit his face to the visor. He remained motionless for what seemed several minutes, leaning over the skeletonized cadaver. At last he rolled his wheelchair back, saying nothing. "Dr. Green?" the M.E. said, turning to her. Margot stepped up to the microscope and peered in, aware of being the focus of attention. At first she could make nothing of the image. Then she realized that the stereo zoom was focused on what appeared to be a cervical vertebra. There were several shallow, regular scores along one edge. Some foreign, brownish matter clung to the bone, along with bits of cartilage, strings of muscle tissue, and a greasy bulb of adipocere. Slowly she straightened up, feeling the old familiar fear return, unwilling to consider what those scores along the bone reminded her of. The M.E. raised his eyebrows. "Your opinion, Dr. Green?" Margot drew in her breath. "If I were to guess, I'd say they look like teeth marks." She and Frock exchanged glances. She knew now, they both knew, exactly why Frock had been called to this meeting. Brumbell waited while the others took turns staring through the microscope. Then, wordlessly, he wheeled the stereo zoom over to Pamela Wisher's skeleton, focusing this time on the pelvis. Again, Frock took up a position at the microscope, followed by Margot. No denying it this time. Margot noticed that some of the marks had punctured the bone and penetrated into the marrow spaces. Frock blinked in the cold white light. "Lieutenant Dagosta told me these skeletons came out of the west side lateral drain." "That's right," said Dagosta. "Flushed out by the recent storm?" "That's the theory." "Perhaps feral dogs worried our couple while their dead bodies lay in the drain system." "That's one possibility," said Brumbell. "I would estimate the pressure required to make the deepest of those pressure marks at around 1,200 psi. A bit high for a dog, don't you think?" "Not for, say, a Rhodesian ridgeback," said Frock. Bramwell inclined his head. Or the Hound of the Baskervilles, Professor? Frock frowned at the sarcasm. I'm not convinced those marks are as powerful as you believe. Alligator, said the Ghosta. All heads turned toward him. Alligator, he repeated, almost defensively. You know, they get flushed down the toilets as babies, then grow big in the sewers? He looked around. So I read somewhere. Bramwell issued a chuckle as dry as dust. Alligators, like all reptiles, have cone-shaped teeth. These marks were made by small, triangular mammalian teeth, probably canines. Canine, but not dog, Frock said. Let's not forget the principle of Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is usually the correct one. Bramwell tilted his head in Frock's direction. I know that Occam's razor is held in great esteem in your profession, Dr. Frock. In mine, we find the Holmesian philosophy more apt. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. So what answer remains, Dr. Bramwell? Frock snapped. As of this moment, I have no explanation. Frock settled back in the wheelchair. This second skeleton is interesting, perhaps even worth the trip in from Mendham, but you forget that I am now retired. Margot watched him, frowning. Normally, the professor would have been more entranced by a puzzle such as this. She wondered if, perhaps in the same way as herself, Frock was reminded of the events of 18 months before. If so, perhaps he was resisting. It was not the kind of reminiscence likely to ensure tranquil retirement. Olivia Merriam spoke up. Dr. Frock, she said, we were hoping that you would be willing to assist in the analysis of the skeleton. Because of the unusual circumstances, the museum has agreed to put its laboratory at the disposal of the police. We'll be happy to provide you an office on the 5th floor with secretary for as long as necessary. Frock raised his eyebrows. Surely the city morgue has all the latest equipment, not to mention the luminous medical talents of Dr. Bramwell here. You are correct about the luminous talent, Dr. Frock, Bramwell replied. But as for having the latest equipment, you are sadly in error. The budget shortfalls of recent years have left us rather behind the times. Besides, the morgue is a bit public for this sort of thing. Right now we are infested with reporters and television crews. He paused. And, of course, we don't have your particular expertise at the city morgue. Thank you, Frock said. He gestured at the second skeleton. But how hard could it be to identify someone who in life must have looked like the missing link? Believe me, we've tried, said the Ghosta. Over the last 24 hours, we've checked every missing Tom, Dick, and Harry in the tri-state area. Nothing. And as far as we can tell, no freak like this ever existed, let alone one who got himself lost and chewed up in the New York City sewers. Frock seemed not to hear the answer to his question. His head sunk slowly to his chest, and he remained motionless for several minutes. Except for an impatient cluck from Dr. Bramwell, the laboratory was still. At last, Frock roused himself, sighed deeply, and nodded with what to Margot seemed like weary resignation. Very well. I can give you a week. I have other business in the city to attend to. I assume you wish Dr. Green here to assist me? Too late, Margot realized she hadn't given any thought to why she herself had been invited to this secret gathering. But now it was clear. She knew that Frock trusted her completely. Together they had solved the mystery of the museum beast killings. They must have figured, she thought, that Frock would work with me and nobody else. Wait a minute, she blurted. I can't do that. All eyes turned toward her, and Margot realized she had spoken more sharply than she'd meant to. What I mean is, I don't think I can spare the time right now, she stammered. Frock looked at her, comprehension in his eyes. More than anyone else, he understood this assignment was guaranteed to stir up fearsome memories. Director Merriam's narrow features creased into a frown. I'll speak to Dr. Hawthorne, she said. You'll be given whatever time necessary to assist the police. Margot opened her mouth to protest, then decided against it. Too bad, she thought. that her curatorial appointment at the museum was too recent for her to refuse. "Very good," said Bramwell, a tight smile briefly cracking his dry face. "I will be working alongside the two of you, of course. Before we disperse, I might just emphasize that the utmost discretion will be required. It was bad enough having to release the news that Pamela Wisher had been found dead and decapitated. If word ever gets out that our socialite was nibbled on after death, or perhaps before—" His voice trailed off, and he smoothed a hand over his bald pate. Frock glanced up sharply. "The teeth marks are not post-mortem?" "That, Dr. Frock, is the question of the hour. Or one of them, at least. The mayor and the chief of police are waiting rather impatiently for results." Frock made no reply, and it was clear to everybody that the meeting was at an end. The group turned to go, most of them eager to distance themselves from the gaunt, brownish things that lay on the specimen tables. As she walked past, the museum director turned briefly toward Margot. "Let me know if I can help in any way," she said. Dr. Bramwell took in Frock and Margot with one last sweep of his eyes, then followed the director out the door. Last to leave was Lieutenant D'Agosta. In the doorway he paused for a moment. "If you have to talk to anyone, talk to me." He opened his mouth as if to say more, then stopped, nodded, and turned away abruptly. The door closed behind him, and Margot was alone, with Frock, Pamela Wisher, and the bizarrely malformed skeleton. Frock sat up in his wheelchair. "Lock the door, please, Margot," he said, "and get the rest of the lights up." He wheeled himself toward the specimen table. "I guess you'd better wash and put on scrubs." Margot glanced at the two skeletons. Then she looked toward her old professor. "Dr. Frock," she began, "you don't think this could be the work of a—" He turned suddenly, an odd expression on his ruddy face. Their eyes locked, and he shook his head. "Don't," he whispered fiercely. "Not until we're certain." Margot held his gaze for a moment. Finally she nodded and turned toward the bank of light switches. What had not been said between them was much more unsettling than the two grisly skeletons. 6. In the smoky recesses of the Cat's Paw bar, Smithback wedged himself into a narrow telephone booth. Balancing his drink in one hand and squinting at the buttons in the dim light, he dialed the number of his office, wondering how many messages would be waiting for him this time. Smithback never doubted that he was one of the greatest journalists in New York, probably the greatest. A year and a half ago he'd brought the story of the museum beast to the world, and not in the usual dickless, detached way. He'd been there with D'Agosta and the others, struggling in the dark on that April night. On the strength of the book which quickly followed, he'd secured this position as post-crime correspondent. Now the Wisher thing had come along, and none too soon, either. Big stories were rarer than he could have guessed, and there were always others like that stain-on-the-wall Bryce Harriman, crime reporter for the Times, out to scoop him. But if he played it right, this could be as big as the P.1 story had been. Maybe bigger. "A great journalist," he mused as he listened to the phone ring, "adapts himself to the options offered him." Take the Wisher story. He had been totally unprepared for the mother. She'd been impressive. Smithback found himself embarrassed and deeply moved. Fired by those unfamiliar emotions, he'd written a new article for that morning's edition, labeling Pamela Wisher the angel of Central Park South and painting her death in tragic colors. But the real stroke of genius had been the $100,000 reward for information leading to the murderer. The idea had come to him in the middle of writing the story. He had carried the half-written piece and his reward idea straight into the office of the Post's new editor, Arnold Murray. The man had loved it, authorizing it on the spot without even bothering to check with the publisher. Ginny, the pool secretary, came on the line excitedly. 20 phone calls about the reward, all of them bogus. "That's it?" Smithback asked, crestfallen.
"Well, there was, this really weird visitor for you,"
the secretary gushed. She was short and skinny, lived in Ronkonkoma, and had a crush on Smithback. "Yeah?"
"He was dressed in rags, and he smelled. God, I could hardly breathe. And he was high or something?"
Maybe it's a hot tip, Smithback thought excitedly. What did he want?
He said he had information about the Wisher murder. He asked you to meet him in the Penn Station men's room.
Smithback almost dropped his drink.
The men's room? You gotta be kidding.
That's what he said. You think he's a pervert?
She spoke with undisguised relish.
Which men's room?
He heard papers shuffling.
I've got it right here. North end, lower level, just to the left of the Track 12 escalator. At 8 o'clock tonight.
What information exactly?
That was all he said.
Thanks. He hung up and checked his watch. 7:45. The men's room in Penn Station?
I'd have to be crazy or desperate, he thought, to follow up a lead like that.
Smithback had never been inside a men's room at Penn Station before. Nobody he knew would ever go in one either. As he opened the door into a vast, hot room, suffocating with the stench of urine and old diarrhea, he thought that, in fact, he'd rather piss his pants than use a Penn Station men's room. He was 5 minutes late.
Probably the guy's gone already,
Smithback thought gratefully.
Assuming he'd ever been here in the first place.
He was just about to duck back outside when he heard a gravelly voice.
William Smithback?
What? Smithback looked around quickly, scanning the deserted men's room. Then he saw 2 legs descend in the farthest stall. The door opened. A small, skinny man stepped out and walked up to him unsteadily, his long face grimy, his clothes dark with grease and dirt, his hair matted and knotted into alarming shapes. A beard of indescribable color descended to twin points near his belly button, which was exposed through a long, ragged tear in his shirt.
William Smithback?
The man repeated, peering at him through filmy eyes. Who else? Without another word, the man turned and moved back toward the rear of the men's room. He stopped at the open last stall, then turned, waiting.
You have some information for me?
Smithback asked.
Come with me.
He gestured back toward the stall.
No way, said Smithback. If you want to talk, we can talk out here, but I'm not going in there with you, pal.
The man gestured again.
But this is the way to go.
Go where?
Down.
Cautiously, Smithback approached the stall. The man had stepped inside and was standing behind the toilet, prying back a large piece of painted sheet metal that, Smithback now saw, covered a ragged hole in the dirty tile wall.
In there?
Smithback asked. The man nodded.
Where does it go?
Down, the man repeated.
Forget it, said Smithback.
He started to back away. The man held his gaze.
I'm supposed to bring you to Mephisto, he said. He has to talk to you about the murder of that girl. He knows important things.
Give me a break. The man continued to stare at him.
You can trust me,
he said simply. Somehow, despite the filth and the drugged eyes, Smithback found himself believing the man.
What things? You have to talk to Mephisto.
Who's this Mephisto?
He's our leader.
The man shrugged as if no other information was necessary. Our? The man nodded.
The Route 666 community.
Despite his uncertainty, Smithback felt a tangle of excitement. An organized community underground? That would make good copy all by itself. And if this Mephisto really knew something about the Wisher murder...
Where exactly is this Route 666 community? He asked. Can't tell you, but I'll show you the way.
And your name? He asked.
They call me Tail Gunner,
the man said, a small gleam of pride flaring in his eyes.
Look, said Smithback, I'd follow you, but you can't expect me to just crawl into a hole like this. I could get ambushed, mugged, anything.
The man shook his head vehemently.
I'll protect you. Everyone knows I'm Mephisto's chief runner. You'll be safe.
Smithback stared at the man. Rheumy eyes, running nose, dirty wizard's beard. He had come all the way to the offices of the Post. That was a lot of trouble for a guy who looked both broke and homeless. Then the image of Bryce Harriman's smug face filled his mind. He imagined Bryce's editor at the Times, asking him again how come that hack Smithback had gotten the story first. He liked that image. The man known as Tail Gunner held back the large piece of tin while Smithback clambered through. Once they were both inside, he carefully maneuvered it back into place, propping it closed with some loose bricks. Looking around, Smithback found himself in a long, narrow tunnel. Water and steam pipes ran overhead like thick gray veins. The ceiling was low, but not so low that a man as tall as Smithback couldn't stand upright. Evening light filtered in through ceiling grates spaced at 100-yard intervals. The reporter followed the stooped, low figure moving ahead of him in the dim light. Once in a while the rumble of a nearby train would fill the dank space. Smithback could feel the sound more in his bones than in his ears. They began walking northward along what seemed to be an endless tunnel. After 10 or 15 minutes, Smithback began to feel a nagging worry. "Excuse me," he said, "but why the long walk?" "Mephisto keeps the nearest entrances to our community secret." Smithback nodded, making a wide detour around the swollen body of a dead dog. It wasn't surprising these tunnel dwellers were a little paranoid, but this was getting ridiculous. They'd walked far enough north to be under Central Park. Soon, the tunnel began to curve gently to the right. Smithback could make out a series of steel doors set into the thick concrete wall. Overhead, a large pipe ran, water dripping from its padded covering. A sign on the padding read, "Danger contains asbestos fibers. Avoid creating dust. Cancer and lung disease hazard." Stopping and digging one hand into his rags, Tail Gunner extracted a key and placed it in the lock of the closest door. "How'd you get that key?" Smithback asked. "We have many skills in our community," the man replied, pulling open the door and ushering the journalist through. As the doors shut behind Smithback, the blackness of night rushed forward to meet him. Realizing how much he'd instinctively relied on the dim light that had filtered down from the grates, Smithback had a sudden feeling of panic. "Don't you have a flashlight?" he stammered. There was a scratching sound, then the flaring of a wooden match. In the flickering illumination, Smithback saw a series of cement steps leading downward as far as the matchlight penetrated. Tail Gunner snapped his wrist and the match went out. "Satisfied?" came the dull, monotonic voice. "No," Smithback replied quickly. "Light another." "When it is necessary." Smithback felt his way down the staircase, his hands spread on the cool, slick walls for balance. They descended for what seemed eternity. Suddenly, another match flared, and Smithback saw that the stairs ended in an enormous railroad tunnel, its silver tracks gleaming dully in the orange light. "Where are we now?" Smithback asked. "Track 100, the man said. 2 levels down." "Are we there yet?" The match flickered out, and the darkness descended again. "Follow me," came the voice. "When I say stop, you stop. Immediately." They ventured onto the tracks. Smithback found himself fighting down panic once again as he stumbled over the iron rails. "Stop," came the voice. Smithback halted as another match flared. "See that?" Tail Gunner said, pointing to a gleaming bar of metal with a bright yellow line painted next to it. "That's a 3rd rail. It's electrified. Don't step on it." The match died out. Smithback heard the man take a few steps in the close, humid darkness. "Light another!" he cried. A match flared. Smithback took a broad step over the 3rd rail. "Are there any more of those?" he asked, pointing to the rail. "Yes," the little man said. "I'll show you." "Jesus," said Smithback as the match died. "What happens if you step on one?" "The current explodes your body, blows off your arms, legs, and head," the disembodied voice said. There was a pause. "It's always better not to step on it." A match flared again, illuminating another yellow-painted rail. Smithback stepped gingerly over it, then watched as Tail Gunner pointed to a small hole in the far wall, about 2 feet high and 4 across, chiseled out of the bottom of an old archway that had been bricked up with cinder block. "We go down there," Tail Gunner said. Smithback could feel a hot draft coming up from below, tinged with a foul odor that made his gorge rise. Interwoven with the stench, Smithback thought he caught, for a moment, the smell of wood smoke. "Down?" he asked in disbelief, turning his face away. "Again? What, you mean slide in there on my belly?" But his companion was already wriggling his way through.
"No way!"
Smithback called out, squatting down near the hole.
"Listen, I'm not going down there. If this Mephisto wants to talk, he has to come up here."
There was a silence, and then Tailgunner's voice echoed out of the gloom on the far side of the cinder block.
"Mephisto never comes higher than level 3. He's going to have to make an exception then."
Smithback tried to sound more confident than he felt. He realized that he had put himself into an impossible situation, relying totally on this bizarre, unstable man. It was pitch black again, and he had no way of finding his way back. There was a long silence.
"You still with me?"
Smithback asked.
"Wait there,"
the voice demanded suddenly.
"You leaving? Give me some matches."
Smithback pleaded. Something poked him in the knee, and he cried out in surprise. It was Tailgunner's grimy hand holding something out to him through the hole.
"Is that all?"
Smithback asked, counting the 3 matches by touch.
"All I can spare,"
came the voice, faint now and moving away. There were some more words, but Smithback could not make them out. Silence descended. Smithback leaned back against the wall, afraid to sit down, clutching the matches tightly in one hand. He cursed himself for being foolish enough to follow the man down here.
"No story is worth this,"
he thought. Could he get back with only 3 matches? He shut his eyes and concentrated, trying to remember every twist and turn that had brought him here. Eventually, he gave up. The 3 matches would barely get him across those electrified rails. When his knees began to protest, he rose from the squatting position. He stared into the lightless tunnel, eyes wide, ears straining. It was so utterly black that he began to imagine things in the dark, movement, shapes. He remained still, trying to breathe calmly as an infinity of time passed. This was insane. If only he...
"Scriblarian!"
A ghostly, incorporeal voice sounded from the hole at his feet.
"What?"
Smithback yelped, spinning around.
"I am addressing William Smithback, Scriblarian, am I not?"
The voice was cracked and low, a sinister sing-song rising from the depths beneath him.
Yes, I'm Smithback, Bill Smithback. Who are you?"
he called, unsettled at speaking to this disembodied voice out of the darkness. "Mephisto," came the voice, drawing the S of the name into a fierce hiss.
"What took you so long?"
Smithback replied nervously, stooping down again toward the hole in the cinder block.
"It is a long way up."
Smithback paused a minute, contemplating how this man, now standing somewhere below his feet, had needed to travel several levels up to reach this place.
"Are you coming up?"
he asked.
"No. You should feel honored, Scriblarian. This is as close as I have been to the surface in 5 years."
"Why is that?" Smithback asked, groping in the darkness for the microcassette recorder.
"Because this is my domain. I am lord of all you survey."
"But I don't see anything." A dry chuckle rose from the hole in the cinder block.
"Wrong. You see blackness, and blackness is my domain. Above your head the trains rumble past, the surface dwellers scurry on their pointless errands, but the territory below Central Park, Route 666, the Ho Chi Minh Trail, the blockhouse, is mine."
Smithback thought for a moment. The ironic place name of Route 666 made sense, but the others confused him.
"The Ho Chi Minh Trail?"
he echoed. "What's that?"
"A community, like the rest,"
hissed the voice. "Join now with mine for protection. Once upon a time we knew the trail well.
Many of us here fought in that cynical struggle against an innocent, backward nation, and were ostracized for it. Now we live our lives down here in self-imposed exile, breathing, mating, dying. Our greatest wish is to be left alone."
Smithback fingered the tape recorder again, hoping it was catching everything. He'd heard of the occasional vagrant retreating to subway tunnels for shelter, but an entire population. "So, all your citizens are homeless people?" he asked. There was a pause. "We do not like that word, Scriblarian. We have a home, and were you not so timid, I could show it to you. We have everything we need. The pipes provide water for cooking and hygiene. The cables provide electricity. What few things we require from the surface, our runners supply. In the blockhouse we even have a nurse and a school teacher. Other underground spaces, like the West Side rail yards, are untamed, dangerous. But here we live in dignity." "School teacher? You mean there are children down here?" "You are naive, Scriblarian. Many are here because they have children, and the evil state machine is trying to take them away and put them in foster care. They choose my world of warmth and darkness over your world of despair, Scriblarian." "Why do you keep calling me that?" The dry chuckle rose again from the hole in the cinder block. "That is you, is it not? William Smithback, Scriblarian?" "Yes, but for a journalist you are ill-read. Study Pope's The Dunciad before we speak again." It began to dawn on Smithback that there was more to this person than he had originally supposed. "Who are you, really?" he asked. "I mean, what's your real name?" There was another silence. "I left that, along with everything else, upstairs," the disembodied voice hissed. "Now, I am Mephisto. Never ask me, or anyone, that question again." Smithback swallowed. "Sorry," he said. Mephisto seemed to have grown angry. His tone became sharper, cutting through the darkness. "You were brought here for a reason," he said. "The Wisher murder?" asked Smithback eagerly. "Your articles have described her and the other corpse as being headless. I am here to tell you that being headless is the least of it." His voice broke into a rasping, mirthless laugh. "What do you mean?" Smithback asked. "You know who did it?" "To a certain extent, yes," Mephisto hissed. "They are the same that have been preying on my people. The Wrinklers." "Wrinklers?" Smithback said. I don't understand." "Then be silent, and mark me, Scriblarian. I have said my community is a safe haven, and so it has always been, until 1 year ago. Now, we are under attack. Those who venture beyond the safe areas disappear or are murdered in the most horrific ways. Our people have grown afraid. My runners have tried time and again to bring this matter to the police." "The police!" There was an angry spitting sound, then the voice rose in pitch. "The corrupt watchdogs of a society grown morally bankrupt. To them we are filth, to be beaten and rousted. Our lives mean nothing. How many of our people have died or disappeared? Fat Boy, Hector, Dark Annie, Master Sergeant, others. But one shiny thing in silks gets her head torn off, and the entire city grows enraged." Smithback licked his lips. He was beginning to wonder just what information this Mephisto had. "What do you mean exactly, under attack?" he asked. There was a silence. "From outside," came the whispered answer at last. "Outside?" Smithback asked. What do you mean? Outside meaning out here? He looked around the blackness wildly. No, outside Route 666. Outside the blockhouse, came the answer.
Smithback licked his lips. He was beginning to wonder just what information this Mephisto had. "What do you mean exactly under attack?" he asked. There was a silence. "From outside," came the whispered answer at last. "Outside?" Smithback asked. "What do you mean? Outside meaning out here?" He looked around the blackness wildly.
No, outside Route 666. Outside the blockhouse, came the answer. There is another place. A shunned place. 12 months ago, rumors began to emerge. Rumors that this place had become occupied. Then the killings began. Our people began disappearing. At first, we sent out search parties. Most of the victims were never found, but those we did find had their flesh eaten, their heads ripped from their bodies.
"Wait a minute," Smithback said. "Their flesh eaten? You mean there's a group of cannibals down here, murdering people and stealing their heads?" Perhaps Mephisto was nuts after all. Once again, Smithback began to wonder how he would return to the surface.
"I do not appreciate the doubting tone in your voice, Scribblarian," Mephisto replied. "That is exactly what I mean. Tail gunner?"
"Yes," said a voice in Smithback's ear. The journalist jumped to one side, neighing in surprise and fright. "How did you get back here?" Smithback gasped.
"There are many ways through my kingdom," came the voice of Mephisto. "And living here, in lovely darkness, our night vision becomes acute."
Smithback swallowed. "Look," he said, "it isn't that I don't believe you. I just—"
"Be silent!" Mephisto warned. "We have spoken long enough. Tail gunner, returning to the surface."
"But what about the reward?" Smithback asked, surprised. "Isn't that what you brought me here?"
"Have you heard nothing I told you?" came the hiss. "Your money means nothing to me. It is the safety of my people I care about. Return to your world. Write your article. Tell those on the surface what I have told you. Tell them that whatever killed Pamela Wisher is also killing my people. And the killings must stop."
The disembodied voice seemed farther away now, echoing through the dark corridors beneath Smithback's feet.
"Otherwise," he added with a fearful intensity, "we will find other ways to make our voices heard."
"But I need—" Smithback began. A hand closed around his elbow.
"Mephisto is gone,"
came the voice of Tail Gunner beside him.
"I'll take you topside."
7. Lieutenant D'Agosta sat in his cramped, glass-sided office, fingering the cigar in his breast pocket and eyeing a stack of reports about the Humboldt kill dive. Instead of closing one case, he now had 2 cases, both wide open. As usual, nobody knew nothing, nobody saw nothing. The boyfriend was prostrate with grief and useless as an eyewitness. The father was long dead. The mother was as uncommunicative and remote as an ice goddess. He frowned. The whole Pamela Wisher business felt like nitroglycerin to him. His eye traveled from the stack of reports to the no smoking sign outside his door, and the frown deepened. It and a dozen like it had gone up around the precinct station just the week before. He slid the cigar out of his pocket and removed its plastic wrapping. No law against chewing on the thing, at any rate. He rolled it lovingly between thumb and index finger for a moment, examining the wrapper with a critical eye. Then he placed it in his mouth. He sat for a moment, motionless. Then, with a curse, he jerked open the top drawer of his desk, hunted around until he located a kitchen match, and lit it on the sole of his shoe. He applied the flame to the end of the cigar and sat back with a sigh, listening to the faint crackle of tobacco as he drew in the smoke and bled it slowly out his nose. The internal phone rang shrilly.
"Yes,
Dagosta answered. Couldn't be a complaint already. He'd just lit up.
Lieutenant?
Came the voice of the departmental secretary.
There's a Sergeant Haywood here to see you.
Dagosta grunted and sat up in his chair. Who?
Sergeant Hayward says it's by your request.
I didn't ask for any Sergeant Hayward. A uniformed woman appeared in the open doorway. Almost instinctively, Dagosta took in the salient features. Petite, thin, heavy breasts, jet black hair against pale skin. Lieutenant Dagosta? She asked. Dagosta couldn't believe such a deep contralto could come from such a small frame. Take a seat, he said, and watched as the sergeant settled herself in a chair. She seemed to be unconscious of anything irregular, as if it was standard procedure for a sergeant to burst in on a superior any time he or she felt like it. I don't recall asking for you, Sergeant, Dagosta finally said. You didn't, Hayward answered, but I knew you'd want to see me anyway. Dagosta sat back, drawing slowly on his cigar. He'd let the sergeant say her piece, then chew her out. Dagosta wasn't a stickler for process, but approaching a senior officer like this was way out of line. He wondered if perhaps one of his men had come on to her in some filing room or something. Just what he needed, a sexual harassment suit on his hands. Those corpses you found in the cloaca, Hayward began. What about them? Dagosta snapped, suddenly suspicious. A security lid was supposed to be clamped down over the details of that business. Before the merger, I used to be with the transit police. Hayward nodded, as if that explained everything. I still do the West Side duty, clearing the homeless out of Penn Station, Hell's Kitchen, the rail yards, onto the... Wait a minute, Dagosta interrupted. You? A rouster? Immediately, he knew he'd said the wrong thing. Hayward tensed in the chair, her eyebrows contracting at the obvious disbelief in his voice. There was a moment of awkward silence. We don't like that term, Lieutenant, she said at last. Dagosta decided he had enough to worry about without humoring this uninvited guest. It's my office, he said, shrugging. Hayward looked at him a moment, and in those brown eyes Dagosta could almost see her good opinion of him falling away. Okay, she said, if that's how you want to play it. She took a deep breath. When I heard about these skeletons of yours, they rang a bell. Reminded me of some recent homicides among the moles. Moles? Tunnel people, of course, she said, with a condescending look Dagosta found irritating. Underground homeless. Anyway, then I read that article in today's Post, the one about Mephisto. Dagosta grimaced. Trust that scandal hound Bill Smithback to whip readers into a frenzy, make a bad situation worse. The two of them had been friends, after a fashion, but now that Smithback was a homicide reporter, he'd grown almost intolerable, and Dagosta knew better than to give him the slightest speck of the inside information he was always demanding. The life expectancy of a homeless person is very short, Hayward said. It's even worse for the moles. But that journalist was right. Lately, some of the killings have been unusually nasty. Heads missing, bodies ripped up. I thought I'd better come to you about it. She shifted in her seat and gave Dagosta an unsettling gaze with her clear brown eyes. Maybe I should have saved my breath. Dagosta let that pass. So how many headless bodies we talking about, Hayward? He asked. 2? 3? Hayward paused. More like half a dozen, she said at last. Dagosta looked at her, cigar halfway to mouth. Half a dozen? That's what I said. Before coming up here, I looked through the files. 7 murders among the moles in the last 4 months match this M.O. Dagosta lowered the cigar. Sergeant, let me get this straight. You got some kind of underground Jack the Ripper here, and nobody's on top of it? Look, it was just a hunch on my part, okay? Hayward said defensively. Back off me. These aren't my homicides. So why didn't you go through channels and report this to your superior? Why are you coming to me? I did go to my boss, Captain Waxy. Know him? Everyone knew Jack Waxy, the fattest, laziest precinct captain in the city, a man who had reached his position by doing nothing and offending nobody. A year earlier, Dagosta had been up for promotion to captain himself, thanks to a grateful mayor. Then there was the election. Mayor Harper was thrown out of office, and a new mayor rode into City Hall on promises of tax cuts and reduced spending. In the resulting fallout at One Police Plaza, Waxy got a captainship and a precinct, but the Ghosta was passed over. Some world. Hayward crossed one leg over the other. Mole homicides aren't like homicides on the surface. Most of the corpses we don't even find, and when we do, the rats and dogs have usually found them long before. Many are John Does, can't be ID'd even in good condition, and the other moles sure as hell won't talk. And Jack Waxy just files everything away. Hayward frowned again. He doesn't give a shit about those people. The Ghosta looked at her for a minute, wondering why an old-school chauvinist like Waxy would have taken a 5'3" female rouster onto his staff. Then his eyes lighted once again on her narrow waist, pale skin, and brown eyes, and he knew the answer. "Okay, Sergeant," he said at last. "I'll bite. You got locations?" "Locations is about all I've got." The Ghosta's cigar had gone out, and he fumbled through his drawer for another match. "So, where were they found?" he asked. "Here and there." Hayward dug a computer printout out of a pocket, unfolded it, and slid it across the desk. The Ghosta glanced at the sheet as he lit up. "First one was found April 30 at 624 West 58th Street. Boiler room in the basement. There's an old access to a railway turnabout there, which is why it was TA jurisdiction." The Ghosta nodded and glanced at the sheet. "Next was found May 7 beneath the Columbus Circle IRT station. The third one was found May 20, Railroad Stem B4, Track 22, Milepost 1.2. Where the hell is that?" "Closed freight tunnel that used to connect to the West Side rail yard. The moles break through the walls to get into some of those tunnels." The Ghosta listened, enjoying his cigar. A year earlier, after hearing about the promised promotion, he'd switched from Garcia y Vegas to Dunhill's. Though the promotion had never materialized, the Ghosta hadn't been able to convince himself to switch back. He glanced again at Hayward, still looking back at him impassively. She wasn't very good at respecting superior officers, but despite her small frame, she carried an air of natural self-confidence and authority. It had taken initiative, coming to him like this. Guts, too. For a moment he regretted starting off on the wrong foot with her. "This isn't exactly departmental procedure, you're coming to see me like this," he said. "Still, I appreciate you taking the time." Hayward nodded almost imperceptibly, as if acknowledging his compliment without accepting it. "I don't want to bust in on Captain Waxy's jurisdiction," the Ghosta continued, "but I can't pass this up, just in case there's a connection. I guess you figured that out already. So what we're going to do is we're going to forget you came to see me." Hayward nodded again. "And I'm going to call up Waxy like I got these reports on my own, and then we'll do a little sightseeing." "He isn't going to like that. The only sight he likes is the view out the precinct window." "Oh, he'll come along. It wouldn't look too good if a lieutenant did his job for him while he sat there on his ass. Especially if this turns out to be big. A serial killer among the homeless, that could be politically explosive. So we'll take a little stroll, just the three of us. No use getting the brass stirred up." Immediately Hayward frowned. "Not smart," she said. "Lieutenant, it's dangerous down there. It's not our turf, it's theirs, and it's not what you think, either. These aren't just a handful of burnt-out mainliners. There's some pretty radicalized people down there, whole communities, Vietnam vets, ex-cons, hardcore SDS remnants, parole violators. There's nothing they hate more than cops. We'll need at least a squad." The Ghosta found himself growing irritated at her brusque, disrespectful tone. "Look, Hayward, we're not talking about D-Day here. We're talking about a quiet peek. I'm going out on a limb as it is. If it looks like something, then we can make it official." Hayward said nothing. "And Hayward, if I hear any talk about this little party of ours, I'll know where it came from." Hayward stood up, smoothed her dark blue trousers, straightened her service belt. "Understood." "I knew it would be." The Ghosta stood up, exhaling a jet of smoke in the direction of the no-smoking sign. He watched as Hayward glanced at the cigar with either disdain or disapproval. He wasn't sure which. "Care for one?" he asked sarcastically, sliding another out of his breast pocket. For the first time, Hayward's lips twitched in what might almost have been a smile. "Thanks, but no thanks. Not after what happened to my uncle." "What was that?" "Mouth cancer. They had to cut his lips off." The Ghosta watched as Hayward turned on her heel and walked quickly out of his office. He noticed she hadn't bothered to say goodbye. He also noticed that, Suddenly, the cigar didn't taste as good anymore. 8. He sat in the listening darkness, unmoving. Although the chamber was devoid of light, his eyes flickered from surface to surface, lingering with a loving glance on each object they encountered. It was still a novelty. He could sit motionless for hours, enjoying the marvelous acuteness of his own senses. Now he closed his eyes and allowed himself to listen to the distant sounds of the city. Slowly, from the background murmur, he sorted out the various strands of conversation, filtering the nearest and loudest from those more distant, many rooms or even floors away. Then those, too, faded into the haze of his concentration, and he could hear the faint scamperings and squeals of the mice as they carried out their own secret cycles of life within the walls. At times, he thought he could hear the sound of the earth itself, rolling and churning, swathed in its atmosphere. Later, he was not sure how much later, the hunger started again. Not a hunger exactly, but the feeling of something missing. A deep craving, unlocalized, subtle, for the time being. He never allowed the craving time to grow. Standing quickly, he stepped across the laboratory, sure-footed in the blackness. Turning on one of the gas spigots along the far wall, he lit the attached nozzle with a sparker, then positioned a retort of distilled water over the burner. As the water heated, he reached into a secret pocket sewn into the lining of his coat and withdrew a slender metal capsule. Unscrewing its end, he poured a trace of powder onto the surface of the water. Had there been light, the powder would have shown the color of light jade. As the temperature rose, a thin cloud began to spread downward from the surface until the entire retort became a miniature storm of roiling liquid. He turned off the heat, then emptied the distillate into a Pyrex beaker. This was the point at which the decoction should be placed between the hands, the mind emptied, the ritual movements performed, the caressing vapor allowed to rise and fill the nostrils. But he could never wait. Once again he felt his palate burn as he swallowed the liquid greedily. He laughed to himself, amused at his own inability to follow the precepts he had set so sternly for others. Even before he was seated again, the hollow feeling was gone, and the long, slow rush had started, a flush that began in his extremities, then spread inward until it seemed that the very core of his being was on fire. An indescribable feeling of power and well-being surged through him. His senses, already hyper-acute, seemed to expand until he could see infinitesimal dust motes hanging in the pitch black, until he could hear all of Manhattan in conversation with itself, from cocktail chat in the Rainbow Room 70 stories above Rockefeller Center to the hungry wailing of his own children far below ground in secret, forgotten spaces. They were growing hungrier. Soon, not even the ceremony would control them all. But by then it would no longer be necessary. The darkness seemed almost painfully bright, and he closed his eyes, listening to the vigorous rush of blood through the natural gates and alleys of his inner ears. He would keep his eyelids closed until the peak of sensation and the odd, silvery sheen that temporarily covered his eyes had gone. Whoever named it glaze, he thought with amusement, named it well. Soon, all too soon, the fierce bloom faded. But the power remained, a constant reminder in his joints and sinews of what he had become. If only his former colleagues could see him now, then they'd understand. Almost regretfully, he stood again, unwilling to leave the sight of so much pleasure. But there was much that needed doing. It would be a busy night. 9. Margot approached the door, noting with distaste that it was as dirty as ever. Even in a museum known for its high dust tolerance, the door to the physical anthropology lab, or skeleton room as the staff universally referred to it, was almost unbelievably grimy. This can't have been washed since the turn of the century, she thought. A patina of hand oils coated the knob and the surrounding area like a shiny varnish. She considered getting a tissue out of her carryall, then dismissed the thought, grabbed the knob tightly, and turned. As usual, the room was dimly lit, and she had to squint to make out the tiers of metal drawers that rose to the ceiling like the stacks of some vast library. Each of the 12,000 drawers contained, either whole or in part, the remains of a human skeleton. Although most belonged to native peoples of Africa and the Americas, Margot was interested in the subset of skeletons that had been collected for medical rather than anthropological purposes. Dr. Frock had suggested that, as a first step, they examine the remains of people with acute bone disorders. Perhaps, he'd hypothesized, the victims of such ailments as acromegaly and Proteus syndrome could help shed some light on the bizarre skeleton that waited for them under the blue plastic sheet in forensic anthropology. As she threaded her way between the giant stacks, Margot sighed. She knew the impending encounter would be unpleasant. Cy Hagedorn, administrator of the physical anthropology lab, was almost as old and desiccated as the skeletons he watched over. Along with Curly manning the staff entrance, Emmeline Spragg of invertebrate biology, and a few others, Cy Hagedorn was the last remnant of the museum old guard. Despite the museum's computerized collection database, and despite the high-tech laboratory that lay just beyond the skeleton room, he steadfastly refused to bring his cataloging methods into the 20th century. When her erstwhile colleague, Greg Kawakita, had made his office in the lab, he'd had to endure Hagedorn's withering scorn every time he opened up his laptop. Behind Hagedorn's back, Kawakita had nicknamed the administrator Stumpy. Only Margot and a few of Frock's other graduate students had known the name referred not to Hagedorn's diminutive size, but to Stumpiniceps troglodytes, a particularly mundane kind of bottom feeder that populated the oceans of the Carboniferous period. At the thought of Kawakita, Margot frowned guiltily. He'd left a message on her answering machine maybe 6 months before, apologizing for dropping out of touch, saying he needed to speak to her, that he'd try again the same time the following evening. When her phone had rung again at the appointed time 24 hours later, Margot had reached for it automatically, then frozen, her hand inches from the handset. Nobody left a message when the machine picked up, and she had drawn her hand back slowly, wondering exactly what instinct had prevented her from answering Kawakita's call. But even as she'd done so, she'd known the answer. Kawakita had been a part of it all, along with Pendergast, Smithback, Lieutenant DeGosta, even Dr. Frock. His extrapolation program had been the key that helped them understand P.1, the creature that had terrorized the museum and that still roamed her uneasy dreams. Selfish as it was, the last thing she'd wanted was to talk to someone who would unnecessarily remind her of those awful days. Silly, in retrospect, now that she was chin-deep in an investigation that... The sudden, fussy clearing of a throat brought Margot back to the present. She looked up to see a short man standing before her, wearing a worn tweed suit, his leathery face lined with innumerable wrinkles. "I thought I heard somebody wandering around my skeletons," Hagedorn said, frowning, tiny arms crossed in front of his chest. "Well?" Despite herself, Margot felt annoyance begin to take the place of her daydreams. His skeletons, indeed. Stifling her irritation, she pulled a sheet of paper from her carryall. "Dr. Frock wants these specimens sent up to the forensic anthropology lab," she replied, handing the sheet to Hagedorn. He scanned it, the frown deepening. "3 skeletons," he said. "That's somewhat irregular." "Up yours, Stumpy." "It's important we get these right away," she said. "If there's a problem, I'm sure Dr. Merriam will give whatever authorization you need." Mentioning the director's name had the desired effect. "Oh, very well, but it's still irregular. Come with me." He led her back toward an ancient wooden desk, heavily scarred and pitted from years of neglect. Behind the desk, in rows of tiny drawers, was Hagedorn's filing system. He checked the first number on Frock's list, then ran a thin, yellow finger down drawers. Stopping at last, he pulled out a drawer, rifled through the cards within, and plucked one out, harumphing in displeasure. 1930, 262, he read. "Just my luck, on the very top tier. I'm not as young as I used to be, you know. Heights bother me." Suddenly he stopped. "This is a medical skeleton," he said, pointing to a red dot in the upper right-hand corner of the card. "All of the requests are," Margot replied. Though it was clear Hagedorn wanted an explanation, she fell into a stubborn silence. At last the administrator cleared his throat again, his eyebrows contracting at the irregularity of the request. "If you insist," he said, sliding the card across the desk toward her. "Sign this, add your extension and department, and don't forget to place Frock's name in the supervisor column." Margot looked at the grimy paper, its edges soft with wear and age. "It's a library card," she thought. "How quaint." The skeleton's name was printed neatly at the top, Homer McLean. That was one of Frock's requests, all right, a victim of neurofibromatosis, if she remembered correctly. She bent forward to scrawl her name in the first blank row, then stopped abruptly. There, 3 or 4 names up the list of previous researchers, was the jagged scroll she remembered so well. G.S. Kawakita, Anthropology. He'd taken this very skeleton out for research 5 years earlier. Not surprising, she supposed. Greg had always been fascinated by the unusual, the abnormal, the exception to the rule. Perhaps that's why he'd been attracted to Dr. Frock and his theory of fractal evolution. She remembered how Greg had been notorious for using this very storage room for fly-casting practice, snapping nymphs down the narrow rows during practically every coffee break. When Hagedorn was not around, of course. She suppressed a grin. "That does it," she thought. "I'll look up Greg's number in the phone book this evening. Better late than never." There was a high-pitched, rattling wheeze, and she looked up from the card into the small, impatient eyes of Hagedorn. "It's just your name I want," he said waspishly. "Not a line of lyric poetry, so stop thinking so hard and let's get on with it, shall we?" 10. The broad, ornate front of the Polyhymnia Club squatted on West 45th Street, its marble and sandstone bulk heaving outward like the stern of some Spanish galleon. Above its awning, a gilt statue of the club's namesake, the Muse of Rhetoric, stood on one foot as if poised to take flight. Beneath it, the club's revolving door did a brisk Saturday evening business, although patronage was limited to members of the New York press, that still let in, as Horace Greeley once complained, half the unemployed young dogs south of 14th Street. Deep within its oak fastness, Bill Smithback stepped up to the bar and ordered a Cowl Isla without ice. Though he was for the most part uninterested in the club's pedigree, he was very interested in its unique collection of specially imported Scotch whiskey. The single malt filled his mouth with the sensation of peat smoke and Loch Namban water. He savored it for a long moment, then glanced around, ready to drink in the congratulating nods and admiring glances of his fellow pressmen. Getting the Wisher assignment had been one of the biggest breaks of his life. Already it had netted him 3 front-page stories in less than a week. He'd even been able to make the ramblings and vague threats of the homeless leader, Mephisto, seem incisive and pertinent. Just that afternoon, as Smithback was leaving the office, Murray had thumped him heartily on the back. Murray, the editor who never had a word of praise for anyone. His survey of the clientele unsuccessful, Smithback turned toward the bar and took another sip. It was extraordinary, he thought, the power of a journalist. A whole city was now up in arms because of him. Ginny, the pool secretary, was at last growing overwhelmed by the volume of calls about the reward, and they'd had to bring in a dedicated switchboard operator. Even the mayor was taking heat. Mrs. Wisher had to be pleased with what he'd accomplished. It was inspired. A vague thought that somehow Mrs. Wisher had deliberately manipulated him flitted across his field of consciousness and was quickly pushed aside. He took another sip of scotch, closing his eyes as it trickled down his gullet like a dream of a finer world. A hand gripped his shoulder, and he turned eagerly. It was Bryce Harriman, the Times crime reporter who was also covering the Wisher case. "Oh," Smithback said, his face falling. "Way to go, Bill," said Bryce, his hand still on Smithback's shoulder as he elbowed up to the bar and rapped a coin on the zinc. "Killian's," he said to the bartender. Smithback nodded. Christ, he thought, of all the people to run into. "Yep," said Harriman. "Pretty clever. I bet they loved it over at the Post." He paused slightly before uttering the final word. They did, as a matter of fact, Smithback said. Actually, I ought to thank you. Harriman picked up his mug and sipped daintily. It gave me a good angle for a story. Really? Said Smithback without interest. Really? How the whole investigation's ground to a halt? Paralyzed? Smithback looked up, and the Times reporter nodded smugly. With this reward posted, too many crazy calls have been flooding in. The police have no choice but to take every last one seriously. Now they're chasing after 1,000 bullshit tips, wasting time. A bit of friendly advice, Bill? I wouldn't show your face around one police plaza for a while. Like maybe 10 years. Don't give me that, Smithback said irritably. We've done the police a big favor. Not the ones I talked to. Smithback turned away and took another sip of his drink. He was used to being needled by Harriman. Bryce Harriman, the Columbia J-School grad who thought he was God's gift to journalism. In any case, Smithback still had a good relationship with Lieutenant DeGosta. That's what really mattered. Harriman was full of shit. So tell me, Bryce, how did the Times do on the newsstand this morning? He asked. We're up 40% at the Post since last week. I wouldn't know and I wouldn't care. Sales shouldn't be of concern to a real journalist. Smithback pressed his advantage. Face it, Bryce, you got scooped. I got the interview with Mrs. Wisher, and you didn't. Harriman's face darkened. He'd hit a nerve there. The guy had probably been scolded by his editor. Yeah, Harriman said. She got your number all right. Wrapped you around her little finger while the real story is taking place somewhere else. And what real story might that be? Such as the identity of the second skeleton, or even where they took the bodies. Harriman eyed Smithback as he nonchalantly drained his beer. You mean you didn't know? Too busy talking to nutcases in railroad tunnels, I guess. Smithback glanced back at the reporter, struggling to conceal his surprise. Was this some kind of false lead? But no. The cool eyes behind the tortoise-shell glasses were scornful, but serious. Haven't been able to find that out yet, he said guardedly. You don't say. Harriman slapped him on the back. $100,000 reward, huh? That might just pay your salary for the next 2 years, if the Post doesn't go belly up again. He laughed, dropped a $5 bill on the counter, and turned to go. Smithback watched Harriman's retreating back with irritation. So the bodies had been moved from the medical examiner's office. He should have learned that himself. But where? There had been no funeral arrangements, no burial. They must be in a lab somewhere, a lab with better equipment than the NYME. Someplace secure, not like Columbia or Rockefeller University with students wandering around everywhere. After all, Lieutenant DeGosta was in charge of the case. He was a cool customer, Smithback knew, not the kind of guy to do something rash. Why would DeGosta move the bodies? DeGosta. Suddenly, Smithback guessed. No, he knew where the bodies must be. Draining his glass, he slid off the stool and moved across the plush red carpet to a bank of phones in the front foyer. Dropping a quarter in the nearest one, he dialed a number.
Curly here,
said a voice thick with age. Curly, said Smithback. It's Bill Smithback. How you doing?
Fine, Dr. Smithback. Haven't seen you around for a while.
Curly, who checked badges at the staff entrance to the Museum of Natural History, called everyone doctor. Princes lived and died. Dynasties rose and fell. But Curly, Smithback knew, would remain in his ornate bronze pillbox, checking IDs forever. Hey, Curly, what time on Wednesday night did those ambulances come in? You know, the two that drove in together? Smithback spoke fast, praying that the old guard didn't know he'd become a reporter after leaving his writing assignment at the museum.
Well, let's see,
Curly said in his unhurried way.
Can't say I remember anything like that, Doctor.
Really? Smithback asked, crestfallen. He'd been absolutely sure.
Not unless you mean that one that came in with the lights and sirens off. But that was early Thursday, not Wednesday.
Smithback could hear Curly rustling through his log.
Yep, just after 5 a.m. it was.
That's right, Thursday. What was I thinking of? Smithback thanked Curly and hung up exultantly. Grinning, he returned to the bar. With one phone call, he'd discovered what Harriman had no doubt been searching for, unsuccessfully, for days. It made perfect sense. He knew that DaGosta had used the museum's laboratory on other cases, not least of all the museum beast murders. It was a high-security lab in a high-security museum. No doubt he'd have called in that pompous old curator, Frock, and maybe Frock's ex-assistant, Margot Green, Smithback's own friend from his days at the museum. Margot Green, Smithback thought. That merited some looking into. He called the bartender over. Patty, I think I'll stay on Isla, but switch distilleries. Lefroy, please. The 15-year-old. He took a sip of the marvelous whiskey. $10 a shot, but worth every penny. 100,000 might just pay your salary for the next 2 years, Harriman had teased. Smithback decided that, after the next front-page story, he'd have to hit Murray up for a raise. Nothing like striking while the iron was hot. 11. Sergeant Hayward descended a long metal staircase, opened a narrow door filmed in brown rust, and stepped out onto an abandoned railroad siding. Behind her, DaGosta emerged from the doorway, hands in pockets. Murky sunlight filtered down through a series of gratings far above their heads, illuminating dust motes in the still air. DaGosta looked first left, then right. In both directions, the tracks dissolved into the gloom of the tunnel. He noticed that Hayward had an unusual way of moving below ground, a kind of silent, wary step. "Where's the captain?" Hayward asked. "He's coming," said DaGosta, scraping the underside of his heel on the metal rail of the siding. "You go ahead." He watched Hayward move cat-like down the tunnel, her flashlight throwing a narrow beam into the darkness ahead. Any hesitation he felt at letting this petite woman lead the way had evaporated as he watched the ease with which she handled herself underground. Waxy, on the other hand, had slowed considerably in the 2 hours since they'd visited the brownstone basement where the first body had been found more than 3 months before. It was a damp room, crammed with old boilers. Rotting wires dangled from the ceiling. Hayward had pointed out the mattress tucked behind a blackened furnace, littered with empty plastic water bottles and torn newspapers, the dead man's living space. There was an old blood stain on the mattress, 3 feet in diameter, heavily chewed on by rats. Above it, a pair of ragged athletic socks were draped over a pipe, covered in a furry mantle of green mold. The body found there had been Hank Jasper, Hayward said. No witnesses, no known relatives or friends. The case file had been equally useless. No photographs or scene reports, just some routine paperwork, a brief report referring to extensive lacerations and a badly crushed skull, and the notice of a quick burial at Potter's Field on Hart Island. Nor had they found much of anything in the defunct Columbus Circle station bathroom, where the second body had been discovered. A lot of trash, and a half-hearted attempt to clean up the red blizzard of blood that clung to the ancient tile sinks and cracked mirrors. No idea on that one at all. The head was missing. There was a stifled curse behind him, and DaGosta turned to see the round form of Captain Waxy emerging from the rusted door. He looked around distastefully, his pasty visage shining unnaturally in the half-light. "Jesus, Vinny," he said, picking his way over the tracks toward DaGosta. "What the hell are we doing? I told you before, this isn't any job for a police captain, especially on a Sunday afternoon." He nodded his head in the direction of the dark tunnel. "That cute little thing put you up to this, didn't she? Amazing set of knockers. You know, I offered her a job as my personal assistant. Instead, she chose to stay on rousting detail, dragging bums out of holes. Go figure." Funny thing about that, DaGosta thought, imagining what life under Waxy would be like for a woman as attractive as Hayward. "And now my damn radio's gone on the fritz," Waxy said irritably. DaGosta pointed upward. "Hayward tells me they don't work underground. Not reliably, anyway." "Great. How are we supposed to call for backup?" "We don't. We're on our own." "Great," Waxy repeated. DaGosta looked at Waxy. Beads of sweat had sprung up along his upper lip, and his dough-colored jowls, usually firm, were starting to sag. This is your jurisdiction, not mine, the ghost said. Just think how good it will make you look if this turns out to be big. Taking charge right away, visiting the scene personally, for a change. He fingered his jacket pocket for a cigar, then decided against it. And think how bad it will look if these deaths are connected somehow, and the press starts talking about how you just looked the other way. Waxy scowled at him. I'm not running for mayor, Vinny. I'm not talking about being mayor. All I know is when the rain of shit begins to fall like it always does, your ass will be covered. Waxy grunted, looking somewhat mollified. The ghoster could see Hayward's light playing down the tracks toward them, and soon the woman appeared again out of the gloom. Almost there, she said. It's one more down. Down? Said Waxy. Sergeant, I thought this was the lowest level. Hayward said nothing. So, how are we supposed to go down? The ghoster asked her. Hayward nodded in the direction from which she'd come. North along the tracks, about 400 yards, there's another staircase along the right wall. What if a train comes? Waxy asked. This is a deserted stem, Hayward said. No trains have come along here in a long time. How do you know? Hayward silently played her beam along the rails beneath their feet, illuminating the thick orange rust. The ghosta's eyes traveled up the flashlight beam until they reached Hayward's face. She did not look very happy. Is there anything unusual about the next level? The ghosta asked quietly. Hayward was silent for a moment. Ordinarily, we only sweep the upper levels, but you hear stories. They get crazier the lower you go. She paused. That's why I suggested backup, she said pointedly. People living down here? Waxy asked, sparing the ghosta the necessity of a reply. Of course. Hayward made a face as if Waxy should know better. Warm in the winter, no rain or wind. Only people they have to worry about down here are the other moles. So when was the last time they rousted that level? They don't roust the lower levels, Captain. Why not? There was a silence. Well, for one thing, you can't find the deeper moles. They've got night vision, living in the dark. You hear something, and by the time you've turned around, they're gone. They only do a couple random sweeps a year with dogs trained to find bodies, and even they don't go that deep. Besides, it's very dangerous. Not all the moles come down here just for shelter. Some come to hide. Some are running from something, the law usually. Still others are predatory. What about that article in the Post? The ghosta asked. It said there was some kind of underground community. Didn't sound all that hostile. That was under Central Park, Lieutenant, not the West Side rail yards, Hayward said. Some areas are tamer than others. And don't forget that article mentions something else. Something about cannibals. What about that article in the Post? The ghosta asked. It said there was some kind of underground community. Didn't sound all that hostile. That was under Central Park, Lieutenant, not the West Side rail yards, Hayward said. Some areas are tamer than others. And don't forget that article mentioned something else. Something about cannibals? She smiled sweetly. Waxy opened his mouth to respond, then closed it again, swallowing loudly. They began moving down the tracks in silence. As they walked, the ghoster realized he was unconsciously fingering his S&W Model 4946 double action. Back in '93, there'd been some controversy in the department about moving to a 9mm semi-automatic. Now the ghoster was glad he had it. The staircase, when they reached it, was fronted by a steel door canted at a crazy angle across the doorframe. Hayward pulled it open, then stepped aside. The ghoster stepped through and immediately felt his eyes begin to water. A smell like ammonia violated his nostrils. I'll go first, Lieutenant, Hayward said. The ghoster stepped aside. No argument there. The lime-coated staircase descended to a landing, then made a turn. The ghoster felt his watering eyes begin to sting. The smell was searing, indescribable. What the hell is that? He asked. Piss, said Hayward matter-of-factly. Mostly, plus other things you don't want to hear about. Behind them, Waxy's wheezing became more pronounced. They stepped through a ragged opening into a dark, humid space. As Hayward played her light about, Dagosta saw that they were in what looked like the cavernous end of an old tunnel. But there were no tracks here, just a rough dirt floor scattered with pools of oil and water and the charred remains of small campfires. Garbage lay strewn everywhere, old newspapers, a torn pair of pants, an old shoe, a plastic diaper, freshly soiled. Dagosta could hear Waxy blowing hard behind him. He was beginning to wonder why the captain had abruptly stopped complaining. Maybe it's the stench, he thought. Hayward was moving toward a passage that led away from the cavern. "Over here," she said. "The body was found in a cubby down this way. We'd better stay close. Watch out you don't get piped." "Piped?" Dagosta asked. "Someone reaches out from the dark and whacks you over the head with a pipe." "I don't see anyone," Dagosta said. "They're here," Hayward replied. Waxy's breathing became more labored. They began following the passage, moving slowly. Hayward periodically pointed her light along the sides of the tunnel. Every 20 feet, a large, rectangular space had been cut into the rock. Work and storage areas, she explained, of railway crews a century before. Filthy bedding lay in many of the cubbyholes. Frequently, large brown rats, disturbed by the light, would stir among the trash, waddling away from the flashlight beams with insolent slowness. But there were no signs of people. Hayward stopped, removed her police cap, and drew a damp strand of hair back into place behind one ear. "The report said it was the cubby directly across from a collapsed iron catwalk," she said. Dagosta tried breathing through his hand, and when that didn't help, he loosened his tie and pulled his shirt collar over his mouth as a kind of mask. "Here it is." Hayward shone her beam on a rusted heap of iron struts and I-beams. She swept the flashlight across the tunnel, locating the cubby. From the outside, it looked just like the others, 5 feet across, 3 feet deep, cut into the rock at about 2 feet above grade. Dagosta stepped closer and peered in. Naked bedding lay askew, caked thickly with dried blood. Blood was also spattered about the walls, along with bits of something that Dagosta didn't want to think about. There was the ubiquitous packing crate, tipped over and partly crushed. The floor of the cubby was paved with newspapers. The stench was beyond description. "This guy," Hayward whispered, "was also found without his head. They identified him from prints. Shasheen Walker, 32 years old, rap sheet as long as your arm, a serious user." At any other time, Dagosta would have found it ludicrous to hear a police officer whispering. Now he felt somehow glad. There was a long silence while Dagosta played his own light around. "Did they find the head?" he asked at last. "Nope," said Hayward. The foul little den showed zero signs of a police search. Thinking he'd rather be anywhere else, doing anything else, Dagosta reached into the cubby, took hold of a corner of a filthy blanket, and jerked it back. Something brown tumbled out of the folds and rolled toward the nearest edge. What was left of its mouth was wide open in a frozen scream. "I guess they didn't look too hard," Dagosta said. He heard a small moan escape from Waxy. "You okay, Jack?" he asked, glancing back. Waxy said nothing. His face looked like a pale moon, hovering in the noisome dark. Dagosta turned his light back on the head. "We're going to have to get an SLC team down here for a full series." He reached for his radio, then remembered it wouldn't work. Hayward edged forward. "Lieutenant?" Dagosta paused. "Yes?" "The moles left this place alone because someone died in it. They're superstitious that way, some of them. But as soon as we leave, they're going to clean this whole mess up, get rid of the head themselves, and you'll never find it. More than anything else, they don't want cops down here." "How the hell will they know we were here?" "I keep telling you, Lieutenant. They're around, listening." Dagosta shone his light about. The corridor was silent and dead. "So what's your point?" "If you want the head, you're going to have to take it with you." "Shit," breathed Dagosta. "Okay, Sergeant. We'll have to improvise. Grab that towel over there." Stepping in front of the motionless Waxy, Sergeant Hayward picked up the filthy, waterlogged towel and spread it on the damp concrete next to the head. Then, pulling the sleeve of her uniform over her hand, she nudged the head toward the towel with her wrist. DaGosta watched with mixed disgust and admiration as Hayward gathered the ends of the towel into a ball. He blinked his eyes, trying to wipe away the smart of the foul reek.
"Let's go. Sergeant, you may do the honors."
"No problem." Hayward lifted the towel, holding it away from her body. As DaGosta stepped forward, shining his flashlight back down the corridor toward the staircase, there was a sudden whistling sound, and a bottle came winging out of the dark, just missing Waxy's head. It shattered loudly on the wall. Farther down the passageway, DaGosta could hear a rustling noise.
"Who's there?" he yelled. "Halt! Police officers!"
Another bottle came flying wildly out of the dark. DaGosta realized, with a strange, crawly feeling at the base of his spine, that he could feel, but not see, shapes moving toward them. "There's only 3 of us, Lieutenant," Hayward said, tension suddenly evident in her dusky voice. "May I suggest we get the hell out of here?" There was a raspy call from out of the dark, then a shout and the sound of running. He heard a neigh of terror at his shoulder and turned to see Waxy, still transfixed.
"For Christ's sake, Captain, get hold of yourself!" DaGosta shouted.
Waxy began to whimper. From the other side, DaGosta heard a hissing noise, and he turned to Hayward's petite figure standing tense and erect. Her slender hands were at her sides with the knuckles pointed in, the towel and its burden dangling from her fingers. She took another deep, hissing breath, as if in preparation. Then she looked around quickly and turned back toward the staircase, once again holding the head at arm's length.
"Jesus, don't leave me!"
Waxy howled. DaGosta gave Waxy's shoulder a vicious tug. With a low groan, Waxy began to move, first slowly and then faster, bursting past Hayward.
"Move!"
DaGosta called, pushing Hayward ahead of him with one hand. He felt something whiz past his ear, and he stopped, turned, drew his gun, and fired toward the ceiling. In the muzzle flash, he saw a dozen or more people coming up the dark tunnel, dividing, preparing to circle him. They ran low across the ground, moving with horrible speed through the darkness. He turned and fled for the stairway. One level up, on the far side of the hanging door, he stopped at last to listen, gulping air. Hayward waited beside him, gun in hand. There was no sound except the footsteps of Waxy, far ahead of them now, running down the rail siding toward the pool of light. After a moment, DaGosta stepped back.
"Sergeant, if you ever suggest backup in the future, or make any other suggestion for that matter, remind me to pay attention to it."
Hayward holstered her gun. "I was afraid you'd wig out down there like the captain did," she said. "But you did well for a virgin, sir." DaGosta looked at her, realizing this was the first time she had addressed him as a superior officer. He thought about asking just what the hell that weird breathing of hers had been about, but decided against it.
"Still got it?"
he said instead. Hayward raised the towel.
"Then let's get the hell out. We'll see the rest of the sights some other time."
On the way to the surface, the image that kept returning to DaGosta was not the circling mob or the endless, dank tunnel. It was the freshly soiled baby's diaper. 12. Margot washed her hands in the deep metal sink of the forensic anthropology lab, then dried them on a coarse hospital cloth. She glanced over at the gurney on which the sheeted remains of Pamela Wisher lay. The samples and observations had all been taken, and the corpse would be released to the family later that morning. Across the room, Bramble and Frock were at work on the unidentified skeleton, bending over its grotesquely twisted hips and taking elaborate measurements. "If I may make an observation," Dr. Bramble said, putting a vibrating striker saw to one side.
"Be my guest,"
Frock replied in his buttery rumble, waving a hand magnanimously. They detested each other. Margot slipped 2 latex gloves onto each hand, turning to hide a smile. It was probably the first time she'd seen Frock face a man with an intellect or an ego equal to his own. It was a miracle that any work had been accomplished. Yet over the past few days they had performed antibody testing, osteological analysis, tests for toxic residues and teratogens, as well as numerous other procedures. All that remained was the DNA sequencing and forensic analysis of the teeth marks. Yet the unknown corpse remained a riddle, refusing to yield up its secrets. Margot knew this only added to the highly charged atmosphere within the lab. "It should be obvious to the meanest intelligence," Bramble was saying, his high Irish voice trembling with irritation, "that the puncture cannot have originated on the dorsal side. Otherwise, the transverse process would have been clipped." "I fail to see what clipping has to do with anything," muttered Frock. Margot tuned out the argument, most of which was uninteresting to her anyway. Her specialty was ethnopharmacology and genetics, not gross anatomy. She had other problems to solve. She leaned over the latest gel electrophoresis run on tissue from the unidentified corpse, feeling her trapezius muscles cry out in protest as she reached forward. 5 sets of 10 reps with the upright rows the night before instead of her normal 3. She'd upped her workout routine dramatically over the last several days. She would have to be more careful not to overdo it. 10 minutes of close scrutiny confirmed her suspicions. The dark stripes of the various protein elements could tell her little beyond being common human muscle proteins. She straightened up with a sigh. Any more detailed genetic information would have to come from a much more sensitive DNA sequencing machine. Unfortunately, reliable results would not be available for several more days. As she placed the gel strips to one side, rubbing her shoulder thoughtfully, she noticed a manila envelope lying next to the Spark 10 workstation. X-rays, she thought. They must have arrived first thing this morning. Obviously, Bramble and Frock had been too busy arguing over the corpse to look at them. It was understandable. With a body that was almost completely skeletonized already, X-rays weren't likely to tell them very much. "Margot?" Frock called. She walked over to the examining table. "My dear," Frock said, pushing his wheelchair away and gesturing toward the microscope, "please examine this groove running down the right femur." The stereo zoom was on lowest power, yet it was still like gazing into another world. The brown bone leaped into view, revealing the ridges and valleys of a miniature desert landscape. "What do you make of this?" he asked. It wasn't the first time Margot had been called to give an opinion in a dispute, and she didn't relish the role. It looks like a natural fissure in the bone," she said, keeping her voice neutral. "Part of the suite of bone spurs and ridges that seem to have affected the skeleton. I wouldn't necessarily say it was caused by a tooth." Frock settled back in his wheelchair, not quite able to mask a smile of triumph. Bramble blinked. "I'm sorry?" he asked in disbelief. "Dr. Green, I don't mean to contradict you, but that's a longitudinal tooth mark if ever I saw one." "I don't mean to contradict you, Dr. Bramble." She switched the stereo zoom to higher power, and the small fissure immediately turned into a vast canyon. "But I can see some natural pores along the inside. Here." Bramble bustled over and looked into the eyepieces, holding his old horn rims to one side. He stared at the image for several moments, then stepped away much more slowly than he had approached. He said, replacing his glasses. "It pains me to say it, Frock, but you may have a point." "You mean Margot may have a point," said Frock. "Yes, of course. Very good, Dr. Green." Margot was spared a reply by the ringing of the lab phone. Frock wheeled over and answered it energetically. Margot watched him, realizing that this was the first time she had really stopped to look at her old advisor since the ghost's call brought them back together the week before. Though still portly, he seemed thinner than she remembered from their days together at the museum. His wheelchair, too, was different, old and scuffed. She wondered, in sudden sympathy, if her mentor had fallen on hard times. Yet if so, it hadn't seemed to affect up with a sigh. "He says our friend here is going to have some company. Close the blinds, will you? Artificial light is preferable for microscope work." "What do you mean, company?" Margot asked sharply. "That's how he put it. Apparently they discovered a badly decomposed head during a search of some railroad tunnels yesterday afternoon. They're sending it over for analysis." Dr. Bramble muttered something in fervent Gaelic. "Does the head belong—" Margot began, then nodded in the direction of the corpses. Frock shook his head, a somber expression on his face. "Apparently it's unrelated." Silence descended on the lab for a moment. Then, as if on cue, the two men slowly returned to the unidentified skeleton. Soon murmurs of dissent began to rise once again. Margot sighed deeply and turned back toward the electrophoresis equipment. She had at least a morning's worth of cataloging to get through. Her eye moved toward the X-rays. They'd raised a fearful stink with the lab in order to get them that morning. Maybe she ought to take a quick look before starting the cataloging. She slid out the first series, clipping them to the viewer. 3 shots of the unidentified skeleton's upper torso. As she expected, they showed, much less clearly, what they had already observed from direct examination. A skeleton suffering bizarre bone deformities with a grotesque thickening and ridging of almost every osteological process in the body. She pulled them down and slid the next series into the clips. Another set of 3 views, this time of the lumbar region. She saw it immediately. 4 small spots, crisp and white. Curious, she swiveled the magnifier over for a closer look. The 4 spots were sharp triangles, arranged in a precise square at the very bottom of the spine, completely enclosed in a fused mass of bony growth. They had to be metal, Margot knew. Only metal would be that opaque to X-rays. She straightened up. The 2 men were still bending over the cadaver, their mutterings floating toward her across the quiet room. "There's something over here you should take a look at," she said. Bramwell reached the viewer first and peered closely. He stepped away, adjusted his horn rims, and peered again. Frock rumbled over a moment later, curious, brushing against the medical examiner's legs in his haste. "If you don't mind," he said, using the heavy wheelchair to crowd Bramwell off to the side. He leaned forward, face inches from the viewer. The room fell silent except for the hiss of air from the duct above the gurney. For once, Margot thought, both Bramwell and Frock were completely baffled. 13. It was the first time DaGosta had been in the chief's office since Horlocker's appointment, and he gazed around in disbelief. It looked to him like a suburban steakhouse trying to go upscale. The heavy, fake mahogany furniture, the low lighting, the thick drapes, the cheap Mediterranean-style ironwork fixtures with the ripply yellow glass. It was so perfect it made him want to ask a waiter to bring him a Gibson. Chief Redmond Horlocker sat behind a vast desk absolutely bare of paper. In the nearest wing chair, Waxy had settled his bulk comfortably and was describing their movements of the previous day. He had just gotten to the point where the 3 of them had been set upon by a mob of enraged homeless, and he, Waxy, was holding them at bay so that DaGosta and Hayward could escape. Horlocker listened, his face impassive. DaGosta's gaze fastened on Waxy, growing ever more animated as he talked. He considered speaking up himself, but long experience told him it wouldn't make any difference. Waxy was a precinct captain. He didn't get many chances to come down to One Police Plaza and impress the head honcho. Maybe the end result would be more manpower allocated to the case. Besides, a little voice in the back of DaGosta's head said, this was going to be one of those cases where the shit rain would fall especially hard. Even though he was officially in charge, it didn't hurt to let Waxy take some credit. The more visible you were at the beginning, the closer they mowed your ass at the end. Waxy finished his story, and there was a silence as Horlocker let a bit of gravitas build up in the room. Then he cleared his throat. "Your take, Lieutenant?" he asked, turning to DaGosta. DaGosta straightened up. "Well, sir, it's too early to tell whether there's a connection or not. It bears looking into, though, and I could use some extra manpower to—" The antique phone jangled, and Horlocker picked up the receiver, listening for a moment. "It can wait," he said curtly, then hung up and turned back to DaGosta. "You a Post reader?" he asked. "Sometimes," DaGosta replied. He knew where this was leading. "And you know this Smithback who's writing all the garbage?" "Yes, sir," said DaGosta. "He's a friend of yours?" DaGosta paused. "Not exactly, sir." "Not exactly," the chief repeated. "In that book of his about the museum beast, Smithback made it seem like you 2 were bosom buddies. To hear him tell it, the pair of you single-handedly saved the world during that little problem at the Museum of Natural History." DaGosta kept quiet. The role he'd played in the disastrous opening night party for the Superstition exhibition was ancient history, and nobody in the new administration wanted to give him any credit for it. "Well, you're not exactly pal Smithback is running us ragged, chasing down all the crank calls his reward offer has generated. That's where your extra manpower has gone. You should know that better than anyone." The chief shifted irritably in his huge leather throne. "So you're telling me that the homeless murders and the Wisher murder have the same M.O.? Dagosta nodded. Okay. Now, we don't like homeless being murdered here in New York. It's a problem. It doesn't look good. But when we get socialites being murdered, then we get a real problem. You get my drift? Absolutely, said Waxy. Dagosta said nothing. What I'm saying is, we're concerned about the homeless murders, and we're going to try to take care of it. But look, Dagosta, we've got homeless dying every day. Between you and me, they're a dime a dozen. We both know it. On the other hand, I got a whole city on my butt about this headless debutante. The mayor wants that case solved. He leaned forward and put his elbows on the desk, a magnanimous look settling across his features. Look, I know you're going to need more help on this, so I'm going to keep Captain Waxy here on the case. I've put someone else on the 24th Precinct desk to free him up. Yes, sir, said Waxy, straightening up. As he listened, something inside Dagosta crumpled and died. A walking disaster like Waxy was exactly what he didn't need. Now, instead of more manpower, he'd have to nursemaid Waxy through every step. He'd better put him on some peripheral assignment where he couldn't screw up. But that led to a whole new chain of command problem, putting a precinct captain on a case being run by a lieutenant in the homicide division. Just how the hell was that going to fall out? Dagosta, the chief snapped. Dagosta looked up. What? I asked you a question. What's going on at the museum? They've completed tests on the Wisher corpse and have released it to the family, Dagosta replied. And the other skeleton? They're still trying to identify it. What about the teeth marks? There seems to be some disagreement about their origin. Horlocker shook his head. Jesus, Dagosta, I thought you said those people knew what they were doing. Don't make me sorry I took your advice and moved those corpses out of the morgue. We've got the chief M.E. and some top museum staff working on it. I know these people personally, and there aren't any better... Horlocker sighed loudly and waved his hand. I don't care about their pedigrees. I want results. Now that you've got Waxy on the case, things should move faster. I want something by the end of the day tomorrow. Got that, Dagosta? Dagosta nodded. Yes, sir. Good. The chief waved his hand. Then get to it, you two. 14. It was, Smithback thought, the most bizarre demonstration he had seen in the 10 years he had lived in New York. The signs had been professionally painted, the sound system was first class, and Smithback felt distinctly underdressed. The crowd was remarkably diverse. Central Park South and Fifth Avenue ladies dressed in diamonds and Donna Karan, along with young bankers, bond salesmen, commodity traders, and various young Turks eager for civil disobedience. There were also some well-dressed prep school teenagers. But what astonished Smithback was the size of the crowd. There must have been 2,000 people milling around him, and whoever organized the rally obviously had political clout. Their permit allowed them to close off Grand Army Plaza on a weekday rush hour. Behind a series of well-manned police barricades and ranks of television cameras were endless lines of angry traffic. Smithback knew that this group represented tremendous wealth and power in New York City. Their demonstration was no joke, not for the mayor, not for the police chief, not for anyone involved in New York City politics. These people simply did not go into the streets and hold demonstrations, and yet, here they were. Mrs. Horace Wisher stood on a large redwood platform in front of the gilded Victory statue at the intersection of Central Park South and Fifth Avenue. She was speaking into a microphone, the powerful PA system amplifying her crisp tones into an unavoidable presence. Behind her was a massive, full-color blow-up of the now famous childhood picture of her daughter Pamela. "How long?" she asked the assembled throng. "How long are we going to let our city die? How long are we going to tolerate the murders of our daughters, our sons, our brothers, our sisters, our parents? How long are we going to live in fear in our own homes and in our own neighborhoods?" She gazed over the crowd, listening to the rising murmur of assent. She began again, more softly. "My ancestors came to New Amsterdam 300 years ago. It has been our home ever since, and it has been a good home. When I was a little girl, my grandmother used to take me for evening walks in Central Park. We used to walk home alone from school after nightfall. We did not even lock the door to our townhouse.
Why has nothing been done while crime, drugs, and murder have reared up all around us? How many mothers will have to lose their children before we say, enough?
She stood back from the microphone, collecting herself. A murmur of anger was beginning to ripple through the crowd. This woman had the simplicity and dignity of a born orator. Smithback held his cassette recorder higher, scenting another front-page story.
The time has come,
Mrs. Wisher said, her voice rising once again,
to take back our city, to take it back for our children and grandchildren. If it means executing drug dealers, if it means erecting $1 billion in new prison space, it must be done. This is war. If you don't believe me, look at the statistics. Every day they are killing us. 1,900 murders in New York City last year. 5 murders a day. We are at war, my friends, and we are losing. Now we must fight back with everything we've got. Street by street, block by block, from Battery Park to the Cloisters, from East End Avenue to Riverside Drive, we must take back our city.
The angry murmur had grown. Smithback noticed that more younger men were now joining the throng, attracted by the noise and the crowd. Hip flasks and pint bottles of wild turkey were being passed around.
Gentlemen bankers, my ass,
he thought. Suddenly, Mrs. Wisher turned and pointed. Smithback turned to see a flurry of activity beyond the barricade. A sleek black limousine had pulled up, and the mayor, a small, balding man in a dark suit, stepped out, accompanied by several aides. Smithback waited, eager to see what would happen. The size of this rally had obviously taken the mayor by surprise, and now he was scrambling to get involved, to show his concern.
The mayor of New York!
Mrs. Wisher cried as the mayor made his way toward the podium with the help of several policemen.
Here he is, come to speak to us.
The voice of the crowd rose.
But he shall not speak. We want action, Mr. Mayor, not talk.
The crowd roared.
Action, not talk.
Action, roared the crowd. The young men began jeering and whistling. The mayor was stepping up to the podium now, smiling and waving. It appeared to Smithback that the mayor was asking Mrs. Wisher for the microphone. She took a step backward.
We don't want to hear another speech. We don't want to hear any more bullshit.
And with that, she ripped the microphone out of its plug and stepped down from the platform, leaving the mayor standing alone above the crowd, a plastic smile frozen on his face, deprived of any possibility of being heard over the roar. More than anything, it was her final expletive that caused the crowd to explode. A great, unintelligible roar rose up, like the sound of some vast, angry animal, and the crowd surged toward the podium. Smithback watched, a strange sensation rippling up his spine as the assembled group turned dangerously angry before his eyes. Several empty liquor bottles came sailing towards the stage, one shattering not 5 feet from the mayor. The groups of younger men had consolidated into a single body, and they began muscling their way towards the stage, cursing and jeering. Smithback caught a few isolated words. Asshole, faggot, liberal scum. More pieces of trash came flying out of the crowd, and the mayor's aides, realizing all was lost, quickly hustled him off the stage and back into his limousine.
Well, Smithback thought, interesting to see how mob mentality affects all classes.
He couldn't remember having seen quite so brief or so fine a display of mob oratory as Mrs. Wisher's. As the sense of menace faded and the crowd began dissolving into seething knots, the journalist threaded his way toward a park bench to jot down his impressions while they were fresh. Then he checked his watch. 5:30. He stood up and began trotting northwest through the park. Better get in position, just in case. 15. As Margot jogged around the corner onto 65th Street, her Walkman radio tuned to an all-news channel, she stopped short, surprised to see a familiar, lanky form lounging against the front railing of her apartment building, cowlick rearing above the long face like a brunette antler. "Oh," she panted, snapping off the Walkman and tugging the speakers from her ears. "It's you." Smithback reared back, mock incredulity flooding his features.
Can it be? How sharper than a serpent's tooth indeed is a thankless friend. All we've been through together, all that vast shared reservoir of memories, and I merit just an "oh, it's you"?
"I keep trying to put that vast reservoir of memories behind me," Margot said, stuffing the Walkman into her carryall and bending forward to massage her calves. "Besides, whenever you run into me these days, it's to talk about one subject, my career and how great it is."
Ooh, a hit, a palpable hit.
Smithback shrugged.
Fair enough. So let's pretend I'm here to make amends, Lotus Blossom. Let me buy you a drink.
He eyed her appreciatively.
My, you're looking good these days. Going for the Miss Universe title?
Margot straightened up. "I've got things to do." He caught hold of her arm as she maneuvered past him toward the door.
Café des Artistes,
he said teasingly. Margot stopped and sighed.
Very well,
she said with a slight smile, disengaging her arm. "I'm not cheap, but I guess I can be had. Give me a few minutes to shower and change." They entered the venerable café through the lobby of the Hôtel des Artistes. Smithback nodded at the maître d'hôtel, and they made their way toward the quiet old bar. "Looks good," Margot said, nodding toward the quiche tray that was waiting to make its rounds among the tables.
"Hey, I said a drink, not an 8-course dinner."
Smithback selected a table, positioning himself beneath the Howard Chandler Christie painting of naked women frolicking tastefully in a garden.
"I think the redhead likes me,"
he said, winking and pointing his thumb at the painting. An ancient waiter, his face creased by wrinkles and a perpetual smile, came by and took their drink orders.
"I like this place,"
Smithback said as the waiter shuffled away, a study in white and black.
"They're nice to you in here. I hate waiters who make you feel like low-class shit."
He caught Margot in an interrogating gaze.
"So, quiz time. Have you read all my articles since last we met?"
"I'll have to plead the fifth on that," Margot replied. "But I did see your pieces on Pamela Wisher. I thought the second article was especially well done. I liked the way you made her out to be a real human being, not just something to exploit. New tack for you, isn't it?"
"That's my Margot,"
Smithback said. The waiter returned with their drinks and a bowl of filberts, then departed.
"I just came from the rally, actually," Smithback continued. "That Mrs. Wisher is a formidable woman."
Margot nodded.
"I heard about it on NPR just now. Sounds wild. I wonder if this Mrs. Wisher realizes what she's unleashed." "It became almost scary toward the end. The rich and influential have suddenly discovered the power of the vulgus mobile."
Margot laughed, still careful not to drop her guard. You had to be wary around Smithback. For all she knew, he had a tape recorder running in his pocket as they spoke.
"It's strange," Smithback continued.
"What is?"
He shrugged. "How little it takes, a few drinks, maybe the stimulant of being part of a mob, to strip a group of its upper-class veneer, make it ugly and violent."
"If you knew about anthropology," Margot said, "you wouldn't be so surprised. Besides, from what I heard, that crowd wasn't as uniformly upper crust as some of the press likes to think." She took another sip from her drink and sat back. "Anyway, I assume this isn't just a friendly drink. I've never known you to spend money without an ulterior motive." Smithback put down his glass, looking genuinely wounded.
"I'm surprised. I really am. That doesn't sound like the Margot I knew. I hardly see you these days. When I do, you talk this kind of trash. And just look at you, all muscled up like some gazelle. Where's the frumpy, slope-shouldered Margot I used to know and love? What's happened to you, anyway?"
Margot started to reply, then paused. God only knew what Smithback would say if he knew she now carried a pistol in her carryall.
"What has happened to me?"
she wondered. But even as she asked the question, she knew the answer. It's true, she hadn't seen much of Smithback, but it was for the same reason she hadn't seen much of her old mentor, Dr. Frott, or Kawakita, or Pendergast, the FBI agent, or anyone she'd known from her earlier days at the museum. The memories they all shared were still too fresh, too dreadful.
The nightmares that still troubled her sleep were bad enough. The last thing she'd wanted was more reminders of that terrible ordeal. But even as she pondered, Smithback's hurt expression dissolved into a smile. "Oh, Gad, there's no point in dissembling," he cackled. "You know me too well. There is an ulterior motive. I know what you've been doing, working late at the museum." Margot froze. How had it leaked? But then she checked herself. Smithback was a clever fisherman, and there might be less bait on his line than he was letting on. "I thought as much," she said. "So exactly what am I doing, and how did you find out about it?" Smithback shrugged. "I have my sources. You of all people should remember that. I looked up some old museum friends and learned that Pamela Wisher's body and the unidentified body were brought to the museum last Thursday. You and Frock are assisting in the autopsies." Margot said nothing. "Don't worry, this is not for attribution," Smithback said. "I think I've finished my drink," said Margot. "Time to go." She stood up. "Wait!" Smithback put a restraining hand on her wrist. "There's one thing I don't know. Was the reason you were called in the teeth marks on the bones?" Margot jerked around. "How did you know that?" she demanded. Smithback grinned in triumph, and Margot realized, with a sinking feeling, how expertly she had been baited. He'd been guessing after all, but her reaction had confirmed it. She sat down again. "You're a real bastard, you know that?" The journalist shrugged. "It wasn't all guesswork. I knew the bodies had been brought to the museum. And if you read my interview with Mephisto, the underground leader, you know what he said about cannibals living beneath Manhattan." Margot shook her head. "You can't print it, Bill." "Why not? They'll never know it came from you." "That's not what I'm worried about," she snapped. "Think, just for one moment beyond your next deadline. Can you imagine what a story like that could do to the city? And how about your new friend, Mrs. Wisher? She doesn't know. What do you suppose she'd say if she knew her daughter was not only murdered and decapitated, but partially devoured as well?" A look of pain briefly crossed Smithback's face. "I know all that, but it's news, Margot. Delay it one day." "Why?" Margot hesitated. "You better give me a reason, Lotus Blossom," Smithback urged. Margot sighed. "Very well. Because the teeth marks may be canine. Apparently the bodies were lying underground for a long time before they were washed out in a storm. Probably some stray dog took a few bites out of them." Smithback's face fell. "You mean it wasn't cannibals?" Margot shook her head. "Sorry to disappoint you. We should know tomorrow when the lab tests are finished. Then you can have the exclusive, I promise. We have a meeting scheduled at the museum for tomorrow afternoon. I'll talk to Frock and Dagosta about it myself afterwards." "But what difference will a day make?" "I already told you. Break the story now and you'll cause an unholy panic. You saw those upper crusters out there today. You said so yourself. What happens if they think some kind of monster is loose? Another Mbwonse, or some weird cannibalistic serial killer? Then the next day we'll announce it was a dog bite and you'll look like an idiot. You've already pissed off the police with that reward business. If you panic the city for no reason, they'll ride you out of town on a rail." Smithback sat back. "Wait just one day, Bill," Margot pleaded. "It's not a story yet." Smithback was silent, thinking. "All right," he said at last, grudgingly. "All my instincts tell me I'm crazy, but you can have one more day. Then I get an exclusive, remember. No leaking the story to anyone." Margot smiled slightly. "Don't worry." They sat for a moment in silence. At last Margot sighed. "Earlier you asked what's happened to me? I don't know. I guess these killings are just bringing back all the bad memories." "The museum beast, you mean?" Smithback said. He was methodically attacking the bowl of filberts. "That was a tough time." "I guess you could put it that way." Margot shrugged. "After all that happened, well, I just wanted to put everything behind me. I was having bad dreams, waking up in a cold sweat night after night. After I went to Columbia, things got better. I thought it was over. But then I came back to the museum. All this started happening." She fell silent for a moment. "Bill," she said suddenly, "do you know whatever happened to Gregory Kawakita?" "Greg?" Smithback asked. He'd finished the bowl of filberts and was turning it over in his hands, as if looking for more underneath. Haven't seen him since he took that leave of absence from the museum. Why? His eyes narrowed craftily. You and he didn't have a thing going, did you? Margot waved her hand dismissively. No, nothing like that. If anything, we were always in competition for Dr. Fox's attention. It's just that he tried to reach me once, several months ago, and I never followed through. I think maybe he was sick or something. His voice sounded different than I remembered it. Anyway, I was feeling kind of guilty about it, so I finally looked him up in the Manhattan directory. He's not listed. I was curious if he'd moved away, maybe gotten a position elsewhere. Beats me, Smithback said. But Greg's the kind of guy that always lands on his feet. He's probably moonlighting in some think tank, earning $300,000 a year. He checked his watch. I've got to file my story on the rally by 9, which means we have time for another drink. Margot stared at him in mock amazement. Bill Smithback? Buying a friend a second round? How could I leave now? History is being made here tonight. Beats me, Smithback said. But Greg's the kind of guy that always lands on his feet. He's probably moonlighting in some think tank, earning $300,000 a year. He checked his watch. I've got to file my story on the rally by 9, which means we have time for another drink. Margot stared at him in mock amazement. Bill Smithback? Buying a friend a second round? How could I leave now? History is being made here tonight. 16. Nick Bitterman eagerly climbed the stone steps of Belvedere Castle, then waited at the parapet for Tanya to catch up. Below him, the dark bulk of Central Park was spread out beneath a setting sun. Nick could feel the icy coldness of the bottle of Dom Perignon creeping through the paper bag under his arm. It felt pleasant in the heat of evening. The glasses clinked in his jacket pocket as he moved. Automatically, he felt for the square box that contained the ring, a Tiffany-cut 1-carat diamond set in platinum that had cost him $4 large on 47th Street. He'd done well. Here came Tanya, giggling and gasping. She knew about the champagne, but she didn't know about the ring. He remembered seeing a movie in which two characters drank champagne on the Brooklyn Bridge, then threw the glasses into the river. That was pretty good, but this was going to be better. You couldn't get a more spectacular view of Manhattan than from the ramparts of Belvedere Castle at sunset. You just had to make sure you got your ass out of the park before dark. He grabbed Tanya's hand as she climbed the last steps, and they walked together to the edge of the stone parapet. The tower rose above them, black in the gloaming, its Gothic trappings humorously offset by the weather apparatus protruding from the topmost crenellations. He looked back the way they had come. At their feet lay the small castle pond, and beside it the great lawn, leading up to the row of trees that shaded the reservoir. The reservoir itself was a sheet of beaten gold in the sunset. To his right, the buildings of Fifth Avenue marched stolidly northward, their windows flashing orange. To his left sat the dark outlines of the ramparts of Central Park West, in shadow below a layer of clouds. He pulled a bottle of champagne from its brown paper, tore off the foil and the wire netting, took careful aim, then wiggled the cork inexpertly out of the neck. They watched as it burst free with a loud pop, sailing out of sight. In a few seconds there was a splash as it hit the pond far below. "Bravo!" cried Tanya. He filled the glasses and handed her one. "Cheers." They clinked glasses, and he drank his down in a gulp, then watched as Tanya sipped gingerly. "Drink up," he urged, and she drained the glass, wrinkling her nose as she did so. "It tickles," she giggled as he refilled the glasses, drinking his off again in a few quick gulps. "Attention, citizens of Manhattan!" he yelled from the ramparts, holding up the empty glass, his voice disappearing into space. "This is Nick Bitterman speaking. I proclaim August 7th to be Tanya Schmidt Day in perpetuity." Tanya laughed as he filled the glasses a third time, overflowing the rims and draining the bottle. When the glasses were empty, Nick wrapped his arm around the girl. "Custom demands that we throw them off, too," he said sternly. They winged the glasses into space, leaning over the parapet to watch as they flashed in a downward arc, landing in the pond with a splash. As he watched, Nick noticed that the sunbathers, roller skaters, and various park lounges were now gone, and the base of the castle was deserted. He'd better get the show on the road. Plunging his hand into his jacket pocket, he removed the box and handed it to her. He stepped backwards, watching proudly as she opened it.
Nick! My God! She cried. It must have cost a fortune!
You're worth a fortune, Nick replied. He smiled as she placed it on her finger, then pulled her to him and gave her a quick, hard kiss. You know what it means? He asked. She turned to him, eyes shining. Over her shoulders the gloom was starting to gather in the trees. Well? He urged. She kissed him back and whispered in his ear. Until death do us part, baby, he replied, and kissed her again, longer this time, cupping one of her breasts in his hand.
Nick,
she said, laughing and pulling away. There's nobody here, he said, placing his other hand on her rear and pulling her hips hard against his.
Just the whole city watching, she said.
Let them. They might learn something. His hand slipped inside her shirt and teased her hard little nipple as he glanced around at the encroaching darkness. We better move this to my apartment, he whispered into her ear. She smiled, then moved away from him toward the stone stairs. Watching her, admiring the natural grace in her walk, Nick felt the expensive champagne running through his veins. Nothing like a champagne buzz. Goes straight to the head. Straight to the bladder, too. Hold on, he said aloud. I gotta drain the main vein. She turned to wait as he walked to the tower. There were restrooms hidden on its back side, he remembered, beside the metal maintenance staircase that led up to the weather equipment and down to the pond. Under the shadow of the tower it was still. The sounds of the traffic on the East Drive seemed muffled and distant. He located the men's room door and pushed through, unzipping his fly as he crossed the scuffed tile, past the row of dark stalls toward the bank of urinals. The room was deserted, as he knew it would be. He leaned against the cool porcelain and closed his eyes. He opened them again quickly as a slight sound broke his champagne reverie. No, he realized. It was nothing. He laughed, shaking his head at the paranoia that was always bubbling just under the skin of even the most jaded New Yorker. The sound came again, much louder, and he turned in surprise and fear, his dick still in his hand as he saw that someone was in one of the stalls after all and was coming out. Fast. Tanya waited, standing at the parapet, the night breeze quickening on her face. She felt the engagement ring, heavy and foreign on her finger. Nick was taking his sweet time. The park was dark now, the great lawn deserted, the bright lights of Fifth Avenue winking off the surface of the pond. Impatient, she walked toward the tower, then skirted around its dark bulk. The men's room door was shut. She knocked, timidly at first, then louder.
Nick? Hey, Nick! You in there?
There was no sound, only the wind sighing through the trees. The wind carried a strange smell, a pungent odor that reminded her unpleasantly of feta cheese.
Nick! Stop playing games!
She pushed open the door and stepped inside. For a moment, silence settled again over Belvedere Castle, and then the screams began, ululating, rising louder and louder as they rent the soft summer night. 17. Smithback took a seat at the counter of his favorite Greek coffee shop, nodding at the griddle man for his unusual breakfast order, 2 poached eggs on a double portion of red flannel hash. He sipped the cup of coffee that was placed in front of him, sighed contentedly, and slipped the newspapers out from under his arm. He turned first to the Post, frowning slightly as he scanned Hank McCloskey's front-page article on the Belvedere Castle murder. His own piece on the rally at Grand Army Plaza had been demoted to page 4. By rights, he should have owned the front page that day, with his story on the museum's involvement and the teeth mark angle. But he's promised Margot. Tomorrow would be different. Besides, maybe his forbearance would land him more scoops down the road. The breakfast arrived, and he dug into the hash with relish, putting aside the Post and cracking open the New York Times as he did so. He scanned the top headlines, tastefully understated and tidy, with derision. Then his eye, traveling below the fold, stopped at a one-column headline that read merely, "Museum Beast Returns." It was bylined Bryce Harriman, special to the Times. Smithback read on, the hash turning to wallpaper paste in his mouth. August 8th. Scientists at the New York Museum of Natural History are continuing their analysis of the headless corpses of Pamela Wisher and an unknown person, trying to determine if teeth marks found on the bones are the post-mortem work of feral animals or possibly the cause of death itself. The brutal murder and decapitation of Nicholas Bitterman at Belvedere Castle in Central Park yesterday evening has increased the pressure on the forensic team to find answers. Several deaths among homeless persons over the past months also may fit the pattern. It is not known if these corpses will also be brought to the museum for analysis. Pamela Wisher's remains have been returned to her family and will be interred in a 3 p.m. service this afternoon at Holy Cross Cemetery, Bronxville. The autopsies have been proceeding under a cloak of secrecy at the museum. They don't want to have a panic on their hands, said a source. But the unspoken word on everyone's lips is Umbwan. Umbwan, as the museum beast is known to scientists, was an unusual creature that was inadvertently brought back to the museum by a failed Amazonian expedition. In April of last year, the creature's presence in the museum's sub-basement became known when several museum-goers and some guards were killed. The creature also attacked a large crowd during a museum opening, causing panic and a mistriggering of the museum's alarm system. This resulted in 46 deaths and nearly 300 injuries, one of the worst disasters in New York in recent years. The name Umbwan was given to the creature by the now extinct Kafoga tribe, who lived in the animal's original habitat along the upper Zhengu River in the Amazon basin. For decades, anthropologists and rubber tappers had heard rumors of a large, apparently reptilian animal in the upper Zhengu. Then, in 1987, a museum anthropologist, John Whittlesey, organized an expedition to the upper Zhengu to seek clues about the tribe and the creature. Whittlesey disappeared in the rainforest, and the other members of the ill-fated expedition were tragically killed in a plane crash as they were returning to the United States. Several crates containing relics from the expedition made their way back to New York. The artifacts were packed in plant fibers which contained a substance that the Umbwan animal craved. Although the manner in which the creature reached the museum is not known, curators theorize that it was inadvertently locked into a freight container along with the expedition's collections. The creature lived in the museum's vast sub-basement until it ran out of its natural food and began attacking visitors and guards. The animal was killed during the resulting melee, and its carcass was removed by authorities and destroyed before detailed taxonomic research could be performed. Although there are still many mysteries about the creature, it was determined that it lived on an isolated plateau in the Amazon called a tepui. Recent hydraulic gold mining in the upper Zhengu has severely impacted the area and probably caused the extinction of the species. Professor Whitney Cadwallader-Frock of the museum's anthropology department, author of Fractal Evolution, believed the creature to be an evolutionary aberration produced by its isolated rainforest habitat. It was suggested by the source that the recent killings might be the work of a second Umbwan animal, perhaps the mate of the original. That, it seems, is also the unspoken worry of the New York City Police Department. Apparently, the police have asked the museum laboratory to determine if the teeth marks on the bones are consistent with a feral dog or something far more powerful, something like Umbwan. Smithback pushed the uneaten eggs away with a hand that was trembling with rage. He didn't know what was worse, having that prick Harriman scoop him, or the knowledge that he, Smithback, already had the story and allowed himself to be talked out of running it. Never again, Smithback vowed. Never again. On the 15th floor of one police plaza, D'Agosta put aside the same newspaper with a withering expletive. The NYPD public affairs spin doctors were going to have to work overtime to avert hysteria. Whoever had leaked this, he thought, was going to have his barbecued butt served up on a rotisserie. At least, he thought, this time it wasn't his pain-in-the-ass friend Smithback. Then he reached for the telephone and dialed the office of the chief of police. While on the subject of asses, he'd better take care of his own while he still had one. With Horlocker, it was always better to call than be called. All he got was the voicemail of the chief's secretary.
The ghoster reached for the newspaper again, then pushed it away, frustration welling up inside him. Waxy would be here in a minute, no doubt bawling about the Belvedere Castle murder and the chief's deadline. At the thought of seeing Waxy, DeGosta shut his eyes involuntarily, but the feeling of weariness that surged over him was so great that he immediately opened them up again. He'd only had 2 hours of sleep, and was bone-tired after spending much of the night clambering over Belvedere Castle in the aftermath of the Bitterman murder. He stood up and walked over to the window. Below, amidst the gray urban sprawl, he could make out a small square of black, the playground of PS 362. The tiny shapes of young kids were racing around it, playing tag and hopscotch, no doubt screeching and hollering their way through mid-morning recess. God, he thought, what he wouldn't give to be one of them now. As he turned back to the desk, he noticed that the edge of the newspaper had knocked over the framed photograph of his 10-year-old son, Vinny Jr. He righted it carefully, smiling involuntarily at the face that smiled back at him. Then, feeling a little better, he dug into his coat pocket and pulled out a cigar. The hell with Horlocker. What was going to happen was going to happen. He lit up, tossed the match into an ashtray, and walked over to a large map of the west side of Manhattan, tacked to a bulletin board. The precinct board was pocked with white and red pins. A legend taped to one corner showed that the white pins indicated disappearances over the last 6 months, while the red pins indicated deaths that fit the suspect M.O. DeGosta reached into a plastic tray, pulled out a red pin, located Central Park Reservoir on the board, and carefully pressed the pin directly to its south. Then he stood back, staring at it, trying to see the pattern through the visual noise. The white pins outnumbered the red pins 10-1. Of course, many of those wouldn't pan out. People disappeared for a lot of reasons in New York. Still, it was an unusually high number, over 3 times the norm for a 6-month period, and a remarkable number seemed to be in the region of Central Park. He kept staring. The dots didn't look random somehow. His brain told him there was a pattern, but he hadn't any idea what it was. "Daydreaming, Lieutenant?" came the familiar, dusky voice. DeGosta jumped in surprise, then turned around. It was Hayward, now officially on the case, along with Waxy. "Ever hear of knocking?" DeGosta snapped. "Yeah, I've heard of it. But you said you wanted this stuff as soon as possible." Hayward held a thick sheaf of computer printouts in her slender hand. DeGosta took the papers and began leafing through them. More homeless murders going back 6 months, most in Waxy's Central Park West Side jurisdiction. None had been investigated, of course. "Christ," he muttered, shaking his head. "Well, we better get these mapped." He began reading out locations while Hayward pressed red pins into the precinct board. Then he paused for a moment, glancing up at her shock of dark hair, her pale skin. Though he hadn't let her know it, of course, DeGosta was secretly glad Hayward was assisting him. Her imperturbable self-assurance was like a calm haven at the center of a howling storm. And he had to admit she didn't hurt the eyes either. From the hall came the sound of running and raised voices. Something heavy fell over with a crash. Frowning, DeGosta nodded for Hayward to check it out. Soon there was more yelling, and DeGosta heard his own name being spoken in a whiny, high-pitched voice. Curious, he poked his head out the door. An almost unbelievably filthy-looking man was standing in the homicide lobby, struggling with 2 cops who were trying to subdue him. Hayward was on the sidelines, her small frame tensed as if awaiting an opportunity to wade in. DeGosta took in the dirt-clotted hair, the sallow, jaundiced skin, the narrow, hungry frame, the ubiquitous black garbage bag holding the man's worldly possessions. "I want to see the lieutenant!" the homeless man screeched in a thin, reedy voice. "I have information! I demand—" "Fella," said one officer, a look of disgust on his face as he restrained the man by his greasy coat. "If you have anything to say it to me, okay? The lieutenant's busy." "There he is now!" The man pointed a trembling finger at DeGosta. "See, he's not busy. Get your hand off me. You're up by a complaint, you hear me? I'll call my lawyer." DeGosta retreated into his office, shut the door, and resumed his scrutiny of the map. The barrage of voices continued, the shrill whine of the homeless man particularly grating,
punctuated by the increasingly irritated tones of Hayward. This one didn't want to leave. Suddenly, the door banged open, and the homeless man half fell, half stumbled inside, a furious Hayward on his heels. The man backed into a corner of the office, holding the garbage bag in front of him protectively. "You have to listen to me, Lieutenant," he yelped. "You slippery bastard," Hayward panted, wiping her hands on her slender thighs. Quite literally. "Stay back!" the homeless man squealed at Hayward. DeGosta sighed wearily. "It's okay, Sergeant," he said. Then he turned to the homeless man. "All right, 5 minutes, but leave that outside." He gestured toward the bag as its ripe smell reached his nostrils. "They'll steal it," the man said hoarsely. "This is a police station," snapped DeGosta. "Nobody's going to steal any of your shit." "It's not shit," the man whined, but he nevertheless handed the greasy bag to Hayward, who hurriedly deposited it outside, returning and closing the door against the stench. Suddenly, the demeanor of the homeless man changed dramatically. He shambled forward and sat down in one of the visitors' chairs, crossing his legs, acting for all the world like he owned the place. The smell was stronger now. It reminded DeGosta, faintly and unsettlingly, of the smell in the railroad tunnel. "I hope you're comfortable," said DeGosta, strategically placing the cigar in front of his nose. "You got 4 minutes left." "Actually, Vincent," said the homeless man, "I'm about as comfortable as can be expected, given the condition in which you see me." DeGosta slowly dropped the cigar to the desk, stunned. "I'm sorry to see you still smoking." The homeless man eyed the cigar. "However, I notice that your taste in cigars has improved. Dominican Republic leaf, if I'm not mistaken, with a Connecticut shade wrapper. If you must smoke, that Churchill is a vast improvement over the packing twine you used to indulge in." DeGosta remained speechless. He knew the voice. He knew the melodious southern accent. He just couldn't connect it with the stinking, filthy bum sitting across from him. "Pendergast?" he breathed. The homeless man nodded. "What?" "I hope you'll forgive the histrionic entrance," said Pendergast. "I wanted to test the effectiveness of my costume." "Oh," said DeGosta. Hayward stepped forward and glanced at DeGosta. For the first time she appeared to be at a loss. "Lieutenant?" she began. DeGosta took a deep breath. "Sergeant, this—" He waved a hand at the bedraggled figure who was now sitting, hands folded in his lap, one leg crossed carefully over the other. "Is Special Agent Pendergast of the FBI." Hayward looked at DeGosta, then at the homeless man. "Bullshit," she said simply. Pendergast laughed delightedly. He placed his elbows on the arms of the chair, tented his hands, rested his chin on his fingertips, and looked at Hayward. "Delighted to meet you, Sergeant. I would offer to shake hands, but—" "Don't bother," said Hayward hastily, a lingering look of suspicion on her face. Suddenly, DeGosta stepped over and crushed the visitor's slender, grubby hands in his. "Christ, Pendergast, it's good to see you. I wondered what the hell happened to your skinny ass. I heard you'd refused the directorship of the New York office, but I haven't seen you since—" "Since the museum murders, as they've become known," Pendergast nodded. "I see they are front-page news again." Sitting down again, DeGosta scowled and nodded. Pendergast glanced up at the map. "Quite a problem you have on your hands, Vincent. A string of vicious murders above and below ground, angst plaguing the city's elite, and now rumors that Umbun has returned. Pendergast, you got no idea." "Pardon my contradicting you, but I have a very good idea. In fact, I came by to see if you would care for some assistance." DeGosta's face brightened, then grew guarded. "Officially?" he asked. Pendergast smiled. "Semi-official is the best I can do, I'm afraid. These days I more or less choose my own TDYs. I've spent the past year working on technical projects we can go into some other time. And let's just say I've received sanction to assist the NYPD on this case. Of course, I must maintain what we so delicately call deniability. At this point, there is no evidence that a federal crime has been committed. He waved his hand. My problem, quite simply, is that I cannot stay away from an interesting case. An annoying habit, but very hard to break. The ghoster looked at him curiously. So why haven't I seen you in almost 2 years? Seems like New York would offer lots of interesting cases. Pendergast inclined his head. Not for me, he replied. The ghoster turned toward Hayward. This is the first good thing that's happened to the case since day one, he said. Pendergast glanced from the ghoster to Hayward and back again, his pale blue eyes in stark contrast to his dirty skin. You flatter me, Vincent. But let's get to work. Since my appearance seems to have convinced both of you, I'm hoping to test it out below ground as soon as possible. If you two will bring me up to date, that is. So you agree that the Wisher murder and the homeless murders are connected? Hayward asked, still a little suspicious. I agree completely, Sergeant, Hayward, was it? Pendergast said. Then he straightened noticeably. That wouldn't be Laura Hayward, would it? What of it? Hayward said, suddenly guarded. Pendergast relaxed in his chair again. Excellent, he said in a low voice. Please let me congratulate you on your article in last month's Journal of Abnormal Sociology, a most revealing look at caste structure among the underground homeless. For the first time since the ghoster had met her, Hayward looked distinctly uncomfortable. Her face flushed, and she looked away, unused to the compliment. Sergeant? He asked. I'm getting my master's from NYU, she said, still looking away. Then she turned back quickly, glaring at the ghoster as if challenging him to taunt her. My thesis is on violence in underground society. That's great, the ghoster said, surprised at her defensiveness, but feeling a little defensive himself. How come she never told me? She think I'm stupid? But why publish in such an obscure journal? Pendergast continued. I'd have thought the Law Enforcement Bulletin would be the obvious choice. Hayward gave a low laugh, her poise fully recovered. Are you kidding? She said. All at once the ghoster understood. Hard enough to be a pint-sized, pretty female rouster in the TA division, who were for the most part hulking thugs, but to be working on an advanced academic degree on the very people she had to roust. He shook his head, imagining the kind of relentless derision she would have been subjected to in the ranks. Ah, yes, I see, Pendergast said, nodding. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you in any case. But let's get to business. I'll need to see the analyses of the crime scenes. The more we can learn about the unsub, the sooner we'll find him. Or them. He's not a rapist, correct? Correct. Perhaps he's a fetishist. He or they certainly does seem to enjoy his souvenirs. We'll have to check the files on any inactive serial killers or assassin types. Also, I wonder if you could have data processing run cross-correlations on the known data for all victims. You might want to run a second query for all the missing persons, too. We should check for any points of commonality, no matter how subtle. I'll get on it, Hayward said. Excellent. Pendergast stood and approached the desk. Now, if I could just see the case files. Please sit down, the ghoster said quickly, his nose wrinkling. Your disguise is all too convincing, if you get my meaning. Of course, Pendergast said airily, sitting down again. Convincing to a fault. Sergeant Hayward, if you'd be so kind as to pass those over. 18. Margot took a seat in the vast Linnaeus Hall, deep within the original massing of the Museum of Natural History, and looked curiously around. It was an elegant space, originally constructed in 1882. Soaring vaults rose above dark oak paneling. Around the long dome of the hall, an intricate frieze had been carved, displaying evolution in all its grandeur, from beautifully carved animalcules at one end to the great figure of man at the other. She gazed at the image of man, dressed in frock coat, top hat, and walking stick. It was a marvelous monument to the early Darwinian view of evolution, the steady upward march from simple to complex, with man the crowning glory. Margot knew that the modern view was very different. Evolution was proving to be a more random, haphazard affair, full of dead ends and bizarre twists. Dr. Frock, sitting in his wheelchair in the aisle next to her, had made major contributions to this understanding with his theory of fractal evolution. Now, evolutionary biologists no longer considered man the apotheosis of evolution, but merely the dead end of a minor side branch of a generalist, less evolved subgroup of mammalia. And, she thought with an inward smile, the word man itself had gone out of favor, a definite improvement. Margot craned her neck to look back toward the narrow projectionist's booth high up in the rear wall. The grand old facade had become a very modern lecture hall, retrofitted with concealed mechanical blackboards, retractable movie screens, and the latest in computerized audiovisual equipment. For the 100th time that day, she wondered who had leaked the story of the museum's involvement. Whoever it was, they obviously didn't know everything. They hadn't mentioned the grotesque deformities on the second skeleton, but they knew enough. Her relief at not having to intervene on Smithback's behalf was tempered by what she now knew about the nature of the teeth marks on the corpses. She was dreading the arrival of the Bitterman corpse, almost afraid of what corroborative evidence it might hold. A loud humming sound brought Margot's eyes forward again. At the front of the hall, the proscenium and wings were retracting as a massive screen descended toward the floor. There were exactly 7 tense people in the 2,000-seat hall. Beside her, Frock was humming a tune from a Wagner opera, his thick fingers tapping on the battered arms of his wheelchair. His face was expressionless, but Margot knew that inside he was fuming. Protocol held that Bramwell, as chief medical examiner, should do the presentation, but Frock was obviously rankled by the arrangement. Several rows nearer the front, Margot could see Lieutenant D'Agosta sitting with an overweight police captain in a rumpled uniform and 2 bored-looking homicide detectives. By now the main lights were fully dimmed, and Margot could see only Bramwell's long, bony face and bald pate, illuminated from below by the light on the lectern. In one hand, he clutched an odd-looking plastic rapier that acted as wireless slide controller and light pointer. He looked positively cadaverous, she thought. Boris Karloff in a lab coat.
"Let's get right to the evidence, eh?"
Bramwell said, his high-pitched, cheerful voice booming from numerous speakers along both sides of the hall. Beside her, Margot could feel Frock stiffen with irritation. The huge image of a magnified bone appeared on the screen, bathing the hall and its occupants in a ghostly gray light.
"Here is a photograph of Pamela Wisher's 3rd cervical vertebra. Notice the dentition pattern that's clearly visible?"
The next slide came up.
"Here is one of those tooth marks, magnified 200 times. And here is a cross-section reproduction. As you can see, the tooth is clearly mammalian."
The next series of slides displayed results of lab tests done on a variety of bones from the 2 corpses, recording the pressures per square inch needed to make marks of varying depths.
"We identify 21 clear marks, punctures or scratches made by teeth on the bones of the 2 victims,"
Bramwell continued.
"There are also some marks that seem to come from a dull instrument, too regular for teeth but too rough for a well-finished knife, such as you'd see, perhaps, from a primitive axe or stone knife. These are particularly prevalent on the cervical vertebrae, perhaps indicative of the mode of decapitation. In any case, the pressure required to make the teeth marks,"
Bramwell indicating the results with his electronic pointer,
"vary from 500 to about 900 pounds per square inch. This is considerably less than our initial estimate of 1,200 pounds per square inch."
Less than your initial estimate, Margot thought, glancing toward Frock. Another photograph came on the screen.
"Our detailed study of thin bone sections here, around the marks, shows blood leakage through the interstitial areas of the bone and into the marrow itself. That indicates they were made pre-mortem."
There was a silence.
"In other words, the marks occurred at the time of death."
Bramwell cleared his throat.
"Due to the highly advanced state of decomposition, it is impossible to determine a definitive cause of death. But I think we can say with fair certainty that these victims died of massive trauma and blood loss inflicted at the time these teeth marks were made."
He turned toward his audience dramatically.
"There is,
I know, a question on all of your minds. The question. What made these marks? As we know, there has been speculation in the press that the killer might be another P.1.
He's enjoying this, Margot thought. She could feel the tension building in the room. Dagosta, in particular, was on the edge of his seat.
We did a thorough analysis of these marks, vis-à-vis those made by P.1 18 months ago, which, of course, this museum of all places has a great deal of data on. And we have come to two firm conclusions.
He took a deep breath and looked around.
1. These teeth marks are not consistent with the teeth of P.1. They do not match the cross-section, the size, or the length.
Margot saw Dagosta's shoulders relax, almost slump with relief.
2. The force used to make these marks never exceeded 900 pounds per square inch, which definitely puts it squarely in the canine, or even more squarely in the human category, not in the P.1 category.
The slides were flashing by more quickly now, showing various micrographs of teeth marks and bite patterns.
A healthy, habitual gum-cracking male can exert 850 to 900 pounds per square inch of pressure with a hard bite,
Bramwell said.
There is nothing inconsistent between these marks and the bite of human eye teeth. On the other hand, it could have been, say, a pack of feral dogs roaming the tunnels, attacking, killing, and dismembering. In my opinion, however, the patterns we see here are more suggestive of a human than of a dog, or any other hypothesized feral inhabitant of the underground.
There are perhaps more types of underground inhabitants, Dr. Bramwell, than I dreamt of in your philosophy. The accent was from the deep south, perhaps Alabama or Louisiana. The laconic voice was soft, with the slightest hint of genteel cynicism. Margot turned to find the familiar lean figure of Special Agent Pendergast reclining in a seat near the top of the hall. She had neither seen nor heard him come in. He caught her glance and nodded, his pale eyes flashing in the dark. "Miss Green," he said. "Pardon me, it's Dr. Green now, isn't it?" Margot smiled and nodded in return. She hadn't seen the FBI agent since the goodbye party in Frock's museum office. Then again, that was the last time she had seen a lot of people involved in the museum beast murders. Dr. Frock, say, or Greg Kawakita. Frock turned around in his wheelchair with an effort, nodded his recognition, then turned back toward the screen. Bramwell was looking at the new arrival.
"You are,"
he began.
"Special Agent Pendergast of the FBI," replied Dagosta. "He'll be assisting us with this case."
"I see,"
Bramwell said.
"Delighted."
He turned briskly back toward the screen.
Let's move on to the next question, the identification of the unknown body. I have some rather good news on this front. I'm afraid it may come as a surprise to my colleagues.
He nodded at Frock and Margot.
Because it just recently came to my own attention.
Frock sat forward in his wheelchair, an unreadable expression on his face. Margot looked back and forth between the two scientists. Was it possible that Bramwell had kept them in the dark on something, intending to garner the credit himself?
Please take a close look at this next slide.
A new image appeared on the screen, the X-ray showing the 4 white triangles that Margot had first noticed.
Here we have 4 small triangles of metal embedded in the lumbar vertebrae of the unknown skeleton. We were all perplexed as to their meaning after Dr. Green here first pointed them out. Then, just last night, I had a stroke of inspiration as to their possible origin. I spent much of today in contact with orthopedic surgeons. If I am correct, we will know the identity of the murdered individual by the end of the week, perhaps sooner.
He grinned and gazed about the hall triumphantly, lingering for an insolent moment on Frock.
"I assume you believe those marks to be—"
Pendergast began.
For the time being,
Bramwell interrupted pointedly,
I can say no more on the subject.
He waved the remote, and a new slide flashed up, showing an extensively decomposed head, eyes missing, teeth exposed in a lipless grin. Margot was as repelled by the sight as she had been when the head was first wheeled into the lab.
As you all know, this head was also brought to us yesterday for analysis. It was discovered by Lieutenant DaGosta while investigating recent murders among the homeless population. Although we won't be able to give you a full report for several more days, we know that it belongs to an indigent man who was murdered approximately 2 months ago. Numerous marks can be seen, some from teeth and some apparently from a crude weapon. Again, especially noticeable around the remaining cervical vertebrae. We're planning to have his corpse exhumed from Potter's Field for a more thorough investigation.
Oh, no, Margot thought. He flashed several more slides.
We studied the excoriation of the neck and concluded that, again, the force used was most consistent with a human attacker. Certainly not P.1.
The screen flashed to white, and Brambell placed the pointing remote on a table next to him. As the lights came up, DaGosta rose from his seat. "That's a bigger relief than you'll ever know," he said. "But let me get this straight. You're saying that a person made those bite marks?" Brambell nodded. "Not a dog, or some other animal that might be living down in the sewers?"
Given the nature and condition of the marks, it's hard to rule out a dog completely. But it's my belief that a human, or perhaps several humans, fit the bill better. If we had even one clear dentition pattern, we would know, but alas.
He spread his hands.
And if certain of those marks turn out to be made by a rough weapon of some sort, then a dog would obviously be out of the question.
"And you, Dr. Frock, what do you think?" DaGosta turned. "I concur with Dr. Brambell," Frock said curtly, shifting in his chair. "If you will recall," he rumbled, "I was the one who originally suggested that this was not the work of some creature like P.1. I am pleased to be vindicated. However, I must protest the way Dr. Brambell has proceeded on his own on the identification of cadaver A."
"Duly noted,"
Brambell said with a thin smile. "A copycat killer," said the fat policeman triumphantly. There was a silence. The man stood up and looked around the room. "We've got a weirdo out there who was inspired by the museum beast," he said loudly. "Some nut running around, killing people, cutting off their heads, and maybe eating them."
"That," said Brambell, "is consistent with the data, except—"
The fat policeman cut him off. "A serial killer who is also a homeless man. Look, Captain Waxy," DaGosta began, "that doesn't explain—" "It explains everything," the man named Waxy said obstinately. Suddenly, a door banged open at the top end of the hall, and a raised voice echoed angrily down over the group. "Why the hell wasn't I told of this meeting?" Margot turned, instantly recognizing the pitted face, the immaculate uniform, the heavy encrustation of stars and braids. It was Police Chief Horlocker coming down the aisle at a brisk walk, followed by 2 aides. A weary look flitted across DaGosta's face before a mask of neutrality descended. "Chief, I sent—" "What? A memo?" Glowering, Horlocker approached the row of seats where DaGosta and Waxy were sitting. "Vinny, the way I hear it, you made the same goddamn mistake at the museum. You didn't involve the top brass from the beginning. You and that jackass Coffee kept insisting it was a serial killer, that you had it under control. By the time you realized what it really was, you had a museum full of dead people." "If you'll pardon my saying so, Chief Horlocker, that's a highly inaccurate rendition of what happened." Pendergast's mellifluous voice rang clearly across the hall. Margot watched Horlocker look toward the voice. "Who is this?" he demanded. DaGosta began to speak, but Pendergast raised his hand to stop him. "Allow me, Vincent. Chief Horlocker, I am Special Agent Pendergast of the FBI." Horlocker frowned. "I've heard of you. You were part of that whole balls up in the museum, too." "Colorful metaphor," Pendergast replied. "So what is it you want, Pendergast?" Horlocker asked impatiently. "This isn't your jurisdiction."
I'm assisting Lieutenant DeGosta in an advisory capacity. Horlocker frowned. DeGosta doesn't need any help. Forgive me for contradicting you, Pendergast said, but I think he and you need all the help you can get.
So what is it you want, Pendergast? Horlocker asked impatiently. This isn't your jurisdiction.
I'm assisting Lieutenant DeGosta in an advisory capacity. Horlocker frowned.
DeGosta doesn't need any help.
Forgive me for contradicting you, Pendergast said, but I think he and you need all the help you can get. His eyes moved from Horlocker to Waxy and back to Horlocker again. Don't worry, Chief, I'm not after the collar. I'm here to help in profiling, not to scoop the case.
Very reassuring, Horlocker snapped.
He turned back to DeGosta.
So? He demanded. What have you got?
The medical examiner believes he can ID the unknown skeleton by Friday, DeGosta said. And he thinks the teeth marks probably belong to a human, or several.
Several?
Horlocker asked. Chief, in my opinion, the evidence is beginning to point to more than one perp, DeGosta said. Bramwell nodded his assent. Horlocker looked pained.
What? You think we've got two cannibalistic cycles running around? For Christ's sake, Vinny, use your head. What we got is a homeless serial killer who's preying on his own kind. And once in a while, a real person wanders into the wrong place at the wrong time, like Pamela Wisher or that guy Bitterman, and gets their ass killed.
A real person, Pendergast murmured.
You know what I mean. A productive member of society, somebody with an address.
Horlocker frowned, turning to DeGosta.
I gave you a deadline, and I expected a lot more than this.
Waxy heaved himself up from his chair. I'm convinced this is the work of a single perpetrator.
Exactly,
said Horlocker, looking around the room, waiting for a challenge.
Now, we've got a homeless man, out of his gourd, probably living in Central Park somewhere, who thinks he's the museum beast. And with this damn Times article, half the city's going apeshit.
He turned to DeGosta.
So how are you planning to handle it?
Do calm, Chief, Pendergast said soothingly. I have often found it true that the louder a person speaks, the less they have to say. Horlocker looked at him in disbelief.
You can't talk to me like that.
On the contrary, I'm the only one in this room who can talk to you like that, Pendergast drawled. So it is left up to me to point out that you have made a string of quite remarkable and unsupported assumptions. First, that the murderer is a homeless man. Second, that he lives in Central Park. Third, that he is psychotic. And fourth, that there is only one of them. Pendergast gazed at the chief almost benignly, like a patient parent humoring a fretful child. You've managed to cram a remarkably large number of guesses into just one sentence, Chief Horlocker. Horlocker stared at Pendergast, opened his mouth, closed it again. He took a step forward, then stopped. Then, with a single blazing glance at DeGosta, he turned on his heel and strode out of the hall, his aides scampering to keep up with him. There was silence in the wake of the slamming door.
What a bloody charade,
Margot heard Frock mutter as he moved restlessly in his wheelchair. DeGosta sighed and turned to Bramwell. You'd better send the copy of your report to the chief. Edit it down, okay, so that only the really important stuff is there? And put in a lot of pictures, try to make it readable, like at a 4th grade level. Bramwell burst into a delighted, high-pitched laughter. Yes, indeed, Lieutenant, he cackled, his bald dome incandescent in the glow of the projector. I will do my literary best. Margot watched as Waxy shot both of them a disapproving look, then started for the door himself. I don't find this humor at the expense of the chief very professional, he said. I, for one, have more important things to do than joke around. DeGosta stared at him. On second thought, he said slowly, make it 3rd grade level, so that Captain Waxy here can read it too. From his eyrie in the projectionist's booth high up on the rear wall,
Smithback drew back from the observation slit and switched off his tape recorder with satisfaction. He waited, listening as the last of the attendees left Linnaeus Hall. The projectionist came in from the control room, his features narrowing as he saw Smithback.
"You said—"
The journalist waved his hand.
"I know what I said. I didn't want to make you any more nervous than you already were. Here."
Smithback pulled a 20 out of his wallet and handed it to him.
"I wouldn't take it, except the museum's salaries are ridiculous. You can't even begin to live in New York."
The fellow nervously stuffed the bill into his pocket.
"Yeah,"
Smithback replied, taking a final glance out at the observation slit.
"Listen, you don't have to explain it to me. You're contributing to freedom of the press. Go buy yourself a nice dinner, okay? And don't worry, even if they put me in jail, I wouldn't reveal my sources."
"Jail?" the projectionist whinnied. Smithback soothed him with a pat on the back, then ducked out of the booth into the control room, clutching his notebook and tape recorder and passing into the old, dusty corridors he remembered so well. He was in luck. Old Pocahontas, nicknamed for the ferocity with which she slashed rouge across her generous cheeks, was manning the north exit. He passed her in a flurry of smiles and salacious winks, his thumb discreetly covering the expiration date on his aging museum ID card. 19. Margot pushed through the revolving door of the 27th Precinct House, made a sharp left, and trotted down the long, steep staircase to the basement. The banister had been removed from the ancient yellow walls decades before, and she had to take care not to slip on the concrete steps. Despite the thickness of the stone foundations around her, she could hear muffled popping sounds below long before she reached the bottom of the staircase. As she yanked open the heavily soundproofed door on the landing, the muffled pops turned suddenly to roars. Wincing against the noise, she stepped forward to the duty desk. The officer recognized her and waved dismissively as she began to pull the letter of privilege and special permit from her carryall.
"Take number 17,
he said over the blasts, passing over a dozen target sheets and a set of battered ear cups. Margot scribbled her name and entry time in the book, then turned and walked down the gallery, putting on the ear cups as she did so. Immediately, the roaring became bearable once more. To her left, the line of police officers in their open-topped booths ran almost unbroken to the far wall of the range, reloading, clipping targets, assessing results. Early evening was a popular time, and of the dozen 25-yard indoor ranges scattered across the NYPD station houses, the 27th Precinct boasted the largest and best equipped. Reaching booth 17, she removed her weapon, a box of 120 grain FMJ ammunition, and some spare clips from the carryall. Placing the ammunition on a ledge at her side, she inspected the small autoloader. The movements were as habitual now as they had been foreign a year before, when she'd first purchased the gun. Satisfied, she slapped a full clip home, pinned a standard target to the guideline, and ran it out to 10 yards. Then she quickly settled into the Weaver stance, as she'd been taught, right hand on trigger, left hand gripping the right in the classic push-pull dynamic. Focusing on the front sight, she squeezed the trigger, letting her bent elbows absorb the recoil. She stopped a moment to squint at the target, then quickly emptied the rest of the 10-round clip toward it. She went through several more clips almost mechanically, settling into the standard firing range routine. Reload, reset target, fire. When the ammunition box was half empty, she switched to silhouette targets at 25 yards. Emptying the final clip at last, she turned away to clean her weapon and was surprised to see Lieutenant DeGosta behind her, arms folded, watching.
"Hi!"
she said, removing her ear cups and shouting over the din. DeGosta nodded toward her target.
"Let's see how you did,"
he mouthed, and waited for her to pull the silhouette in.
"Nice rosette,"
he said approvingly. Margot laughed.
"Thanks," she said. "I have you to thank for that, just like I have you to thank for the permit."
She dumped the empty clips into her carryall, thinking about how strange it must have seemed to DeGosta at the time, her bursting into his office 5 weeks after the conclusion of the museum murders, asking him to arrange for a handgun permit. For protection, she'd told him. How could she have brought herself to explain the lingering fear, the sweat-drenched nightmares, the feeling of vulnerability that plagued her.
"Brad told me you were a good student," the ghoster said. "I figured you'd get on well, that's why I recommended him. But as for the permit, you don't have me to thank. Pendergast took care of it personally. Now, let's see what kind of gun Brad set you up with."
Margot handed it over.
"It's a baby Glock, Model 26, with a factory-modified New York trigger."
The ghoster hefted it.
"Well, nice and light. Short sight radius, though." "Your friend Brad was very helpful with that. Taught me Kentucky windage, helped me set up the adjustable sight. I've done all my training with it. I'd probably be useless with anything else." "I doubt it." The ghoster handed the subcompact back. "With scores like those, you could probably handle just about anything."
He nodded toward the exit.
"Come on, let's get away from this noise. I'll walk you out."
Margot stopped at the desk to sign out and return the ear cups, and was surprised when DaGosta signed the log as well.
"You were shooting?"
she asked.
"Why not?"
DaGosta turned to her. "Even old farts like me get rusty." They stepped out of the range and began climbing the long, steep staircase.
"Actually, cases like this get everybody on edge," he said. "A little practice seemed like a good idea, especially after that briefing."
Margot didn't bother to reply. At the top of the steps, she stopped and waited for the lieutenant to catch up. He emerged, puffing slightly, and they passed through the revolving door onto 31st Street. It was a cool evening, and traffic was light. Margot looked at her watch. Almost 8. She could jog home, fix herself a light dinner, then try to catch up on her sleep.
"I bet those damn stairs have caused more coronaries than all the pastry in New York," the ghoster said. "Doesn't seem to have bothered you any, though," he went on.
Margot shrugged. "I've been working out."
"So I noticed. You're not the same person I met 18 months ago. Not on the outside, anyway. What's your routine?"
"Strength workout mostly. You know, high weight, low reps." The ghoster nodded.
"Couple of times a week?"
"I work the upper and lower muscle groups on alternating days. I try to work in some interval training as well."
"What are you currently benching? 120?
Margot shook her head. 135, actually. It's nice, because for the first time I don't have to change all those little weights on the bar. I can just use the 45s. The ghoster nodded again.
"Not bad."
They started toward 6th Avenue.
"And has it worked?"
"Excuse me?" "I said, has it worked?" Margot frowned. "I don't know what you mean," she replied, but even as she said the words, she understood. "No," she said a moment later in a lower voice. "Not completely, anyway."
"Don't mean to be nosy,"
the ghoster replied, patting his pockets, absently searching for a cigar.
"I'm a blunt kind of guy, just in case you didn't know."
Finding one, he picked off the label with his fingernail and inspected the wrapper.
"That shit at the museum affected all of us, I suppose."
They reached the avenue, and Margot hesitated a moment, looking northward. "Sorry," she said. "I guess it's just hard for me to talk about."
"I know," the ghoster said. "Especially now."
There was a brief silence as he lighted up.
"Take good care of yourself, Dr. Green."
Margot smiled slightly. "You too. And thanks again for this." She patted her carryall, then eased into a jog, moving northward through the traffic, aiming for the west side and home. 20. The ghoster looked at his watch. 10 p.m., and they still had jack shit to show for all their work. Details of beat cops had checked the shelters, redemption centers, and soup kitchens, searching fruitlessly for word of anyone who might have an excess of interest in Mbun. Hayward, whose knowledge of the underground homeless was becoming an ever more valuable resource, had led a number of special rousting details. Unfortunately, the results had also been disappointing. The moles had melted before their sweeps, disappearing into ever darker and more obscure recesses. Besides, as Hayward explained, the sweeps could only scratch the surface of the vast tunnel networks beneath the city's streets. At least the stream of nutcases calling in to claim the post reward was beginning to slow to a trickle. Maybe everyone was too worried about the Times report and the Bitterman murder. He looked down at his desk, still buried under the half-coordinated results of the sweeps. Then he glanced up at the precinct board for the 100th time that evening, staring fixedly at the map as if the fierceness of his glare would force it to yield up an answer. What was the pattern? There had to be one. It was the first rule of detective work. He didn't give a shit what Horlocker said. His gut told him that these killings were the work of more than one murderer. And it wasn't only his gut. There were just too many. And the M.O.s, while similar, weren't similar enough. Some decapitated, some with their heads crushed, others simply mutilated. Perhaps it was some kind of truly screwed-up cult. But whatever it turned out to be, Horlocker's threatening deadlines were time-consuming distractions. What was needed here was patient, methodical, intelligent detective work. The ghost laughed to himself. Christ, I'm sounding more like Pendergast all the time. From beyond the closed door of the storage room at one side of his office, he began to make out a series of odd, shuffling noises. Hayward had gone in there a few minutes earlier on her coffee break. He stared at the door for a moment while the noises continued. At last he rose, walked to the door, turned the handle, and stepped in. Hayward stood in the middle of the storage room, crouched in an animal-like stance, her left hand stuck rigidly in front of her like an arrow, her right hand cocked back to the side of her head. Her hands were tensed and slightly curved, bent thumbs protruding upward. As he watched, she swiveled her small form through 90 degrees of the compass, reversed the position of her arms in a silent punching motion, then turned another 90 degrees. It looked like some kind of dangerous ballet. The movements were punctuated by sharp exhalations, not unlike the breathing she'd done during the confrontation in the tunnels. As he watched, she swiveled again, facing him this time, and brought her hands together in front of her with a slow, deliberate motion. "Need something, Lieutenant?" she asked. "Just an explanation of what the hell you're doing," he replied. Hayward straightened up slowly to her full height, released a deep breath, then looked up at him. "It's one of the Heian series of kata." "What's that again?" "Formal exercises of Shotokan karate," she said. Then she caught his look. "It helps keep me relaxed, in shape," she explained. "And it is my break, Lieutenant." "Then get on with it." The ghost turned toward the door, then stopped and looked back. "What's your belt?" She looked up at him for a moment. "White," she replied at last. "Ah, I see." Hayward smiled slightly. "Shotokan is the original Japanese school of karate. They don't believe in all sorts of pastel belt colors, Lieutenant. There are 8 degrees of white belt, then brown, then black." The ghost nodded. "So, what degree are you?" he asked curiously. "I go for my brown belt examination next month." From his office beyond, the ghost could hear the rattle of a knob. Stepping out of the supply room and closing the door behind him, he found himself looking at the corpulent form of Captain Waxy. Without a word, Waxy sauntered over to the precinct board. He studied the riot of red and white pins intently, hands clasped behind his back. "There's a pattern here," he said at last. "Really?" the ghost asked, struggling to keep his voice neutral. Waxy nodded sagely, keeping his back turned. The ghost said nothing. He knew he was going to regret to his dying day bringing Waxy into the case. "It originates here." Waxy's finger hit a green spot on the map with a soft thump. The ghost saw that he had fingered the Ramble, the wildest area of Central Park. "How do you figure?" "Simple," said Waxy. "The chief had a talk with the top actuary in human resources. He looked at the murder locations, did a best-fit linear analysis, and said they were radiating right from this spot. See? The deaths form a semicircle around this point. The Belvedere Castle murder was the key." He turned. "Out there in the Ramble there are rocks, caves, dense woods, lots of homeless, too. It's a perfect hideout. That's where we'll find the killer." This time, the ghost was unable to keep the incredulity off his face. Let me get this straight. Some insurance dweeb in personnel gave you this tip?
Did he try to sell you on the savings plan, too?
Waxy frowned, his jowly cheeks turning a rich crimson.
I don't appreciate your tone, Vinny. It wasn't appropriate in the meeting this afternoon, and it isn't appropriate here.
Look, Jack,
the ghost said, struggling to keep his patience.
What the hell would an actuary, even a police actuary, know about a murder pattern? That just isn't enough. You have to take into account ingress, egress, everything. Besides, the Belvedere Castle murder is the one that least fits the pattern.
Then he gave up. There was no point in telling Waxy anything. Horlocker was one of those chiefs who loved specialists, experts, and consultants. And Waxy was such a yes-man that,
I'm going to need this map,
Waxy said. The ghost stared at the broad back in front of him. As he did, a light suddenly turned on inside his head. Now he knew what this was all about. He stood up.
Be my guest, he said. The primary case files are in these cabinets here, and Sergeant Hayward has some valuable—
I won't be needing her, said Waxy. Just the precinct board and the files. Have them sent over to my office by 8 tomorrow morning, room 2403. They're moving me here to headquarters.
He slowly turned on his heel and eyed DaGosta.
Sorry, Vinny. I think it boiled down to a question of chemistry. Me and Horlocker. He needs someone he can relate to. Someone who can keep a lid on the press. Nothing personal, you know. You'll still be on the case, in one capacity or another. And now that we're going to start making progress, you might even feel better about things. We'll be staking out the ramble, and we're going to catch this guy.
Sure, said DaGosta. He reminded himself that this was a no-win case, that he hadn't wanted it in the first place. It didn't help. Waxy held out his hand.
No hard feelings, Vinny?
DaGosta shook the plump, warm hand.
None at all, Jack,
he heard himself saying. Waxy took another look around the office, as if searching for other items worth appropriating.
Well, I gotta go, he said at last. I wanted to tell you in person.
Thanks. They stood for a moment as the uncomfortable silence grew. Then Waxy patted him awkwardly on the shoulder and walked out of the office. There was a soft rustle as Hayward came up beside him. They stood silently, listening to the footsteps retreat down the linoleum corridor until they were finally lost amidst the low buzz of typing and distant conversations. Then Hayward turned to DaGosta.
Lieutenant, how can you let him get away with it? She asked bitterly. I mean, when our backs were against the wall down in those tunnels, that mother ran.
DaGosta sat down again, feeling inside the upper drawer of his desk for a cigar.
Respect for superiors isn't your strong suit, is it, Sergeant? He asked. Anyway, what makes you so sure this is a reward?
He located the cigar, dug a hole in its crown with a pencil, and lit up. It was 2 hours later, as DaGosta was making final arrangements to move the case files upstairs, that Pendergast strolled into his office. It was Pendergast as DaGosta remembered him, impeccable black suit severely tailored to his spare frame, blonde white hair combed back from his high forehead, Gucci loafers in polished oxblood. As usual, looking more like a fashionable undertaker than an FBI agent. Pendergast indicated the visitor's chair with a brief nod of his head.
May I?
DaGosta hung up the phone and nodded. Pendergast slipped into the chair with his cat-like grace. He looked around, taking in the boxed files and the bare patch on the wall where the map had once hung. He turned back to DaGosta, eyebrows raised quizzically.
It's Waxy's headache now,
DaGosta answered the unspoken question.
I've been placed on modified assignment.
Indeed, Pendergast replied.
Lieutenant, you don't seem dismayed by the turn of events.
Dismayed? DaGosta said. Look around again. The precinct board's gone, the files are packed, Hayward's in bed, the coffee is hot, the cigar is lit. I feel terrific.
I doubt it very much. Still, you'll probably sleep better tonight than Squire Waxy will. Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown, and all that.
He looked at DaGosta with an amused expression.
So, what's next?
Oh, I'm still assigned to the case, the ghoster replied. Exactly how, Waxy hasn't bothered to say. He probably doesn't know himself, but I think we can ensure that you won't be sitting idle. Pendergast fell silent, and Dagosta leaned back in his chair, enjoying his cigar, content to let the silence spread out to fill the room. "I was once in Florence," Pendergast said at last. "Oh, yeah? I was just in Italy. Took my son there last fall to see his grandmother." Pendergast nodded. "Did you visit the Pitti Palace?" "Pitti who?" "It's an art museum, actually. Quite exquisite. There's an old medieval map painted as a fresco on one of its walls, done the year before Columbus discovered America." "No kidding." "In the place where the continent of America would later be found, the map is blank, except for the words, Cui ci sono dei mostri." The ghoster screwed up his face. "Here there are... Mostri, what's that?" "It means, here there be monsters." "Monsters? Yeah. Jesus, I've forgotten my Italian. I used to speak it with my grandparents." Pendergast nodded. "Lieutenant, I want you to hazard a guess at something for me." "Shoot." "Guess the largest inhabited region on Earth that remains unmapped." The ghoster shrugged. "I don't know. Milwaukee?" Pendergast smiled mirthlessly. "No, and it's not Outer Mongolia or the Antipodes. It's underground New York." "You're shitting me, right?" "I am not shitting you, as you so charmingly put it." Pendergast shifted in his chair. "Vincent, underground New York reminds me of that map in the Pitti Palace. It is truly unexplored territory, and it is, apparently, unimaginably vast. For example, there are almost a dozen stories worth of structures below Grand Central, not counting the sewers and storm drains. The levels below Penn Station go even deeper." "So you've been down," the ghoster said. "Yes, after meeting with you and Sergeant Hayward, it was an exploratory journey, really. I wanted to get a sense of the environment, test my ability to move around and learn what I could. I was able to speak with a few of the underground dwellers. They told me much, and they hinted at even more." The ghoster sat forward. "Learn anything about the murders?" Pendergast nodded. "Indirectly. But those who know the most are deeper underground than I dared go on my first descent. It takes a while to gain these people's trust, and I have a long way to go, especially now. You see, the underground homeless are terrified." Pendergast turned his pale eyes toward the ghoster. "From piecing together various whispered conversations, I've gathered that a mysterious group of people have colonized the underground, and most of the rumors don't even use the word people. Supposedly, they are feral, cannibalistic, subhuman, and it is these beings who are responsible for the killings." There was a pause. The ghoster stood and moved to the window, gazing out at the nocturnal cityscape of Manhattan. "You believe this?" he asked at last. "I don't know," Pendergast replied. "I need to speak to Mephisto, the leader of the community beneath Columbus Circle. Many of the things he told the Post in that recent article ring disturbingly true. Unfortunately, he's a difficult man to contact. He is distrustful of all outsiders and hates the authorities with a passion. But I feel he is the one person who can lead me where I have to go." The ghoster's lips twitched. "Need a partner?" he asked. A small smile appeared on Pendergast's face, then disappeared again. "It's an extremely dangerous and lawless place. However, I will consider the offer. Fair enough?" The ghoster nodded. "Good. Now, I suggest you go home and get some sleep." Pendergast rose. "Although he doesn't know it, friend Waxy is going to need all the help he can get." 21. Simon Bramble zippered up his portfolio, humming Makuchla to himself.
He passed a loving glance over the lab, the safety shower in the corner, the rows of chrome and steel instruments lined up neatly behind glass, winking at him in the subdued light. He was feeling enormously pleased with himself. Once again he replayed in his head the scene of his little coup, in particular the impassive look on Frock's face as he'd been speaking. Impassive, yet no doubt fuming inside. It made up for Frock's little sneer of triumph over the strength of the bites. Though he worked for the city government, Bramble enjoyed the one-upmanship of academia as much as anybody. He tucked the soft leather portfolio under his shoulder and once again cast his eyes about the laboratory. It was a wonderful laboratory, well-designed and well-equipped. He longed for something as elegant and comprehensive at the medical examiner's office. It would never happen, he knew. The city was chronically short of money. If he didn't find the detective work of forensic pathology so absorbing, he'd move to some well-endowed ivory tower in half a second. He closed the door behind him softly, surprised, as always, by the emptiness of the corridor. He'd never seen a bunch so averse to working late as the museum staff. Still, he didn't mind the quiet. It was refreshing and different, just as the museum smell of dust and old wood was so different from the stench of formalin and decay that pervaded the medical examiner's office. He decided to take the long way out of the museum, as he did every evening, through the Hall of Africa. He found the dioramas in that particular hall to be true works of art, and they looked especially good at such an advanced hour, the hall lights turned off, each diorama glowing with internal light, like a window into another world. He walked down the long corridor and, being averse to elevators, skipped down 3 flights of stairs. Passing beneath a metal archway, he found himself in the Hall of Ocean Life. Only the nocturnal lighting was on, and the hall looked dark and mysterious, quiet except for the ever-present clicks, groans, and creakings of the ancient fabric of the museum. Lovely, he thought. This was the way to see the museum, with all those horrid, shrieking children and their braying teachers absent. He passed under the replica of a giant squid, through a brace of yellowed elephant tusks, and entered the Hall of Africa. Midnight. He passed slowly through the hall, the herd of elephants at its center barely emerging from the darkness, the habitat groups arranged in a double tier around the walls on both sides of him. The gorilla group was his favorite, and he paused in front of it, pursing his lips, letting himself merge with the scene. It was so very real, and he wanted to enjoy it. Things would be wrapping up here very soon. His work was almost done. If he was right, this poor Bitterman fellow and the remains of Shasheen Walker would fall right into the pattern. At last he turned with a sigh under a low doorway, then down a stone corridor toward the tower. He knew the story of the famous tower, how in 1870 Endurance S. Flight, railroad baron and third director of the NYMNH, had commissioned a monstrous, fortress-like addition to the original museum building. It was to be modeled after the Welsh castle of Carnarvon, which Flight had tried, unsuccessfully, to purchase for himself. Saner heads eventually prevailed, and Flight was removed from office with only the central tower of his fortress completed. Now the cornerstone of the institution's southwest facade, the 6-sided tower was used primarily to store the museum's endless collections. It was also, Bramble had heard, a favorite trysting place for the more ghoulish-minded of the museum's staff. The dim, cathedral-like hall at the base of the tower was empty, and Bramble's footsteps echoed hollowly as he crossed the marble floor toward the staff exit. Nodding at the guard, he passed into the humid night air of Museum Drive. It was midnight, but the avenue beyond was still bustling with people and taxis. He took a few steps, then looked back in admiration. No matter how many times he saw it, he'd never get tired of staring at that tower. Rearing several hundred feet into the air, topped by fang-like crenellations, it threw a dark shadow as far south as 59th Street on cloudless days. Tonight, pale under the light of a waxing moon, it looked troubled, full of ghosts. At last, with a sigh, He started forward again, turned the corner onto 81st, then walked west toward the Hudson and his modest apartment, once again humming under his breath. As he went, the street gradually took on a seedier character, and the number of pedestrians began to dwindle. But Bramwell took no notice, walking briskly, inhaling the night air. There was a lovely breeze blowing in, crisp and sharp, ideal for a midsummer's night. A bite of dinner, a quick washing up, a toothful of green spot, and he'd be between the covers in an hour. As usual, he'd be up at 5 a.m., being one of those fortunate people who needed hardly any sleep. It was a great advantage to a medical examiner not to need sleep, especially one who wanted to get to the top of his profession. Bramwell couldn't begin to count the number of times he'd been the first on the scene of an important crime simply by virtue of being awake when everybody else was fast asleep. The neighborhood looked even seedier now, but it was only a block to Broadway and its bustling bagel shops, bookstores, and delis. Bramwell walked along the row of shabby brownstones, now subdivided into single-room occupancies and tiny apartments. A few harmless drunks lingered at the far corner. As he reached the center of the block, he detected movement out of the corner of his eye, something in the dark well of the basement entrance of an abandoned walk-up. He hastened his step. There was an unusually foul odor wafting from the dark entrance, pungent even for New York. Hearing something moving swiftly along the sidewalk behind him now, he instinctually reached into his portfolio for the scalpel he always carried. His mouth tightened as his fingers closed on its cold, ergonomic handle. He felt no real alarm. He'd been mugged once at gunpoint and twice at knife point, and he now knew exactly how to handle things. He drew the scalpel from the portfolio as he spun around, but there was nothing there. He looked around for a moment in surprise, before an arm slid around his neck and dragged him into the darkness. He assumed, in a surprisingly detached sort of way, that it was an arm. It had to be an arm. Yet it felt slippery, and so very strong. Then, almost immediately, he felt a curious digging sensation just below his Adam's apple. Yes, it was a most curious sensation, indeed. 22. Margot unlocked the door to the forensic anthropology laboratory, smugly pleased to find the room dark and empty. This was the first morning she'd managed to beat Dr. Bramwell into work. Most mornings he would be sitting on a lab stool when she arrived, sipping a cup of museum coffee and arching his narrow eyebrows over the rim at her in greeting. He would then go on to point out that the museum must percolate its coffee in second-hand formaldehyde, borrowed from the Animal Conservation Department. Other mornings she would arrive to find Frock in before her as well, the two scientists bent over a table or a report, carrying on their usual argument in polite undertones. She slung her carry-all into a drawer and shrugged into her scrubs, stepping over to the window as she did so. The sun had broken over the Fifth Avenue buildings, bathing the magisterial frontage in hues of gold and copper. Below the window, the park was waking up. Mothers walking children toward the zoo, joggers trotting the long oval course around the reservoir. Her eye moved southward, lighting at last on the purple bulk of Belvedere Castle, and she shuddered slightly as she stared into the dark wooded area at its rear where Nicholas Bitterman had met with violent death. His headless corpse, she knew, was due to arrive in their lab from the medical examiner's office later that morning. The door opened, and Dr. Frock wheeled himself inside, a large silhouette against the dimness of the lab. As he came forward into the sunlight, Margot turned to wish him good morning. Seeing the expression on his face, she stopped short. "Dr. Frock?" she asked. "Are you all right?" He came toward her slowly, the normally ruddy face drawn and pale. "There's tragic news," he said in a low voice. "I received a call very early this morning. Simon Bramwell was murdered last night on his way home from the museum." Margot frowned, drawing in her breath. "Simon Bramwell?" she repeated, uncomprehending. Frock rolled closer and took her hand. "I
I'm sorry to be the one to tell you, my dear, he said. This is all so horribly sudden.
But how?
Margot asked. It appears he was attacked on 81st Street, Frock said. His throat was cut. Beyond that... Frock spread his hands, which Margot noticed were shaking with emotion. It seemed unreal, like some kind of dream. She could not believe the man who had been standing in front of that huge screen the previous afternoon, manipulating the remote pointer like a samurai sword, was now dead. Frock sighed. Though you may not have known it, Margot, Simon and I didn't always see eye to eye. We had our professional differences. But I always had great respect for the man. It's a huge loss to the medical examiner's office, and to our work coming at this critical moment.
Our work,
echoed Margot automatically. She paused.
But who did it?
There were no witnesses. They remained motionless for a moment, Frock's hand on hers, warm and gently reassuring. Then he slowly rolled away. I don't know who the ME's office will give us as a replacement, if anyone, he said. But I think Simon would want us to continue in the spirit in which he began. He rolled over to the far wall and switched on the theater lights, flooding the center of the room. I've always found work the best antidote for grief. He was silent for a long moment. Then he sighed, as if forcing himself to continue. Would you mind removing Cadaver A from the refrigerator? I have a theory about a potential genetic anomaly that might have caused this deformity. Unless you would like the day off. He raised his eyebrows. No, Margot said, shaking her head. Frock was right. Bramwell would want them to continue. Standing slowly and walking across the room, she knelt, opened the cabinet door, and pulled out the long metal tray inside. The unidentified body which lay on it had been reduced and rearranged to a mere series of irregular lumps under the blue sheet. She slid it onto a stretcher and rolled it under the lights. Frock carefully pulled off the sheet and began the painstaking process of measuring the carpal bones of the deformed skeleton with a pair of electronic calipers. Feeling an eerie sense of unreality, Margot went back to examining yet another series of MRI scans. The lab fell into a long silence. Do you have any idea what lead Simon was referring to yesterday? Frock asked at last. I'm sorry, Margot said, looking up. Oh, no, I don't. He never discussed it with me. I was as surprised as you were. A shame, said Frock. As far as I know, he left no notes about it either. He fell silent again for some time. This is a real setback, Margot, he said at last in a quiet voice. We may never learn what it is he discovered. Nobody ever makes their plans as if they're going to die the next day. Frock shook his head. Simon was like most of the MEs I've known. Exciting, high-profile cases like this are rare, and when one comes along, well, I can't always resist the drama. He looked suddenly at his watch. Oh, dear. You know, I almost forgot that I have an appointment in osteology. Margot, I wonder if you would be willing to leave that aside and take over here for a while. Maybe it's this tragic news, or maybe I've just been staring at these bones too long. But I think the work could benefit from a fresh eye. Of course, said Margot. What exactly are you looking for? I wish I knew. I'm quite sure this person had a congenital disease. I want to quantify the morphological changes to see if there's been a genetic shift. Unfortunately, that means measuring almost every bone in the body. I thought I'd start with the wrist and finger bones, since, as you know, they're the most sensitive to genetic change. Of course, said Margot. What exactly are you looking for? I wish I knew. I'm quite sure this person had a congenital disease. I want to quantify the morphological changes to see if there's been a genetic shift. Unfortunately, that means measuring almost every bone in the body. I thought I'd start with the wrist and finger bones, since, as you know, they're the most sensitive to genetic change. Margot looked down at the examining table. That could take days, she said. Frock shrugged in exasperation. I'm only too aware of that, my dear. He gripped the rails of his wheelchair and gave himself a powerful push toward the door.
Wearily, Margot began measuring each bone with the electronic calipers and entering the measurements on the workstation keyboard. Even the smallest bones required a dozen measurements, and soon a long column of numbers was scrolling up the nearby screen. She tried not to grow impatient with the tedious work and the tomb-like silence of the lab. If Frock was right, and the deformation was congenital, this would greatly narrow their search for the identity of the body. And at this point, they could use any lead they could find. The skeletons from the physical anthropology lab had provided no clues. As she worked, she found herself wondering what Bramwell would have thought. But the memory of Bramwell was too awful. To think of the man set upon and murdered. She shook her head, forcing herself to concentrate on other things. The sudden ringing of the telephone jarred her from a particularly complicated measurement. It rang again, 2 short beeps, and she realized it was an outside call, probably Dagosta calling about Dr. Bramwell. She picked it up. "Forensics?"
Is Dr. Bramwell there?
Asked a clipped, youthful-sounding voice. Dr. Bramwell? Margot's thoughts raced. What if it was a relative? What should she say?
Hello?
Came the voice. Yes, said Margot. Dr. Bramwell isn't available. Can I help you?
I'm not sure. It's a confidential matter. May I ask who I'm speaking to?
The name is Dr. Green, said Margot. I'm assisting him.
Ah, that's fine then. This is Dr. Cavalieri from St. Luke's in Baltimore. I've identified that patient he's looking for.
Patient?
Yes, the one with the spondylolisthesis.
Margot could hear the shuffling of paper on the other end of the line.
This is one bizarre set of x-rays you sent me. At first I thought there was some kind of joke. I almost missed it.
Margot fumbled for a pad of paper and a pencil. You'd better start from the beginning.
Fine,
came the voice.
I'm an orthopedic surgeon down in Baltimore. There are only 3 of us here who do corrective surgery to reduce a spondylolisthesis. Dr. Bramwell knew that, of course.
Spondylolisthesis. There was a silence.
You're not a physician?
Cavalieri asked, his tone suddenly disapproving. Margot took a deep breath. Dr. Cavalieri, I might as well tell you. Dr. Bramwell was... Well, he died last night. I'm an evolutionary biologist helping him analyze the remains of several homicide victims. Since Dr. Bramwell is no longer here, I'll need you to tell me everything.
Died? Why, I just spoke to him yesterday.
It was very sudden, said Margot. She did not want to go into any more detail.
But that's terrible. Dr. Bramwell was well known across the country, not to mention the United Kingdom.
The voice petered out. Margot, holding the silent phone to her ear, thought again about the last time she'd seen the medical examiner. At the front of Linnaeus Hall, smiling deviously, eyes flashing behind the horn rims. She was roused by a sigh on the other end of the line.
A spondylolisthesis is a fracture and slippage of one of the lumbar vertebrae. We correct it by fixing a metal plate to the spine with pedicle lag screws. As you tighten the screws to the plate, it draws the fractured vertebrae back into place.
I'm not sure I see the connection, Margot said.
You remember those 4 white triangles on the x-rays you sent me? Those are the lags for the plate screws. This fella had an operation for spondylolisthesis. Very few surgeons do the procedure, which makes it easy to trace.
I see, said Margot.
I know that this x-ray is from a patient of mine for one very good reason,
Cavalieri continued.
It's clear that these particular lag bolts were manufactured by Steel Med Products of Minneapolis, which went out of business in 1989. I performed about 36 operations using Steel Med lag screws. I used a special technique of my own, a particular placement of the screws behind the transverse process of the second lumbar. A rather brilliant technique, actually. You can read about it in the fall 1987 issue of the Journal of American Orthopedics if you're interested. It held the bone better, you see, and required less bone fusion. No one else performed it but myself and 2 residents I instructed. Of course, it was considered obsolete after the Steinman procedure was developed. So in the end, I was the only doctor who used it.
Margot could hear the pride in the doctor's voice.
But here's the mystery. No surgeon that I ever knew would remove the corrective plate for this kind of spondylolisthesis. It simply isn't done. Yet these x-rays clearly show that my patient had the metal plate and screws removed. God knows why. leaving only the lags behind. You can't remove the lags, of course. They're set into the bone. But why this fellow had the plates removed, too?
His voice trailed off. Margot scribbled notes furiously. Go on.
As I said, when I saw the x-rays, I knew immediately that this was one of my patients. However, I was astonished at the condition of the skeleton, that riot of bone growth. I knew I'd never operated on anyone with a condition like that.
So the bone growth occurred afterwards?
Absolutely. In any case, I went back to my records, and based on the x-ray evidence, I was able to identify the patient. I operated on him the morning of October 2nd, 1988.
And who was the patient? Margot asked, pencil at the ready. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw that Frock had re-entered the lab and was rolling toward her, listening intently.
It's right here somewhere.
She could hear another rustling of papers.
I'll fax all these records to you, of course, but I'm sure you'll still... Here we are. The patient was named Gregory S. Kawakita.
Margot felt her blood freeze. Greg Kawakita? She croaked.
Yes, Gregory S. Kawakita, Ph.D. No question about it. Funny. It says here that he was an evolutionary biologist, too. Maybe you knew him?
Margot hung up the telephone, unable to speak. First, Dr. Bramwell, and now... She glanced at Frock, alarmed to see that his face had gone ashen. He was slumped to one side of the wheelchair, a hand pressed hard to his chest, his breathing labored. Gregory Kawakita? Frock breathed. This is Gregory. Oh, my good Lord. His breathing eased, and he shut his eyes and slowly hung his head. Margot turned quickly and ran to the window, choking back sobs. Of its own accord, her mind flashed back to that horrible week 18 months before, when the murders started at the museum. Then, the opening of the Superstition exhibition, the mass slaughter, and the final killing of the P.1. Greg Kawakita had been an assistant curator at the museum, a colleague of hers, a student of Frock's. More than almost anyone else, Greg had helped identify and stop the monster. It had been his genetic extrapolation program that provided the key, that told them what P.1 was and how it could be killed. But the horror that followed had affected everyone, especially Greg. He'd left the museum soon after, abandoning a brilliant career. No one had heard from him since. No one except her. He'd tried to reach her, leaving a message on her answering machine several months before. At the time, he said he'd needed something, needed her help. She hadn't even bothered to respond. And now she could guess why he must have left the museum. He'd been suffering some dreadful disease that was deforming his bones, turning him slowly into that twisted skeleton on the gurney. No doubt he was ashamed, probably afraid. Perhaps he had tried to seek treatment. Maybe toward the end he had become homeless. And then, the ultimate insult to a life once so full of promise, murder, decapitation, the frenzied gnawing of bones in the dark. She stared out the window, shuddering in the warm sun. Whatever end he had suffered, it must have been horrible. Perhaps she could have helped him, had she known. But she'd been too wrapped up in trying to forget it all herself, losing herself in her workouts and her work. And she'd done nothing. "Dr. Frock?" she called out. She heard the rumbling of the wheelchair behind her. "Dr. Frock," she whispered, unable to continue. She felt a gentle hand touch her elbow. It was trembling with emotion. "Let me think for a moment," Frock said. "Just for a moment, please. How could this be? To think this pathetic collection of bones that we've studied, picked at, disassembled, could be Gregory." His voice broke. A beam of light shone through the window and highlighted the hand as it slipped from her elbow. Margot stood motionless, closing her eyes now against the light, feeling the oxygen stream in and out of her lungs. Eventually, she felt able to turn away from the window, but not toward the examining table. She wasn't sure she would ever be able to face the contents of that table again. Instead, she turned toward Frock. He was there behind her, motionless, his eyes dry and far away. "We'd better call the Ghosta," she said. For a long time, Frock did not speak. Then, silently, he nodded his assent. Qui ci sono dei mostri. Part 2. For obvious reasons, no reliable census of Manhattan's underground population exists. However, the Rushing Bunton study of 1994 indicates that 2,750 persons live in just the small area bordered by Penn Station on the southwest and Grand Central Terminal on the northeast, with the population rising to 4,500 during the winter months. In this writer's experience, such a number seems conservative. Similarly, there is no accurate record of the births and deaths that take place in the communities beneath New York. However, given the disproportionate number of drug abusers, criminals, ex-convicts, mentally handicapped, and mentally unstable people who gravitate to the world below the surface, it is clear that the environment can be an extremely difficult and dangerous one. People have given many reasons for retreating from society into the darkness of the railroad tunnels and other subterranean spaces. Privacy, security, a deep alienation from society. It has been estimated that once a person goes underground, the average life expectancy is approximately 22 months. L. Hayward, Caste and Society Beneath Manhattan. Forthcoming. 23. West 63rd Street stretched toward the Hudson, the procession of magnificent co-ops yielding gradually to manicured brownstones. D'Agosta walked resolutely, keeping his eyes down, feeling acutely self-conscious. The shabby, fragrant form of Pendergast shuffled along just in front of him. "Hell of a way to spend my afternoon off," D'Agosta muttered. Though he found himself itching in many remote places, he decided not to scratch. Scratching meant touching the ancient, greasy London fog raincoat he wore, or the filthy Kmart plaid polyester shirt, or the shiny, threadbare trousers. He wondered where Pendergast had gotten all this stuff. On top of all that, the dirt and grease on his face were real, not something out of a makeup tin. Even his shoes were disgusting. But when he'd balked, Pendergast had said simply, "Vincent, your life depends on it." He hadn't even been allowed to carry his gun or shield. "You don't want to know," Pendergast had said, "what they'll do to you if they find a badge." In fact, D'Agosta thought morosely, this whole expedition was a direct violation of departmental regulations. Glancing up briefly, he spotted a woman approaching, spotless in a crisp summer dress and high heels, walking a chihuahua. She stopped abruptly, stepping to one side and averting her eyes with a distasteful look. As Pendergast passed by, the dog suddenly lunged forward, erupting with a shrill volley of squeaky barks. Pendergast shuffled aside, and the dog redoubled its hysterical efforts, tugging against the leash. Despite his discomfort, or perhaps because of it, D'Agosta found himself growing annoyed at the look of loathing on the woman's face. "Who the hell is she to judge us?" he thought. As he was passing, he suddenly stopped and turned to face her. "Have a nice day," he growled, thrusting his chin forward. The woman shrank backwards. "You revolting man!" she shrieked at D'Agosta. "Stay away from him, Pettichow!" Pendergast grabbed D'Agosta and pulled him around the corner onto Columbus Avenue. "Are you mad?" he said under his breath. As they hurried on, D'Agosta could hear the woman calling, "Help! Those men threatened me!" Pendergast dashed southward, D'Agosta struggling to keep up. Moving into the shadow of a large driveway halfway down the block, Pendergast knelt quickly above the steel plates set into the sidewalk that marked an emergency subway exit. Using a small, hooked tool, he levered up the plates, then ushered D'Agosta down the iron stairs beneath. Closing them behind him, Pendergast followed D'Agosta into the darkness. At the bottom were two sets of train tracks, dimly illuminated. Crossing the tracks, they reached an archway leading to another descending set of stairs, which they took 2 steps at a time. On the lowest step, Pendergast stopped. D'Agosta stopped beside him in the pitch blackness, fighting for breath. After a few moments, Pendergast switched on a penlight, chuckling. "Have a nice day. Vincent, what could you have been thinking?" Just trying to be friendly, DeGosta said truculently. You could have sunk our little expedition before it left the dock. Remember, you're here simply to complete my disguise. The only way I'm certain to see Mephisto is if I pose as the leader of another community, and I'd never travel without an aide-de-camp. He gestured with his penlight into a narrow side tunnel. That way leads east into his territory. DeGosta nodded. Remember my instructions. I'll do the talking. It's imperative that you forget you're a police officer. No matter what happens, don't try to interfere. He reached into the pocket of his grimy trench coat, bringing out 2 floppy woolen hats. Put this on, he said, handing one to DeGosta. Why? Headgear disguises the true contours of a person's head. Besides, if we're forced to make a quick escape, we can break our profiles by discarding them. Remember, we're not used to the darkness. We'll be the ones at a disadvantage. He dug into the pocket again and took out a small, dull object which he fitted into his mouth. What the hell is that? DeGosta asked, pulling the hat onto his head. A false rubber palate for changing tongue position, thus modifying the harmonic resonances of the throat. We will be consorting with criminals, remember? I spent a fair amount of time last year at Rikers Island profiling murderers for Quantico. It's possible that I'll come in contact with some of them down here. If so, they must not recognize me, either by appearance or voice. He waved his hand. Of course, makeup alone isn't enough. I must adapt my posture, way of walking, even mannerisms. Your job is easier. Keep silent, blend in, follow my lead. We must not in any way stand out. Understood? DeGosta nodded. With any luck, this Mephisto will be able to point us in the right direction. Perhaps we'll return with evidence of the killings he described to the Post. That could provide additional forensics material we desperately need. He paused. Any leads on the Bramwell murder? He asked. He took a step forward, shining the penlight ahead. No, said DeGosta. Waxy and the top brass think it was just another random killing. But I'm wondering if it didn't have something to do with his work. Pendergast nodded. An interesting theory. Seems to me that these killings, or at least some of them, aren't random at all. I mean, Bramwell was on the verge of discovering who the second skeleton belonged to. Maybe somebody didn't want that known. Pendergast nodded again. I have to admit, Lieutenant, I was flabbergasted when I heard the second skeleton belonged to Kawakita. It opens up a vista of... He paused. Complexity and ugliness, and it suggests that Dr. Frock, Dr. Green, and the others working on the case should be protected. DeGosta scowled. I went up to Horlocker's office this morning with that in mind. He dismissed any kind of protection for Green or Frock, said he suspected Kawakita must have been involved with Pamela Wisher somehow, just got caught in the wrong place in the wrong time. A random killing, like Bramwell. All he cared was that we didn't leak anything about it to the press, at least until Kawakita's family is tracked down and alerted, assuming there's any left to alert. I think somebody once said he was an orphan. Waxy was there, too, strutting and preening like an overstuffed rooster. He told me to do a better job of keeping this under wraps than I did with Wisher. And I suggested he go put a poultice on it. Politely, of course. I'd been thinking it was best not to alarm Frock or Green, but after that meeting I talked to them both, gave them some advice. They promised to be very careful, at least until their work is finished. Have they discovered what caused the skeletal deformation in Kawakita? Not yet. DeGosta nodded absently. Pendergast turned toward him. What is it? He asked. DeGosta hesitated. I suppose I'm a little worried about how Dr. Green is taking all this. I mean, it was my idea to tap her and Frock in the first place, but now I'm not so sure. Frock seems to be his usual ornery self, but Margot... He paused. You know how she reacted to the museum murders? Conditioning herself, running every day, packing a pistol? Pendergast nodded. It's not an uncommon type of post-traumatic stress reaction. People who emerge from terrifying situations sometimes look for ways to gain control, to limit their feelings of vulnerability.
Actually, it's a relatively healthy response to severe stress." He smiled grimly. "And I can think of few more stressful situations than the one she and I found ourselves in, there in that darkened museum corridor." "Yeah, but she's overdoing it. And now, with all this shit happening, well, I'm not sure I made the right decision, calling her in like I did. It was absolutely the right decision. We need her expertise, especially now that we know Kawakita is dead. You'll be investigating his last known whereabouts, I trust?" The ghost nodded. "You might consider asking Dr. Green to lend a hand with that." Pendergast resumed his scrutiny of the tunnel, peering into the darkness with his sooty face. "Ah, well. Ready, Vincent?" "I guess so. What if we meet hostiles?" Pendergast smiled slightly. "Trading and local commerce tends to keep the natives peaceful." "Drugs?" the ghost asked in disbelief. Pendergast nodded, opening his coat. In the gleam of the penlight, the ghost could make out several tiny pockets stitched into the filthy lining. "It appears that virtually everyone down here is or has been an addict of one kind or another." His finger moved from one pocket to the next. "I have an entire pharmacopoeia here. Crack cocaine, methylphenidate, carbachol, seconal, military-grade blue 88s. They may well save our lives, Vincent. They saved mine on my first ascent." Pendergast dug into one of the small pockets and pulled out a slender black capsule. "Biphetamine," he said, "known in the underground fraternity as a Black Beauty." He stared at the capsule for a moment. Then, with a quick movement, he popped it into his mouth. "What the—" D'Agosta began, but the FBI agent held his hand out for silence. "It's not enough for me to act the part," Pendergast whispered. "I have to be the part. This Mephisto is undoubtedly a suspicious, paranoid individual. Scenting fraud is his stock in trade. Remember that." D'Agosta said nothing. They really had stepped outside society, outside the law, outside everything. They passed into the side tunnel and moved along an abandoned rail line. Every few minutes, Pendergast would stop to consult some notes. Following the FBI agent deeper into darkness, D'Agosta was amazed at how quickly he lost his own orientation, his sense of time. Suddenly, Pendergast pointed toward a wavering, reddish light, seemingly suspended in the darkness, perhaps 100 yards ahead of them. "There are people around that fire," he whispered. "It's probably a small, upstairs community, squatters living at the edge of Mephisto's domain." He stared speculatively at the glow for a few moments. Then he turned. "Shall we retire to the drawing room?" he asked, and without waiting for an answer began moving toward the distant glow. As they drew closer, D'Agosta made out a dozen or so figures lounging on the ground or hunched atop milk crates, staring into the fire. A bubbling black coffee pot sat among the coals. Pendergast ambled into the firelight and squatted down beside the blaze. Nobody paid any attention. He reached into one of the many layers of his outfit and pulled out a pint bottle of English Lord Deluxe Tokay wine. D'Agosta watched as all eyes swiveled in the direction of the bottle. Pendergast unscrewed the cap and took a long pull, sighing contentedly. "Anybody want a slug?" he asked, turning the bottle's label toward the firelight so all could see. D'Agosta was momentarily taken aback. The FBI agent's voice had changed utterly. It now sounded thick, drugged with a distinct Flatbush accent. Pendergast's pale skin, eyes, and hair looked alien and menacing in the flickering glare. A hand reached out. "Here," came a voice. A man on a milk crate took the bottle and placed it to his lips. There was a long, sucking noise. When he handed it back to Pendergast, a quarter of the contents were gone. Pendergast passed the bottle to another, and it went around the circle, returning empty. There was a single grunt of thanks. D'Agosta tried to maneuver into the plume of smoke, hoping to dilute the stench of unwashed human bodies, bad wine, and rancid urine. "I'm looking for Mephisto," Pendergast said after a moment. There was a momentary stir around the campfire. The men seemed suddenly wary. "Who wants to know?"
the one who'd first taken the bottle asked belligerently.
I want to know,
said Pendergast, immediately belligerent himself. There was a short silence while the man eyed Pendergast, sizing him up. "Up yours, Jack," he said at last, sinking back into his chair. Pendergast moved so quickly that the ghost jumped away, startled. When he looked back, the man was face down in the rubble, and Pendergast was standing over him, one foot planted on his neck.
"Shit!"
the man howled. Pendergast pressed down.
"Nobody disses Whitey,"
he hissed.
"It didn't mean nothing, man. Jesus!"
Pendergast eased up slightly.
"Mephisto hangs out at the Route 666.
"Where's that?"
"Stop it, man! That shit hurts! Look, head down track 100. Watch for the old generator. Take the ladder down to the catwalk."
Pendergast released his foot, and the man sat up, rubbing his neck.
"Mephisto don't like outsiders."
"Him and I have business to discuss."
"Yeah? About what?"
"About the Wrinklers."
Even in the dark, the ghost sensed the group stiffen.
"What about him?"
a new voice asked sharply.
"I talk to Mephisto only."
Pendergast nodded to Dagosta, and they moved away from the campfire, continuing on into the darkness of the tunnel. When the fire had receded to a dwindling point, Pendergast once again snapped on the penlight.
"You can't let anyone disrespect you down here,"
Pendergast said quietly. "Even a marginal group like that. If they sense weakness, you're as good as dead."
"Those were some pretty slick moves,"
Dagosta said. "It's not difficult to knock down a drunk. On my last trip down, I learned that alcohol is the drug of choice on these upper levels. Except for that one thin fellow farthest from the fire, I'd wager, Lieutenant, that he was a skin popper. Did you notice how he was absently scratching himself during the entire meeting? The side effect of fentanyl, quite unmistakable." The tunnel branched, and after consulting a rail yard map from one of his pockets, Pendergast took the narrower left-hand passage. "This leads to track 100, he said. Dagosta shuffled on behind. After what seemed an interminable distance, Pendergast stopped again, pointing out a great, rusting machine with several huge belt gears, each at least 12 feet in diameter. The rotted belt lay underneath in a heap on the ground. On the far side was a metal staircase, ending at a catwalk suspended above an ancient tunnel. Ducking under a stalactite-covered pipe stenciled H.P. Street, Dagosta followed Pendergast down the staircase and along the rickety grating. At the end of the catwalk, a hinged plate in the floor led to a metal ladder, which descended into a large, unfinished tunnel. Rock and rusted metal I-beams lay in untidy piles against the walls. Although Dagosta could see the remains of several camps, the place appeared deserted. "We have to climb down this rock, it seems," said Pendergast, shining the penlight beam into a large area at the end of the tunnel. The edges of the rock were slick with the impressions of countless hands and feet. A caustic smell drifted up. Dagosta went first, clinging desperately to the sharp, wet basalt. It was the work of 5 terrifying minutes to reach the bottom. He felt like he was entombed in the very bedrock of the island.
"I'd like to see someone climb that thing messed up on drugs," he said, as Pendergast dropped to the ground beside him. The muscles in his arms were shaking from the exertion.
"Below here, nobody leaves," said Pendergast, "except the runners." "Runners?" "As I understand it, they are the only community members who have contact with the surface. They collect and cash AFDC checks, rummage for food, bust recyclables for spare change, pick up medicine and milk, buy drugs." Pendergast shone his light around, revealing a rough, rocky pit. On the far wall, a 5-foot piece of corrugated tin covered an abandoned tunnel. A crude message painted on the wall beside it read, "Families only. All others keep out." Pendergast grabbed the sheet of metal, and it swung open with a loud screech. "Doorbell," he explained. As they stepped into the tunnel, a ragged-looking figure suddenly appeared in front of them, a large firebrand in one hand. He was tall and terrifyingly gaunt.
"Who are you?"
he demanded, standing in Pendergast's way.
"Are you tail gunner?"
Pendergast asked.
"Outside,"
the man said, pushing them toward the tin door. In a moment they were back out in the rocky pit. "The name's Flint. What do you want?"
I'm here to see Mephisto,
Pendergast replied. "What for?"
I'm the leader of Grant's Tomb, a small community beneath Columbia University. I've come to talk about the killings.
There was a long silence. "And him?" Flint said, gesturing at Dagosta.
My runner,
said Pendergast. Flint turned back to Pendergast. "Weapons or drugs?" he asked.
No weapons,
said Pendergast. In the lambent glow of the firebrand, he looked suddenly embarrassed.
but I do carry my own little supply.
"No drugs here," said Flint. "We're a clean community."
Bullshit,
Dagosta thought, looking into the man's burning eyes.
Sorry, said Pendergast. I don't give up my stash, if that's a problem.
"What have you got?" Flint asked.
None of your business.
"Coke?" he asked, and Dagosta thought he detected a faint, hopeful tone in his voice.
Good guess,
said Pendergast after a moment. "I'm going to have to confiscate that."
Consider it a gift.
Pendergast brought out a small, folded piece of tinfoil and handed it to Flint, who quickly tucked it into his coat. "Follow me," he said. Dagosta pulled the metal sheet closed behind them and followed Flint as he led them down a metal staircase. The staircase ended in a narrow opening that led onto a cement landing, suspended far above a vast cylindrical room. Flint turned and began moving down a cement ramp that spiraled along the wall. As he walked down the ramp, Dagosta noticed that several cubbyholes had been cut into the rock. Each cubbyhole was occupied by individuals or families. Candles and kerosene lamps flickered over dirty faces and filthy beddings. Looking across the vast space, Dagosta could see a broken pipe jutting from the wall. Water spilled from the pipe and fell into a muddy pool that had been excavated out of the cavern floor. Several figures huddled around it, apparently washing clothes. The dirty water ran away in a stream and disappeared into the broken mouth of a tunnel. Reaching the bottom, they crossed the stream on an ancient board. Groups of underground dwellers dotted the cavern floor, sleeping or playing cards. A man lay in a far corner, his eyes open and milky, and Dagosta realized he was awaiting burial. He turned away. Flint led them through a long, low passage from which many tunnels seemed to branch. In the dim light at the end of some of the corridors, Dagosta could see people at work, storing canned goods, mending clothes, distilling grain alcohol. At last, Flint brought them out into a space filled with the glow of electric light. Looking up, Dagosta saw a single light bulb dangling from a frayed cord that ran to an old junction box in one corner. Dagosta's eyes traveled down from the bulb along the crack-riddled bricks that lined the chamber. Then he froze, a gasp of disbelief on his lips. In the center of the room was a battered and ancient train caboose, tilted at a crazy angle, its rear wheels suspended at least 2 feet above the floor. How it had ended up in this strange, lunatic place he couldn't begin to imagine. Along its side, he barely could make out the letters New Yo Centra in faded black on the rusted red metal. Motioning them to stay put, Flint entered the caboose. He emerged a few minutes later, beckoning them forward. Stepping inside, Dagosta found himself in a small antechamber, the far end of which was covered with a thick, dark curtain. Flint had vanished. The caboose was dark and stupefyingly hot.
Yes,
hissed a strange voice from beyond the curtain. Pendergast cleared his throat.
I'm known as Whitey, leader of Grant's Tomb. We heard about your call for the underground people to band together to stop the killings.
There was a silence. Dagosta wondered what lay beyond the curtain.
Maybe nothing. Maybe it's like in The Wizard of Oz. Maybe Smithback had just made half the article up. You could never tell with journalists.
Come in, the voice said. The curtain was pulled aside. Reluctantly, Dagosta followed Pendergast into the chamber beyond. The interior was dark, lit only by the reflected glow of the naked bulb outside and by a small fire that smoldered beneath a vent in one corner. In front of them, a man sat in a massive, throne-like chair that had been placed in the exact center of the room. He was tall, with large limbs and long, thick gray hair. The man was dressed in an ancient, bell-bottom suit of tan corduroy and wore a threadbare Borsalino hat. A heavy, silver Navajo squash-blossom necklace set with turquoise hung around his neck. Mephisto stared at them with unusually penetrating eyes. Mayor Whitey. Unoriginal, not likely to induce reverence, but in your albinoid case, appropriate. The hiss had taken on a slow, formal tone. Dagosta felt the gaze turn on him. Whatever else this guy is, he ain't crazy. At least, not completely crazy. He felt uneasy. Mephisto's eyes glittered with suspicion. "And this one?" he asked. "Cigar, my runner." Mephisto stared at Dagosta for a long time. Then he turned back to Pendergast. "I've never heard of a Grant's Tomb community," he said, voice laced with doubt. "There's a large network of service tunnels beneath Columbia and its outbuildings," Pendergast said. "We're small, and we mind our own business. Students are pretty generous." Mephisto nodded, listening. The look of suspicion slowly vanished, replaced by something that was either a leer or a smile. Dagosta couldn't be sure which. "Of course. Always nice to meet an ally in these dark days. Let's seal this meeting with some refreshment. We can talk afterwards." He clapped his hands. "Cheers for our guests, and get that fire going. Tailgunner, bring us some meat." A thin, short man Dagosta had not seen before appeared out of the shadows and left the caboose. Another, who had been sitting cross-legged on the floor, struggled to his feet and, moving with glacial slowness, piled wood on the fire and poked it into life.
"It's already too damn hot in here," Dagosta thought as he felt the sweat trickle down the inside of his greasy shirt. An enormous, heavily muscled man came in with 2 packing crates, which he set in front of Mephisto's chair. "Gentlemen, please," Mephisto said with mock gravity, gesturing at the crates. Dagosta settled himself gingerly on the packing crate as the man called Tailgunner returned, carrying something wet and dripping in a piece of old newspaper. He dropped it beside the fire, and Dagosta felt his stomach seize up involuntarily. Inside was an enormous rat, its head half crushed, paws still twitching rhythmically as if to some internal beat. "Excellent!" cried Mephisto. "Fresh caught, as you can see."
He turned his piercing eyes on Pendergast.
"You do eat track rabbit, don't you?"
"Of course," Pendergast replied. Dagosta noticed that the heavily muscled man was now standing directly behind them. It began to dawn on him that they were about to undergo a test they had better not fail. Reaching out, Mephisto took the carcass in one hand and a long metal roasting spit in the other. Holding the rat beneath its front haunches, Mephisto deftly threaded the skewer from anus to head, then set it over the fire to roast. Dagosta watched in horrified fascination as the hair immediately sizzled and caught fire, and the rat gave one final convulsive spasm. A moment later, the entire animal flared up, sending a plume of acrid smoke toward the roof of the caboose. It died down again, the tail withering into a blackened corkscrew. Mephisto watched the rat for a moment. Then he plucked it from the fire, pulled a knife out of his coat, and scraped the remaining hair off the skin. Piercing the belly to release the cooking gases, he returned it to the flame, this time at a higher elevation. "It takes skill," he said, "to cook le grand série en brochette." Dagosta waited, acutely aware that all eyes were on him and Pendergast. He did not want to imagine what would happen if he betrayed the slightest hint of disgust. Minutes passed in silence as the rat sizzled. Mephisto rotated the rack, then looked at Pendergast. "How do you like yours?" he asked. "I prefer mine rare." "Suits me," Pendergast said, as placidly as if he were being offered toast points at Tavern on the Green. "It's just an animal," the Ghosta thought in desperation. "Eating it won't kill me, which is more than I can say for these guys." Mephisto sighed in ill-concealed anticipation. "Look done to you?" "Let's eat," said Pendergast, rubbing his hands together. The Ghosta said nothing. "This calls for alcohol!" cried Mephisto. Almost immediately, a half-empty bottle of nitrate appeared. Mephisto eyed it with disgust. "These are my guests," he said, tossing the bottle aside. "Bring something suitable." Shortly, a mossy bottle of cold duck and 3 plastic glasses arrived. Mephisto removed the metal skewer and slid the cooked rat onto the newspaper. "You do the honors," he said, handing it to Pendergast. The Ghosta struggled with a sudden sense of panic. What was Pendergast supposed to do? He watched with mingled horror and relief as Pendergast, without hesitation, raised the rat and put his lips to the gash in its flank. There was a sharp, sucking sound as the rodent was eviscerated. The Ghosta felt his gorge rise. Licking his lips, Pendergast set the newspaper and its burden in front of their host. "Excellent," he said simply. Mephisto nodded. "Interesting technique?" "Hardly," Pendergast shrugged. "They spread a lot of rat poison around the Columbia service tunnels. You can always tell by tasting the liver whether it's safe to eat." A broad and genuine smile spread across Mephisto's face. "I'll remember that," he said. Taking the knife, he cut several strips of meat from one haunch and handed them to the Ghosta. The moment had come. Out of the corner of his eye, the Ghosta saw the hulking figure behind them grow tense. Squeezing his eyelids closed, he attacked the meat with feigned gusto, stuffing everything into his mouth at once, chewing furiously and swallowing the strips almost before he had a chance to taste them. He grinned through his agony, wrestling with the horrible feeling of nausea that swept across his gut. The moment had come. Out of the corner of his eye, the Ghosta saw the hulking figure behind them grow tense. Squeezing his eyelids closed, he attacked the meat with feigned gusto, stuffing everything into his mouth at once, chewing furiously and swallowing the strips almost before he had a chance to taste them. He grinned through his agony, wrestling with the horrible feeling of nausea that swept across his gut. "Bravo!" said Mephisto, watching. "A true gourmand!" The level of tension in the air decreased palpably. As the Ghosta sat back on his packing crate, putting a protective hand over his stomach, the silence in the room gave way to low laughter and whispered conversation. "You'll forgive my suspicion," Mephisto said. "There was a time when life underground was much more open and trusting. If you are who you say you are, you know that already. But these are difficult times." Mephisto poured them each a glass of wine, then raised his own in a toast. He sliced off several more cuts of meat and passed them to Pendergast, then demolished the rest of the rat himself. "Let me introduce my lieutenants," Mephisto said. He waved at the hulking figure that stood behind them. "This is little Harry. Got into horse pretty young. Took to petty thievery to support the habit. One thing led to another, and he ended up in Attica. They taught him quite a lot there. When he got out, he couldn't find a job. Luckily, he wandered below and joined our community before he could fall back into bad habits." Mephisto pointed at the slow-moving figure by the fire. "That's boy Alice. Used to teach English at a Connecticut prep school. Things went sour. He lost his job, got divorced, ran out of money, began hitting the bottle. He gravitated to the shelters and soup kitchens. That's where he heard about us. As for Tail Gunner, he got back from Nam only to find that the country he'd defended didn't want anything to do with him. Mephisto wiped his mouth on the newspaper. "That's more than you need to know," he said. "We've left the past behind, as you must have." "So you hear about the killings?" Pendergast nodded. 3 of our people have been missing since last week, and the rest are getting concerned. We heard your call for alliance against the Wrinklers, the headless killers. Word is getting around. 2 days ago I heard from the philosopher. Know of him? Pendergast hesitated for just a second. "No," he replied. Mephisto's eyes narrowed. "Odd," he said. "He's my counterpart, leader of the communities beneath Grand Central." "Perhaps someday we shall meet," Pendergast said. "For now I need to take word back, reassurances from my people. What can you tell me about the killings and the killers?" "They started almost a year ago," Mephisto replied in a silky hiss. "First was Joe At-City. We found his body dumped outside the blockhouse, head gone. Next, Dark Annie disappeared. Then Master Sergeant. It went on and on. Some we found, most we didn't. Later we got word from the Manders that deep activity had been detected." Pendergast frowned. "Manders?" Again Mephisto shot a suspicious glance toward him. "Never heard of the Manders?" He cackled. "You ought to stretch your legs more. Get out, see the neighborhood, Mayor Whitey. The Manders live below us. Never come up, never use lights like salamanders. Versteht? They said there were signs of movement below them." His voice dropped to a whisper. "They said the Devil's Attic had been colonized." The Ghosta looked questioningly at Pendergast, but the FBI agent merely nodded. "The lowest level of the city," he said, as if to himself. "The very lowest," Mephisto replied. "Have you been down there?" Pendergast asked with deliberate casualness. Mephisto flashed him a look as if to imply even he wasn't that crazy. "But you think these people are behind the killings?" "I don't think it. I know it. They're beneath us right now." Mephisto smiled grimly. "But I'm not sure I'd use the word people." "What do you mean?" Pendergast said, the casualness gone from his voice. "Rumor," Mephisto said very quietly. "They say they're called Wrinklers for a reason." "Witches?" Mephisto did not answer. Pendergast sat back on his crate. "So, what can we do?" "What can we do?" The smile vanished from Mephisto's face. "We can wake up this city. That's what we can do. We can show them that it won't just be the mole people, the invisible people who die." "And if we do that," Pendergast asked, "what can the city do about these Wrinklers?" Mephisto thought a moment. "Like any infestation, get them where they live." "Easier said than done." Mephisto's hard, glittery gaze landed on the FBI agent. "You got a better idea, Whitey?" he hissed. Pendergast was silent. "Not yet," he said at last. 24. Robert Wilson, librarian at the New York Historical Society, looked at the other occupant of the map room with irritation. Odd-looking guy, somber black suit, pale cat's eyes, blonde white hair combed severely back from a high forehead. Annoying, too, annoying as hell. He'd been there all afternoon making demands and throwing the maps askew. Every time Wilson turned back to his computer to resume work on his own pet project, the definitive monograph on Zuni fetishes, the man would be up asking more questions. As if on cue, the man got out of his chair and glided over noiselessly. Pardon?" he said in his polite but insistent mint julep drawl. Wilson glanced up from the screen. "Yes," he snapped. "I hate to trouble you again, but it's my understanding that the Vaux and Olmsted plans for Central Park called for canals to drain the Central Park swamps. I wonder if I could look at those plans?" Wilson compressed his lips. "Those plans were rejected by the Parks Commission," he replied. "They've been lost. A tragedy." He turned back to his screen, hoping the man would take the hint. The real tragedy would be if he didn't get back to his monograph. "I see," the visitor said, not taking the hint at all. "Then tell me, how were the swamps drained?" Wilson sat back in his chair exasperatedly. "I should have thought it was common knowledge. The old 86th Street aqueduct was used." "And there are plans for this operation?" "Yes," said Wilson. "May I see them?" With a sigh, Wilson got up and made his way through the heavy door back into the stacks. It was, of course, in its usual mess. The room managed to be both vast and claustrophobic, metal shelves reaching 2 stories into the gloom, tottering with rolled maps and moldering blueprints. Wilson could almost feel the dust settling on his bald scalp as he scanned the arcane lists of numbers. His nose began to itch. He found the correct location, pulled the ancient maps, and carried them back to the cramped reading room. "Why do people always request the heaviest maps?" he wondered to himself as he emerged from the stacks. "Here they are," Wilson said, placing them on the mahogany counter. He watched as the man took them over to his desk and began looking them over, jotting notes and making sketches in a small leather-bound notebook. "He's got money," Wilson thought sourly. "No professor could afford a suit like that." A heavenly quiet descended on the map room. At last he could get some work done. Bringing some yellowed reference photographs out of his desk, Wilson began making changes to his chapter on clan imagery. Within minutes, he felt the visitor standing behind him again. Wilson looked up again, silently. The man nodded at one of Wilson's photographs. It showed a nondescript stone carved in an abstract representation of an animal, a small piece of sinew holding a flint point to its back. "I think you'll find that particular fetish, which I see you've labeled as a puma, is in fact a grizzly bear," the man said. Wilson looked at the pale face and the faint smile, wondering if this was some kind of a joke. "Cushing, who collected this fetish in 1883, specifically identified it as Puma Clan," he replied. "You can check the reference yourself." Everybody was an expert these days. "The grizzly fetish," the man continued, undeterred, "always has a spear point strapped to its back, as this one does. The puma fetish has an arrowhead." Wilson straightened up. "Just what is the difference, may I ask?" "You kill a puma with a bow and arrow. To kill a grizzly, you must use a spear." Wilson was silent. "Cushing was wrong on occasion," the man added gently. Wilson shuffled his manuscript together and laid it aside. "Frankly, I would prefer to trust Cushing over someone—" He left the sentence unfinished. "The library will be closing in 1 hour," he added. "In that case," the man said, "I wonder if I could see the plates from the 1956 Upper West Side Natural Gas Pipeline Survey." Wilson compressed his lips. "Which ones?" "All of them, if you please." This was too much. "I'm sorry," Wilson said crisply. "It's against the rules. Patrons are allowed only 10 maps at a time from the same series." He glared at the visitor triumphantly. But the man seemed oblivious, lost in thought. Suddenly he looked back at the librarian. "Robert Wilson," he said, pointing at the nameplate. "Now I remember why your name is familiar." "You do?" Wilson asked uncertainly. "Indeed. Aren't you the one who gave the excellent paper on mirage stones at the Navajo Studies Conference in Window Rock last year?" "Why, yes, I did," Wilson said. "I thought so. I wasn't able to be there myself, but I read the proceedings. I've made something of a private study of Southwestern religious imagery." The visitor paused. "Nothing as serious as yours, of course." Wilson cleared his throat. "I suppose one cannot spend 30 years in such study," he said as modestly as possible, "without one's name becoming known." The visitor smiled. "It's an honor to make your acquaintance. My name is Pendergast." Wilson extended his hand and encountered an unpleasantly limp handshake. He prided himself on the firmness of his own. "It's gratifying to see you continuing your studies," the man named Pendergast said. "Ignorance of Southwestern culture is so profound." "It is," Wilson agreed wholeheartedly. He felt a peculiar sense of pride. Nobody had taken the least interest in his work before, let alone been able to talk about it intelligibly. Of course, this Pendergast was obviously misinformed about Indian fetishes, but "I'd love to discuss this further," Pendergast said. "But I fear I've taken up enough of your time." "Well, not at all," Wilson replied. "What was that you'd asked to see, the 56 survey?" Pendergast nodded. "There was one other item, if I may. I understand there was a survey of existing tunnels done in the 1920s for the proposed interborough rapid transit system. Is that correct?" Wilson's face fell. "But there are 60 maps in that series." His voice trailed off. "I see," Pendergast said. "It's against the rules, then." He looked crestfallen. Suddenly, Wilson smiled. "I won't tell if you won't," he said, pleased at his own recklessness. "And don't worry about closing time. I'll be here late working on my monograph. Rules were made to be broken, right?" 10 minutes later, he emerged from the gloom of the storage room, pushing an overloaded cart across the worn floorboards. 25. Smithback walked into the cavernous entryway of the Four Seasons, eager to leave the heat and stench and noise of Park Avenue behind. He approached the Foursquare bar with measured step. He'd sat here many times before, looking enviously across the room, past the Picasso hanging, toward the unattainable paradise beyond. This time, however, he did not dally at the bar, but continued toward the Maître d'. A quickly mentioned name was all it took, and now he, Smithback, was himself walking down that corridor of dreams toward the exclusive restaurant beyond. Every table in the pool room was filled, yet the space seemed quiet and calm somehow, muted by its own vastness. He threaded his way past captains of industry, publishing moguls, and robber barons to one of the prized tables near the fountain. There, already seated, was Mrs. Wisher. "Mr. Smithback," she said, "thank you for coming. Please sit down." Smithback took the indicated chair across the table, glancing about as he did so. This promised to be an interesting lunch, and he hoped he had time to enjoy it fully. He'd barely started to write up his big story, and press time was 6 p.m. "Would you care for a glass of Amarone?" Mrs. Wisher asked, indicating the bottle beside the table. She was crisply dressed in a saffron-colored blouse and pleated skirt. "Please," Smithback replied, meeting her gaze. He felt much more at ease than the last time he'd spoken to her, sitting primly in her darkened apartment, a copy of the Post lying beside her like a silent accusation. His Angel of Central Park South obituary, the Post's reward offer, and his favorable coverage on the Grand Army Plaza rally made him feel confident of a warmer reception. Mrs. Wisher nodded to the wine steward, waited until the man had poured a glass for the journalist and departed, then leaned almost imperceptibly forward. "Mr. Smithback, you're undoubtedly wondering why I asked you to join me for lunch." "It had occurred to me." Smithback tasted the wine, found it excellent. "I won't waste any time sporting with your intelligence, then. Certain events are about to happen in this city, and I'd like you to document them." Smithback put his wineglass down. "Me." The corners of Mrs. Wisher's mouth turned up slightly in what might have been a smile. "Ah, I thought you would be surprised. But you see, Mr. Smithback, I've done some research on you since our last meeting, and I read your book on the museum murders." "You bought a copy?" Smithback asked hopefully. "The Amsterdam Avenue branch of the public library had one. It made very interesting reading. I had no idea you were so directly involved with almost every aspect of that event." Smithback's eyes darted quickly toward her face, but he could detect no trace of sarcasm in her expression. "I also read your article on our rally," Mrs. Wisher continued. "It had a positive tone that I found lacking in some of the other press coverage." She waved her hand. "Besides, I really have you to thank for what's happened." "You do?" Smithback asked a little nervously. Mrs. Wisher nodded. "It was you who convinced me that the only way to get the city's attention was to dig a spur into its flank. Remember your comment? People in this town don't pay attention to something unless you slap them in the face with it. Had it not been for you, I might still be in my drawing room writing letters to the mayor instead of putting my sorrow to good use." Smithback nodded. The not-so-merry widow had a point. "Since that rally, our movement has spread dramatically," Mrs. Wisher said. "We've hit a common nerve. People are coming together, people of power and influence. But our message belongs just as much to the common man, the man on the street, and that's the person you can reach with your paper." Although Smithback did not like to be reminded that he wrote for the common man, he kept his expression even. Besides, he'd seen it for himself. By the time the rally had ended, there'd been plenty of them around, drinking, heckling, hoping for action. "And so this is what I propose." Mrs. Wisher placed her small, neatly manicured fingernails on the linen tablecloth. "I will give you privileged access to every event planned by Take Back Our City. Many of these actions will be intentionally unannounced. The press, like the police, will learn of them too late to make any real difference. You, however, will be brought into my circle. You will know what to expect and when to expect it. You can accompany me directly, if you like, and then you can slap your readers in the face with it." Smithback struggled to keep from betraying his excitement.
"This is too good to be true,"
he thought. "I imagine you'd like to publish another book," Mrs. Wisher went on. "Once the Take Back Our City campaign reaches a successful conclusion, you'd have my blessing on such a project. I'll make myself available for interviews, and Hiram Bennett, editor-in-chief of Arcadia House, is one of my closest friends. I think he'd be very interested in seeing such a manuscript."
"Jesus," Smithback thought. "Hiram Bennett, Mr. Publishing himself."
He could imagine the bidding war between Arcadia House and Octavo, the publishers of his museum book. He'd get his agent to set up an auction, specify a floor of $200 grand. Now, make that $250 with 10% topping privileges, and "I ask one thing in return," Mrs. Wisher coolly interrupted his thoughts, "that from now on you devote yourself to covering Take Back Our City. I want your newspaper articles, when they appear, to focus exclusively on our cause."
"What?"
Smithback said abruptly. "Mrs. Wisher, I'm a crime reporter. I'm hired to turn in product on a regular basis." His visions of publishing fame quickly faded, replaced with the angry face of his editor, Arnold Murray, demanding copy. Mrs. Wisher nodded. "I understand, and I think I can deliver you all the product you could wish for within a few days. I'll give you details as soon as we've finalized our plans. Trust me, I think that you will find this relationship to be beneficial to us both." Smithback thought quickly. In a couple of hours he was due to file his story covering what he'd learned eavesdropping on the museum conference. He'd delayed it already, hoping in vain to gain additional information. This was to be the story that got him his raise, the story to set that prick Bryce Harriman back on his heels. But would it? The reward was getting a little stale, and no leads had panned out. His report on Mephisto hadn't excited the interest he thought it would. There was no clear proof that the death of the medical examiner, though suspiciously coincidental, was connected. And then there were always the unpleasant consequences of museum trespass to be considered. But this Wisher story, on the other hand, could be just the dynamite he was looking for. His journalist's instincts told him it had the feel of a winner. He could call in sick, stall Murray for a day or two. When he got the final results, all would be forgiven. He looked up.
"Mrs. Wisher, you got yourself a deal."
"Call me Annette," she said, her gaze drifting over his face for a moment before falling toward the menu at her elbow. "And now let's order, shall we? I'd suggest the cold water scallops wrapped in lemon phyllo and caviar. The chef here does them excellently." 26. Hayward rounded the corner onto 72nd Street, then stopped, frowning in disbelief at the sand-colored building that loomed up in front of her. She checked her pocket for the scribbled address, then stared up again. There was no mistake, but the place looked more like a mansion out of a Charles Addams cartoon, magnified perhaps 20 times, than a Manhattan apartment building. The structure rose, stone upon layer of stone, 9 generous stories into the air. Near its top, huge 2-story gables hung like eyebrows over the facade. The copper-trimmed slate roof above was encrusted with chimneys, spires, turrets, finials, everything but a widow's walk. Or maybe arrow slits would be more appropriate, Hayward thought. The Dakota, it was called. Strange name for a strange-looking place. She'd heard of the place, but had never seen it. Then again, she didn't get many excuses to visit the Upper West Side. She walked toward the arched carriageway that bored into the southern flank of the building. The guard inside the adjoining sentry box took her name, then made a brief call. "Southwest lobby, 5th floor," he said, hanging up and directing her through. She stepped past him toward the dark tunnel. On the far side, the archway opened into a large interior courtyard. Hayward stopped for a moment, staring at the bronze fountains, thinking that the genteel, almost secretive hush seemed absurdly out of place on the west side of Manhattan. Then she turned right and headed for the nearest corner of the courtyard. She stepped through the narrow lobby and into the elevator, stabbing the button marked 5 with a slender finger. The elevator rose slowly, opening at last into a small rectangular space. Stepping out, she saw that on the far side a single door had been set into the dark, polished wood. The elevator whispered shut and began to descend, leaving Hayward in blackness. For a moment, she wondered if she was on the wrong floor. There was a slight rustle, and her right hand moved instinctively toward her service piece. "Sergeant Hayward. Excellent. Please come in." Even in the dark, Hayward would have recognized the accent, the bourbon and buttermilk voice. But the far door had opened, and Agent Pendergast was standing just within, his slim, unmistakable figure silhouetted by the soft light of the room beyond. Hayward stepped inside, and Pendergast shut the door behind her. Though the room was not especially large, its high ceiling gave it a sense of formal grandeur. Hayward looked around curiously. 3 of the walls were painted a deep rose, edged above and below in black molding. Light came from behind what appeared to be wafer-thin pieces of agate, framed in scallop-shaped bronze fixtures set well above eye level. The 4th wall was covered in black marble. Across the entire face of the marble, a thin sheet of water fell like a stream of glass from ceiling to floor, gurgling silently into the grill that ran along its base. A few small leather sofas were placed about the room, their bases hidden by the thick nap of the carpet. The only decoration consisted of a few paintings and several twisted plants scattered here and there on lacquer tables. The room was fastidiously clean, without a smudge or a particle of dust. Though she knew there must be other doors leading into the interior of the apartment, their outlines were too well concealed for her to make them out. "Sit anywhere, Miss Hayward," Pendergast said. "May I offer you refreshment of some kind?" "No, thanks," Hayward replied, selecting the seat closest to the door and letting the soft black leather creep luxuriously up around her. She stared at the painting on the nearest wall, an impressionist landscape of haystacks and pink-tinged sunlight that seemed somehow familiar. "Nice place, though the building's kind of weird." "We tenants would prefer to call it eccentric," Pendergast said. "But many would have agreed with you over the years, I suppose. The Dakota, so named because when it was built in 1884, this part of town seemed as remote as Indian territory. Still, it has a solidity, a kind of permanence that I lack. Built on bedrock, walls almost 30 inches thick at ground level. But you didn't come here to listen to a lecture on architecture. Actually, I'm grateful you came at all." "You kidding?" Hayward asked. "And pass up a chance to tour Agent Pendergast's crib? You're kind of a legend among the rank and file these days, as if you didn't know." "How reassuring," Pendergast replied, slipping into a chair. "But this is the extent of the tour, I'm afraid. I rarely entertain visitors. Still, it seemed the best place for our chat." "And why is that?" Hayward asked as she looked around. Then her eyes lighted on the closest of the lacquered tables. "Hey," she pointed. "That's a bonsai plant, a miniature tree. My sensei at the karate dojo has a couple of them." "Ginkgo biloba," Pendergast said, "the maidenhair. It's the only remaining member of a tree family common in prehistory. And to your right is a group planting of dwarf trident maples. I'm especially proud of their natural look. The trees in that planting all change color at different times in the fall. From the first tree to the last, that construction took me 9 years. Your sensei could no doubt tell you that the secret to group plantings is to add bonsai in odd numbers at a time, up to a point where counting the trunks demands concentration. Then you're done." 9 years? Hayward repeated. Guess you got a lot of free time on your hands. Not really. Bonsai is one of my passions. It is an art that is never finished, and I find its blend of natural and artificial aesthetics intoxicating. He crossed one leg over the other, his black-suited form almost invisible against the dark leather, and waved one hand dismissively. But stop encouraging me. A moment ago, you asked why I thought this the best place to talk. It's because I wish to learn more about the underground homeless. Hayward was silent. You worked with them, Pendergast continued. You studied them. You are an expert on the subject. Nobody else thinks so. If they gave the matter any thought, they would. In any case, I can understand why you're sensitive about your dissertation, and it seemed to me you might be more comfortable discussing it off-duty, someplace far away from headquarters or the station house. The man had a point, Hayward thought. This strange, soothing room, with its quiet waterfall and stark beauty, seemed about as far from headquarters as the moon. Sitting back in the intoxicating softness of the chair, she felt her natural wariness draining away. She thought about taking off her bulky gun belt, but decided she was too comfortable to move. I've been down twice, Pendergast said. The first time merely to test my disguise and do some simple reconnaissance, and the second time to find Mephisto, the homeless leader. But when I found him, I discovered I'd underestimated a couple of things, the depth of his convictions and the size of his following. Nobody knows exactly how many live below ground, Hayward said. The only thing you can be sure of is the number's bigger than you expect. As for Mephisto, he's probably the most famous mayor down there. His community's the biggest. Actually, I heard it's several communities. A core community of troubled Vietnam vets and 60s relics, with others joining after the Headless murders started. The deeper tunnels below Central Park are crawling with him and his pals. What surprised me was the variety I encountered, Pendergast went on. I expected to find one flawed personality type predominating, perhaps two, but instead I found an entire cross-section of humanity. Not all homeless go below, Hayward said, but the ones afraid of the shelters, the ones that hate the soup kitchens and subway gratings, the loners, the cult freaks, they tend to go down, first to the subway tunnels, then farther. Believe me, there's lots of places to hide. Pendergast nodded. Even on my first trip, I was astonished at the vastness. I felt like Lewis and Clark setting out to explore unmapped territory. You don't know the half of it. There's 2,000 miles of abandoned or half-dug tunnels and another 5,000 miles still in use. Underground chambers, sealed up and forgotten. Hayward shrugged. And you hear stories, like about bomb shelters secretly built by the Pentagon in the 50s to protect Wall Street types. Some of them are still stocked with running water, electricity, canned food. Engine rooms filled with abandoned machinery, ancient sewers made from wooden pipes, an entire freaking lost world. Pendergast sat forward in his chair. Sergeant Hayward, he said quietly, have you heard of the Devil's Attic? Hayward nodded. Yeah, I've heard of it. Can you tell me where it is, or how I can locate it? There was a long silence while she thought. No. One or two of the homeless mentioned it during rousts, but you hear so much crap down there you tune most of it out. I always thought it was bullshit. Is there anybody I can talk to who might know more? Hayward shifted slightly. You might talk to Al Diamond, she said, her eyes drifting again toward the picture of the haystacks. Amazing, she thought, how a couple of thick dabs of paint could capture an image so clearly. He's an engineer for the PA, a real authority on underground structures. They always call him in when a deep main breaks or when a new gas tunnel has to be bored. She paused. Haven't seen him around for a while, though. Maybe he bought the farm. Excuse me? Died, I mean. There was a silence, broken only by the soft hush of the waterfall. If the killers have colonized some secret space underground, the sheer number of homeless will make our own job extremely difficult, Pendergast said at last. Hayward took her eyes from the picture of the haystack and fastened them on the FBI agent. It gets worse, she said. What do you mean? Autumn's only a few weeks away.
That's when the homeless really start streaming underground, anticipating winter. If you're right about these killers, you know what that means." "No, I don't," Pendergast said. "Why don't you tell me?" "Hunting season," Hayward said, and shifted her gaze back to the painting. 27. The length of grimy Industrial Avenue ended in an embankment of riprap, half tumbling into the murky depths of the East River. Beyond lay a panoramic view of Roosevelt Island and the 59th Street Bridge. Across the river, the thin gray strip of the FDR Drive wound its way up past the United Nations and the luxurious Sutton Place co-ops. "Nice view," thought DaGosta as he stepped out of the unmarked cruiser. "Nice view, lousy neighborhood." The August sun slanted into the avenue, softening the puddles of tar and coaxing waves of shimmering heat from the pavement. Loosening his collar, DaGosta once again checked the address the museum personnel office had given him, 1146 34th Avenue, Long Island City. He glanced at the nearby buildings, wondering if there was some mistake. This sure as hell didn't look like a residential neighborhood. The street was lined with old warehouses and abandoned factories. Even though it was noon, the place was almost deserted, the only sign of life a shabby panel truck pulling out of a loading bay at the far end of the block. DaGosta shook his head. "Another friggin' dead end." Leave it to Waxy to saddle him with what, in Waxy's opinion, was the assignment of lowest priority. The door to 1146 was of thick metal, dented and scarred, and covered in perhaps 10 coats of black paint. Like everything else on the block, it looked like the entrance to an empty warehouse. DaGosta rang the ancient buzzer and then, hearing nothing, pounded heavily on the door. Silence. He waited a few minutes, then ducked into a narrow alley along one side of the building. Making his way through crumbling rolls of tar paper, DaGosta approached a window of wired glass, webbed with cracks and almost opaque with dust. Climbing onto the tar paper, he rubbed a hole clean with his tie and looked in. As his eyes adjusted to the dim interior, he made out a vast, empty space. Faint bars of light striped across the stained cement floor. At the far end was a staircase leading up to what must once have been the office of the line boss. Otherwise, nothing. There was a sudden movement in the alley, and DaGosta turned to see a man coming at him fast, a long kitchen knife shining wickedly in one hand. Reflexively, DaGosta leapt for the ground, pulling his service piece as he did so. The man stared at the gun in surprise, stopping short. He gathered himself to flee. "Halt!" DaGosta barked. "Police officer!" The man turned back again. Inexplicably, a look of amusement came over his features. "A cop!" he cried sarcastically. "Fancy that, a cop in these parts!" He continued to stand there, grinning. He was the strangest-looking person DaGosta had ever seen. A shaved head, painted green, a wispy goatee, tiny Trotsky-esque glasses, a shirt made out of something like hairy burlap, ancient red Keds sneakers. "Drop the knife," said DaGosta. "Hey, it's okay," the man said. "I thought you were a burglar." "I said drop the damn knife." The grin disappeared from the man's face. He tossed the knife onto the ground between them. DaGosta kicked it aside. "Now turn around slowly and put your hands on the wall. Spread your feet wide." "What is this, communist China?" the man objected. "Do it," DaGosta said. The man obeyed, grumbling, and DaGosta patted him down, finding nothing more than a wallet. He flipped it open. The driver's license showed an address next door. DaGosta holstered his gun and handed the man his wallet. "You know, Mr. Kurtzimer, I could have shot you back there." "Hey, but I didn't know you were a cop. I thought you were trying to break in." The man stepped away from the wall, wiping his hands together. "You don't know how many times I've been robbed. You guys don't even bother to respond anymore. You're the first cop I've seen around here in months, and—" DaGosta waved him silent. "Just be more careful. Besides, you don't know squat about handling a knife. If I was a real burglar, you'd probably be dead right now." The man rubbed his nose, mumbling something incomprehensible. "You live next door?" DaGosta asked. He could not get over the fact that this man had painted his entire scalp green. He tried not to stare at it. The man nodded. "How long?" "About 3 years. I used to have a loft in Soho, but I got evicted.
This is the only place I've found where I can do my work without being bothered.
And what kind of work is that?
It's hard to explain. The man grew suddenly guarded. Why should I tell you? Dagosta dug into his pocket, flashed his badge and ID. The man looked at the badge. Homicide, eh? Someone murdered around here? No. Can we go inside and talk for a moment? The man looked at him suspiciously. Is this a search? Aren't you supposed to have a warrant? Dagosta swallowed his annoyance. It's voluntary. I want to ask you a few questions about the man who lived in this warehouse, Kawakita. Was that his name? Now there was a weird guy. Seriously weird. Leading Dagosta out of the alley, the man named Kurtzema unlocked his own black metal door. Stepping inside, Dagosta found himself inside another vast warehouse, painted bone white. Along the walls were a number of oddly shaped metal cans filled with trash. A dead palm tree stood in one corner. In the middle of the room, Dagosta could see countless black strings hung from the ceiling in clumps. It felt like some kind of nightmarish moon forest. In the far corner, he could see a cot, sink, exposed toilet, and a hot plate. No other amenities were visible. "So what's this?" Dagosta asked, fingering the strings. "My God, don't tangle them!" Kurtzema almost knocked Dagosta aside in his rush to repair the damage. "They're never supposed to touch," he said, in a wounded tone as he fussed with the strings. Dagosta stepped back. "What is this, some kind of experiment?" "No, it's an artificial environment, a reproduction of the primeval jungle that we all evolved in, translated to New York City." Dagosta looked at the strings in disbelief. "So this is art?" "Who looks at it?" "It's conceptual art," Kurtzema explained impatiently. "Nobody looks at it. It's not meant to be seen. It is sufficient that it exists. The strings never touch, just as we human beings never touch, never really interact. We are alone, and this whole world is unseen, just as we float through the cosmos unseen. As Derrida said, art is that which is not art, which means—" "Did you know if his first name was Gregory?" "Jacques. Jacques Derrida, not Gregory. I mean the man who lived next door. Like I said, I didn't even know his name. I avoided him like the plague. Guess you're here because of the complaints." "Complaints?" "Yeah. I called again and again. After the first couple of times, nobody came." He blinked. "No, wait. You're homicide. Did he kill somebody?" Without answering, Dagosta took a notebook out of a coat pocket. "Tell me about him." "Well, he moved in 2 years ago, maybe a little less. At first he seemed pretty quiet. Then these trucks began pulling up, and all kinds of boxes and crates started going inside. That's when the noise started. Always at night. Hammering, thuds, loud popping noises. And the smell!" Kurtzema wrinkled his nose in disgust. "Like something acrid burning. He painted the inside of the windows black, but one of them got broken somehow, and I got a look inside before it was repaired." He grinned. "He was a strange-looking setup. I could see microscopes, big glass beakers boiling and boiling, gray metal boxes with lights on them, aquaria." "Aquaria?" "One aquarium after another, rows upon rows, big things, full of algae. Obviously he was a scientist of some kind." Kurtzema pronounced the word with distaste. "A dissector, a reductionist. I don't like that way of looking at the world. I am a holist, Sergeant." "I see." "Then one day the power company came around, said they had to hook up some special heavy-duty lines to his place or something, and they turned off my power for 2 days. 2 days! But try complaining to Con Ed. Dehumanized bureaucrats." "Did he have any visitors?" Dagosta asked. "Any friends?" "Visitors!" Kurtzema snorted. "That was the last straw. People began arriving, always at night. They had this way of knocking, like some kind of signal. That was when I first called the cops. I knew something seriously weird was happening there. I thought maybe it was drugs. The cops came, said there was nothing illegal going on, and left again." He shook his head bitterly at the memory. "It went on like that. I kept calling the cops, complaining about the noise and the smell.
But after the second visit, they wouldn't come anymore. And then one day, maybe a year ago, the guy appeared at my door, just showed up, no warning or anything, about 11 o'clock at night.
What did he want? The ghoster asked.
Don't know. I think he wanted to ask me why I'd called the cops on him. All I know is he gave me the willies. It was September, almost as hot as it is now, but he had on a bulky coat with a big hood. He stood back in the shadows, and I couldn't see his face. He just stood there in the darkness and asked if he could come in. I said, no, of course. Sergeant, it was all I could do not to shut the door in his face.
Lieutenant, corrected the ghoster absently, scribbling in his notebook.
Whatever. I don't put stock in labels. Human being is the only label worth anything.
The green dome bobbed in emphasis. The ghoster was still scribbling. This didn't sound like the Greg Kawakita he'd met once in Fox's office after the disaster at the Superstition exhibition opening. He racked his brains, trying to remember what he could about the scientist. "Can you describe his voice?" he asked.
Yes, very low and with a lisp.
The ghoster frowned. "Any accent?"
Don't think so. But it was such a strong lisp I couldn't really tell. Sounded almost Castilian, except it was English instead of Spanish.
The ghoster frowned. "Any accent?"
Don't think so. But it was such a strong lisp I couldn't really tell. Sounded almost Castilian, except it was English instead of Spanish.
The ghoster made a mental note to ask Pendergast what the hell Castilian was. "When did he leave, and why?" he asked.
A couple of weeks after he knocked on my door. Maybe October. One night I heard 2 big 18-wheelers pull up. That wasn't so unusual. But this time they were loading stuff out of that place, not into it. When I got up at noon, the place was totally empty. They'd even washed the black paint off the inside of the windows.
"This was at noon?" the ghoster asked.
My normal sleep period is 5 to noon. I am not a slave to the physical rotations of the Earth-Sun-Moon system, Sergeant.
"Did you notice anything on the trucks? A logo, say, or the name of a firm?" Kurtzema went silent, thinking.
"Yes," he said finally. "Scientific Precision Moving."
The ghoster looked at the middle-aged man with the green scalp. "You sure?"
"Absolutely."
The ghoster believed him. With his looks, the guy wouldn't be worth shit on a witness stand, but he was pretty damn observant. Or maybe just nosy. "Anything else you want to add?" he said. The green dome bobbed again.
"Yes. Right after he arrived, all the streetlights went out, and they never seemed to be able to fix them. They're still out. I think he had something to do with that, though I don't know what. I called Con Ed about that, too, but as usual, the faceless corporate robots never did anything. Of course, try forgetting to pay your bill one time, and
"Thanks for your help, Mr. Kurtzema," the ghoster interrupted. "Call if anything else comes to mind." He closed the notebook, stuck it in his pocket, and turned to leave. At the door, he paused. "You said you'd been robbed several times. What did they take? There doesn't seem to be much worth lifting in here." He glanced around the warehouse again.
"Ideas, Sergeant,"
Kurtzema said, head back, chin raised.
"Material objects mean nothing, but ideas are priceless. Look around you. Have you ever seen so many brilliant ideas?"
28. Vent Stack 12 rose like a nightmare chimney above the 38th Street entrance to the Lincoln Tunnel, a 200-foot spire of brick and rusting metal. Near the top of the enormous stack, a small metal observation chamber clung, barnacle-like, to the side of the orange wall. From his vantage point on the narrow access ladder, Pendergast could make out the chamber far above his head. The ladder had been bolted to the riverside of the vent stack, and in several places the bolts had pulled free of their moorings. As he climbed, he could see the traffic through the corrugations in the iron steps, wrestling its way into the tunnel 30 yards beneath his feet. The ladder fell into shadow as he approached the underside of the observation chamber. Looking up, Pendergast noticed a hatch set into the chamber's underside. It had a circular handle, like the watertight door of a submarine, and the words, "Port of New York Authority," had been stamped into it. The roar of the vent stack was like the shriek of a jet engine, and Pendergast had to bang several times on the hatch before it was raised by the person inside. Pendergast climbed into the tiny metal room and straightened his suit while the occupant, a small, wiry man dressed in a plaid shirt and coveralls, closed the hatch. 3 sides of the observation chamber looked down over the Hudson, the approaches to the Lincoln Tunnel, and the massive power plant that sucked foul air out of the tunnel and channeled it up the vent stacks. Craning his neck, Pendergast could make out the spinning turbines of the tunnel's filtration system, rumbling directly beneath them. The man stepped away from the hatch and moved to a stool behind a small draftsman table. There was no other chair in the tiny, cramped chamber. Pendergast watched as the man looked at him and moved his mouth as if speaking, but no sound was audible over the shriek of the huge stack vent beside them.
What?
Pendergast shouted, moving closer. The floor hatch did little to keep out either the noise or the traffic fumes wafting up from below.
ID, the man replied. They said you'd have some ID.
Pendergast reached into his jacket pocket and showed his FBI identification to the man, who examined it carefully.
Mr. Albert Diamond, correct?
Pendergast said.
Al,
the man said with a careless gesture.
What you need? I hear you're the authority on underground New York, Pendergast said. You're the engineer who's consulted on everything from the building of a new subway tunnel to the repair of a gas main.
Diamond stared at Pendergast. One cheek began to bulge as his tongue made a slow traverse of his lower molars.
Guess that's true, he replied at last. When were you last underground?
Diamond raised one fist, opened it wide once, twice, closed it again.
10? Pendergast said. 10 months?
Diamond shook his head.
Years?
Diamond nodded.
Why so long? Got tired, requested this instead. Requested? Interesting choice of assignment. About as far away from the underground as one could get without actually being airborne. Intentional?
Diamond shrugged, neither agreeing or contradicting.
I need some information,
Pendergast shouted. It was simply too loud in the observation chamber for any kind of small talk. Diamond nodded, the bulge in his cheek slowly rising as the investigation moved to the upper molars.
Tell me about the Devil's Attic.
The bulge froze in position. After a few moments, Diamond shifted on the stool, but said nothing. Pendergast continued.
I'm told there's a level of tunnels underneath Central Park, unusually deep tunnels. I've heard the region referred to as the Devil's Attic, but there are no records of such a place in existence, at least by that name.
After a long moment, Diamond looked down.
Devil's Attic,
he repeated, as if with great reluctance.
Do you know of such a place?
Diamond reached into his coveralls and drew out a small flask of something that was not water. He took a long pull, then returned the flask without offering it to Pendergast. He said something that was inaudible over the shriek of the exhaust stack.
What?
Pendergast cried, moving still closer.
I said, yeah, I know of it. Tell me about it, please.
Diamond looked away from Pendergast, his eyes grazing over the river toward the New Jersey shore.
Those rich bastards, he said.
I'm sorry? Those rich bastards. Didn't want to rub shoulders with the working class.
Rich bastards?
Pendergast asked. You know, Astor, Rockefeller, Morgan, and the rest. Built those tunnels over a century ago.
I don't understand.
Railroad tunnels,
Diamond burst out irritably.
They were building a private rail car line. Came down from Pelham under the park, beneath the Knickerbocker Hotel, the Fifth Avenue park-front mansions, fancy private stations and waiting rooms, the whole 9 yards.
But why so deep?
For the first time, Diamond grinned.
Geology. Had to go deeper than the existing train lines and early subway tunnels, of course. But right below was a layer of shitstone.
I beg your pardon?
Pendergast yelled.
Rotten Precambrian siltstone. We call it shitstone. You can run water and sewer lines through shitstone, but not a railroad tunnel. So they had to go deeper. Your Devil's Attic is 30 stories underground.
But why?
Diamond looked at the FBI agent in disbelief.
Why? What do you think? Those fancy pantsers didn't want to share any sidings or signals with regular train lines. With those deep tunnels, they could go straight out of the city, come up around Croton, and be on their way.
No delays, no mixing with the common folk. That doesn't explain why there's no record of their existence. Cost a fortune to build, and not all of it came from the pockets of the oil barons. They called in favors from City Hall.
Diamond tapped the side of his nose.
That kind of construction you don't document. Why were they abandoned? Impossible to maintain. Beneath most of the sewer and storm drains like they were, you could never keep them dry. Then there was methane buildup, carbon monoxide buildup, you name it.
Pendergast nodded.
Heavy gases, seeking the lowest level. They spent millions on those damn tunnels. Never finished the line. They were only open for 2 years before the flood of '98 overwhelmed the pumps and half-filled everything with sewage. So they bricked everything up. Didn't even pull out the machinery or nothing.
Diamond fell silent, and the chamber filled once again with the roar of the vent stack.
Are there any maps of these tunnels?
Pendergast asked after a moment. Diamond rolled his eyes.
Maps? I looked for maps for 20 years. Those maps don't exist. I learned what I learned by talking to a few old-timers. Have you been down there?
Pendergast asked. Diamond twitched noticeably. Then after a long moment he nodded silently.
Could you diagram them for me?
Diamond was silent. Pendergast moved closer.
Any little thing you could do would be appreciated.
His hand seemed nearly to smooth the lapel of his jacket, but suddenly a $100 bill flared between two of the slender fingers, arching in the engineer's direction. Diamond stared at the bill, as if deliberating. Finally he took it, rolled it into a ball, and crammed it into a pocket. Then, turning to the drafting table, he began sketching deftly on a piece of yellow graph paper. An intricate system of tunnels began to take shape.
Best I can do,
he said, straightening up after a few minutes.
That's the approach I use to get inside. A lot of the stuff south of the park has been filled with concrete, and the tunnels to the north collapsed years ago. You'll have to find your way down to the bottleneck first. Take feeder tunnel 18 down from where it intersects the old 24 water main. The bottleneck?
Pendergast asked. Diamond nodded, scratching his nose with a dirty finger.
There's a vein of granite running through the bedrock deep beneath the park. Super hard stuff. To save time and dynamite, the old pipe jockeys just blasted one massive hole in it and funneled everything through. The Astor tunnels are directly below. As far as I know, that's the only way to get inside them from the south. Unless you got a wetsuit, of course.
Pendergast accepted the paper, looking it over carefully.
Thank you, Mr. Diamond. Is there any chance you'd be willing to return and make a more careful survey of the Devil's Attic? For adequate remuneration, of course.
Diamond took a long drink from the flask.
All the money in the world wouldn't get me down there again.
Pendergast inclined his head.
Another thing, Diamond said. Don't call it the Devil's Attic, all right? That's mole talk. They're the Astor tunnels. Astor tunnels? Yeah. They were Mrs. Astor's idea. The story goes that she got her husband to build the first private station beneath her Fifth Avenue mansion. That's how it all got started. Where did the name Devil's Attic come from?
Pendergast asked. Diamond grinned mirthlessly.
I don't know. But think about it. Imagine tunnels 30 stories underground, walls tiled in big murals. Imagine waiting rooms stuffed to the gills with mirrors, sofas, fancy stained glass. Imagine hydraulic elevators with parquet flooring and velvet curtains. Now, think of what all that would look like after being doused in raw sewage, then sealed up for a century.
He sat back and stared at Pendergast.
I don't know about you, but to me, it would look like the attic of hell itself.
29. The West Side rail yard lay in a wide depression on the westernmost reaches of Manhattan, out of sight and practically invisible to the millions of New Yorkers who lived and worked nearby. Its 74 acres, the largest piece of undeveloped land on the island outside Central Park. Once a bustling hub of turn-of-the-century commerce, the rail yard now lay fallow. Rusted tracks sunken among burdock and ailanthus trees, ancient sidings rotting and forgotten, abandoned warehouses sagging and covered with graffiti. For 20 years the piece of ground had been the subject of development plans, lawsuits, political manipulations, and bankruptcies. The tenants of the warehouses had gradually abandoned their leases and left, to be replaced by vandals, arsonists, and the homeless. In one corner of the rail yard lay a small, bedraggled shanty town of plywood, cardboard, and tin. Alongside were a few pathetic kitchen gardens of straggly peas and squash run riot. Margot stood amidst a plot of fire-scorched piles of rubble sandwiched between two abandoned rail yard buildings. The warehouse occupying the plot had burned 4 months earlier, and it had burned hotly and thoroughly. The structure had been reduced to a blackened I-beam framework and some low cinder-block stem walls. Beneath her feet, the cement pad was hip-deep in rubble and burned shingles. The remains of several long metal tables stood in one corner of the lot, covered with smashed equipment and melted glass. She looked around, peering through the late afternoon shadows that knitted themselves across the sunken ground. There were several hulks that had once been large machines housed in metal cabinets. The cabinets had melted, and the inner workings lay exposed, masses of twisted wire and ruined circuit boards. The acrid stench of burned plastic and tar clung stubbornly to everything. The Ghosta appeared at her side.
"What do you think?"
he asked. She shook her head. "Are you sure this was Greg's last known address?"
"Confirmed it with the moving company. The warehouse burned about the time of his death, so it's doubtful he moved anywhere else. But he used an alias with Con Ed and New York Telephone, so we can't be certain."
"An alias?" Margot continued to look around. "I wonder if he died before or after this place burned."
"Not as much as I wonder," the Ghosta replied.
"It looks like this was some kind of laboratory."
The Ghosta nodded. "Even I could have guessed that. This guy Kawakita was a scientist, just like you."
"Not quite. Greg was more involved with genetics and evolutionary biology. My specialty is anthropological pharmacology."
"Whatever."
The Ghosta hiked up his pants.
"Question is, what kind of lab is it?"
"Hard to say. I'd need to learn more about those machines in the corner, and I'd have to map out the melted glass on these tables, try to recreate what the setups might have been."
The Ghosta looked at her. "Well?"
"Well, what?"
"You want to take it on?"
Margot returned the lieutenant's gaze. "Why me? You must have specialists in the department."
"They're not interested," the Ghosta interrupted. "It ranks right below jaywalking on their list of priorities."
Margot frowned in surprise.
"The powers that be don't give a damn about Kawakita or what he was doing before he was killed. They think he was just a random victim, just like they think Bramwell was a random victim."
"But you don't? You think he was involved in these murders somehow?" The Ghosta pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket and mopped his brow.
"Hell, I don't know. I just feel this guy Kawakita was up to something, and I'd like to know what it was." "You knew him, right?"
"Yes," Margot said.
"I only met him once, when Frock had that goodbye party for Pendergast. What was he like?"
Margot thought a moment. "He was brilliant, an excellent scientist."
"What about his personality?"
"He wasn't the nicest person in the museum," Margot said carefully. "He was, well, a little ruthless, I guess you could say. I felt he was the kind of person who would perhaps step over the line to advance his career. He didn't associate much with the rest of us, and didn't seem to trust anybody who might—" She stopped.
"Yeah?"
"Is this necessary? I hate to talk about someone who isn't around to defend himself."
"That's usually the best time. Was he the kind of guy to get involved in any criminal activity?"
"Absolutely not. I didn't always agree with his ethics. He was one of those scientists who held science above human values, but he was no criminal." She hesitated. "He tried to reach me a while back, maybe a month or so before he died."
The Ghosta looked at her curiously. "Any idea why? It doesn't seem like you two were exactly friends."
"Not close friends, but we were colleagues. If he was in some kind of trouble—"
A shadow crossed her face.
"Maybe I could have done something about it, instead of just ignoring the call."
"Guess you'll never know. But anyway, if you'd take the time to poke around, try to get some ideas of what he was doing here, I'd appreciate it."
Margot hesitated, and the Ghosta gave her a closer look.
"Who knows?" he said in a quieter tone. "Maybe it'll help lay some of those inner demons to rest."
Nice choice of words, Margot thought. Still, she knew he meant well. Lieutenant DeGosta, pop psychologist, Next thing you know, he'll be telling me that looking over this site will help give me closure. She glanced over the ruined site for a long minute. Okay, Lieutenant, she said at last.
Want me to get a photographer down here? Take some pictures?
Maybe later. For now, I'd rather just make a few sketches.
Sure thing.
The ghostess seemed restless. You go on, Margot said. You don't need to hang around.
No way, the ghostess said. Not after Bramwell.
Lieutenant,
I gotta collect some of the ashes anyway to test for trace accelerants. I'll stay out of your way.
He stood truculently, unmoving. Margot sighed, pulled a sketchbook out of her carryall, and once again turned her attention to the ruined lab. It was a dreary place, surrounding her in silent accusation. You could have done something. Greg tried to reach you. Perhaps it didn't have to end like this. She shook her head, scattering the guilty thoughts. They wouldn't be of any help. Besides, if any place held the clues to explain what happened to Greg, this place would. And maybe the only way to get out of this nightmare was for her just to lower her head and go straight through. Anyway, it got her out of the forensic anthropology lab, which had started to look like a charnel house. The Bitterman corpse had arrived from NYME Wednesday afternoon, bringing a fresh set of questions along with it. The scoring on the neck bones of the still-fleshed corpse pointed to decapitation by some kind of rough, primitive knife. The killer, or killers, had been rushed in their grisly task. She quickly mapped out the rough outlines of the lab, sketching in the dimensions of the walls, the location of the tables, and the placement of the slag-like heaps of ruined equipment. Every laboratory had a flow to it, depending on what kind of work was being done. While the equipment might indicate the general kind of research, the flow itself would give clues to the specific application. The rough outlines completed, Margot moved to the tables themselves. Being metal, they had withstood the heat of the fire relatively well. She sketched out a rectangle to indicate each tabletop, then began noting the melted beakers, titration tubes, volumetric flasks, and other items still unidentifiable. It was a complex, multi-layered setup. Clearly, some kind of high-level biochemistry had been going on. But what? She paused for a moment, breathing in the mingled sense of burnt electrical insulation and the saline breeze off the Hudson. Then she turned her attention to the melted machinery. It was expensive stuff, judging from the brushed stainless steel cabinetry and the remains of flat panel and vacuum fluorescent displays. Margot tackled the largest machine first. Its metal casing had slumped in the heat, the innards detached. She gave it a light kick, shrinking back as it fell with a loud crash. She suddenly felt aware of how alone they were. Beyond the rail yards and across the river, the sun hung low over the New Jersey Palisades. She could hear the cry of seagulls as they wheeled over the rotting stumps of old piers rising from the Hudson's shore. Beyond the rail yards, a cheerful summer afternoon was ending. Yet here, in this sunken, abandoned place, no cheer came. She glanced at the Ghosta, who had collected his samples and was standing in the late sun, arms crossed, staring out at the Hudson. Now she was glad he'd insisted on staying. She bent over the machine, smiling inwardly at her nervousness. Turning over the pieces of scorched and discolored metal, she eventually found the faceplate she was searching for. Rubbing it free of soot, she made out the words Westerly Genetics Equipment, along with the WGE logo. Beneath, on the bezel, was a stamped serial number and the words WGE Integrated DNA Analyzer Sequencer. She jotted the information down on her sketch pad. In a far corner was heaped a small pile of shattered, melted machinery that looked different from the rest. Margot examined it, carefully turning over each piece and laying it out, trying to figure out what it was. It seemed to be a rather complex organic chem synthesis setup, complete with fractionation and distillation apparatus, diffusion gradients, and low-voltage electrical nodes. Toward the bottom, where things were less damaged by the heat, she found the broken pieces of several Erlenmeyer flasks. Judging by the words on their frosted labels, most were normal lab chemicals. One fragmentary label, however, she did not immediately recognize. Activated 7-dihydrocol. She turned the piece over. Damn, the chemical name had a familiar ring to it. At last she dropped the piece into her carryall. No doubt it would be listed in the Organic Chem Encyclopedia back at the lab. Beside the machine were the remains of a thin notebook, burned through except for a few carbonized pages. As she picked it up curiously, it began to crumble in her hands. Carefully, she picked up the charred pieces, slid them carefully into a Ziploc bag, and stowed it in her carryall. Within 15 minutes she had managed to identify enough of the other machines to be certain of one thing. This had once been a world-class genetics laboratory. Margot worked with similar machines on a daily basis, and she knew enough to estimate the cost of this ruined lab at over $500,000. She stepped back. Where did Kawakita get the money to fund this kind of lab? And what the hell could he have been up to? As she moved across the cement pad, making notations in her sketchbook, something odd caught her eye. Among the piles of rubble and melted glass, she made out what looked like 5 large puddles of mud, baked to a cement-like consistency by the fire. Around them were sprinkles of gravel. Curious, she bent over to examine the rubble more closely. There was a small metal object about the size of her fist embedded in the nearest puddle. Pulling a penknife from her carryall, she pried out the object and scraped off the crust that clung to it like cement. Beneath the mud she could make out Mini Arium Supple. Turning the object over and over in her hands, she realized what it was: an aquarium pump. She stood up, looking down at the 5 similar heaps of rubble lined up beneath the remaining skeleton of a wall. The gravel, the broken glass, these must have been aquaria. Huge, too, judging by the size of the puddles. But aquaria filled with mud? It didn't make sense. Kneeling, she took her penknife and worked it into the closest dried mass. It came away in pieces, like concrete. Picking up one of the larger pieces and turning it over, Margot was surprised to see what looked like the roots and partial stem of a plant, preserved from burning by the protective mud coating. Cursing the clumsiness of the penknife, she carefully worked the plant loose from the mud and held it up to the fading light. Suddenly, she dropped the plant and jerked her hand back, as if burned. After a moment, she picked it up again and examined it more closely, her heart suddenly racing. It's not possible, she thought. She knew this plant, knew it well. The tough, fibrous stem, the bizarrely knotted roots brought back searing memories. Sitting in the deserted genetics lab at the museum, face glued to the eyepiece of a microscope, mere hours before the disastrous opening of the Superstition exhibition. It was the rare Amazonian plant that the P.1 creature had craved so desperately. The same plant Whittlesey had inadvertently used as packing material in the fateful crate of relics sent to the museum from the Upper Zhenggu almost a decade before. The plant was now supposed to be extinct. Its original habitat had been wiped out, and all remaining vestiges of it at the museum had been destroyed by the authorities after the P.1 creature, the museum beast, was finally killed. Margot stood up again, brushing soot from her knees. Greg Kawakita had somehow gotten his hands on this plant and had been growing it in these massive aquaria. But why? A sudden, horrible thought struck her. As quickly as it had come, she brushed it aside. Surely there was no second P.1 creature that Greg had been feeding. Or was there? Lieutenant, she asked, do you know what this is? He came over. Not the clue, he replied. The Reliquary P.1ensis, the P.1 plant. She's shitting me, right? Margot shook her head slowly. I wish I were. They stood, unmoving as the sun sank below the Palisades, gilding the distant buildings across the river in a halo of oblique light. She looked again at the plant in her hand, preparing to place it in her carryall, and noticed something that she had missed before. At the end of the root base, she could make out a small graft scar along the xylem, a long double V in the dim light. A graft scar like that, she knew, meant one of only 2 things: a common hybrid experiment or a very sophisticated genetic engineering experiment. 30. Hayward pushed the door open brusquely, her cheeks still full of lunch. Captain Waxy just called. she said, swallowing the tuna fish. "Wants you down in the IU right away. They got him." DeGosta looked up from placing the final pins in a missing persons map that replaced the one taken by Waxy. "Got who?" "Him. The copycat killer, of course." She gave DeGosta an ironic grin. "No shit." DeGosta was at the door in a second, pulling his suit jacket off the hanger and shrugging into it. "Caught him in the ramble," Hayward said as they walked through the office pool toward the elevator bank. "Somebody on stakeout heard a commotion, went to check it out. The guy had just knifed a vagrant and was preparing to cut off his head."
"How'd they know that?"
Hayward shrugged. "Ask Captain Waxy."
"And the knife?"
"Homemade job. Real rough. Just what they were looking for." She didn't sound convinced. The elevator doors opened to reveal Pendergast. Seeing DeGosta and Hayward about to step in, he raised his eyebrows quizzically.
"The killer's in the IU," DeGosta said. "Waxy wants me down there."
"Indeed." The FBI agent stepped back and pressed the button for the second floor. "Well, let's head down there by all means. I'm curious to see exactly what kind of fish angler Waxy has landed." The interrogation unit of one police plaza was a grim series of gray-colored rooms with cinder-block walls and heavy metal doors. The cop on desk duty buzzed them through, directing them to the observation area of room 9. Inside, Waxy was lounging in a chair, looking through the one-way glass into the interrogation cell. He glanced up when he heard them enter, frowned when he saw Pendergast, grunted at DeGosta, and ignored Hayward.
"Is he talking?"
DeGosta said. Waxy grunted again.
"Oh, yeah. Talking is all he's doing. But so far, we've only heard a load of shit. Calls himself Jeffrey, won't give anything else. We'll get the real story out of him soon, though. Meanwhile, thought you might like to ask him a few questions."
In his triumph, Waxy was generous, brimming with smug self-confidence. Looking through the glass, DeGosta could see an unkempt, wild-eyed man. The rapid, silent movements of the suspect's mouth were an almost humorous contrast with his stiff, unmoving body.
"This is the guy?"
DeGosta said in disbelief. "That's him." DeGosta kept looking through the glass.
"Looks kind of small to have done so much damage."
Waxy's mouth set in a defensive frown. "Maybe he got sand kicked in his face one too many times." DeGosta leaned forward and pressed the mic button. Instantly, a torrent of curses spewed from the speaker above the one-way window. DeGosta listened for a moment, then snapped the mic button off.
"What about the murder weapon?"
he asked. Waxy shrugged. "It's a handmade thing. A piece of steel sunk into a wooden shank. The handle's been wrapped in cloth, gauze, something like that. Too bloody to tell. We'll have to wait until forensics gets done with it."
"Steel," Pendergast said.
"Steel," Waxy replied.
"Not stone."
"I said it was steel. Take a look for yourself."
"We will,"
DeGosta said, stepping away from the window.
"But for now, let's see what this guy has to say."
He headed for the door, Pendergast gliding behind him like a silent spirit. Number 9 looked like countless interrogation rooms in countless police stations across the country. A scarred wooden table sat in the middle of the stark space. On the far side of the table, the prisoner sat in a straight-backed chair, arms cuffed behind his back. A single detective sat in one of several chairs on the table's near side, enduring the verbal abuse with complete disinterest as he manned the tape recorder. Police officers, armed and in uniform, faced each other from across the room. 2 huge black and white blow-ups hung on the side walls. One showed the torn and broken body of Nicholas Bitterman, lying on the men's room floor inside Belvedere Castle. The other was the now famous post photo of Pamela Wisher. A video camera was fixed in one corner of the ceiling, dispassionately recording the proceedings. DeGosta took a seat at the table, inhaling the familiar blend of sweat, damp socks, and fear. Waxy followed him in, settling his bulk carefully into an adjoining chair. Hayward stood next to the closest uniformed officer. Pendergast closed the door, then leaned against it, the crisp black arms of his suit folded casually, one over the other. The prisoner had stopped shouting when the door opened. Now he glared at the new arrivals through a greasy lock of hair. His eyes lighted on Hayward, lingered for a moment, then moved on. What the hell are you looking at? He said at last to Dagosta. Don't know, Dagosta replied. You want to tell me about it? Piss off! Dagosta sighed. You understand your rights? The prisoner grinned, exposing small, filthy teeth. That fat mother next to you read 'em to me. I don't need no lawyer to hold my hand. You watch your mouth, Waxy snapped, flushing an angry crimson. No, fat boy, you watch yours, and your fat ass. He cackled with laughter. Hayward didn't bother to suppress a smirk. Dagosta wondered if this was how they had been carrying on before he got there. So, what happened in the park? He asked. You want a list? For firstly, he was in my sleeping spot. For secondly, he hissed at me like a snake out of Egypt. For thirdly, he lacked the blessings of God. For fourthly, he... Waxy waved his hand. We get the picture. Tell us about the others. Jeffrey said nothing. Come on, Waxy pushed. Who else? Plenty, came the reply at last. Nobody disses me and gets away with it. He leaned forward. Better watch out, fat boy, in case I carve a piece of blubber off you. Dagosta placed a restraining hand on Waxy. So who else you done? He asked quickly. Oh, they know me. They know Jeffrey, the cherub cat. I'm on my way. What about Pamela Wisher? Waxy broke in. Don't deny it, Jeffrey. The seams at the corners of the prisoner's muddy eyes thickened. I don't deny it. The scumbags disrespected me, all of them. They deserved it. And what did you do with the heads? Waxy asked breathlessly. Heads? Jeffrey asked. To Dagosta he seemed to falter slightly. You're in too deep now. Don't start denying. Heads. I ate their heads is what I did. Waxy cast a triumphant gaze towards Dagosta. What about the guy at Belvedere Castle, Nick Bitterman? Tell me about him. Oh, that was a good one. That mother had no respect. Hypocrite, miser. He was the adversary. He rocked back and forth. Adversary? Dagosta asked, frowning. The prince of adversaries. Yes, said Pendergast sympathetically. You must counteract the powers of darkness. They were the first words he'd spoken since entering. The prisoner rocked more vigorously. Yes, yes, with your electrical skin. Suddenly the rocking stopped. And your glaring eyes, Pendergast continued. Then he pushed himself away from the door and came forward slowly, looking directly at the suspect. Jeffrey stared hard at Pendergast. Who are you? He breathed. Pendergast was silent for a moment. Kit Smart, he said at last, without removing his eyes from Jeffrey. To Dagosta, the change that came over the prisoner was shocking. The color seemed to drain from his face in an instant. He looked at Pendergast, mouth working silently. Then, with a shriek, he forced himself backwards with such force that the chair tipped over and crashed to the floor. Hayward and the two police guards sprang to subdue the struggling figure. Jesus, Pendergast, what the hell did you say to him? Waxy said over the screams, hoisting himself to his feet. The right thing, apparently. Pendergast glanced at Hayward. Please give this fellow every comfort. I think we can let Captain Waxy take over from here. So who is that guy? Dagosta asked as the elevator carried them back up toward the homicide division. I'm not sure what his real name is, Pendergast replied, smoothing his tie. But it isn't Jeffrey, and he's not the person we're looking for. Tell Waxy that. Pendergast glanced mildly at Dagosta. What we saw, Lieutenant, was a classic case of paranoid schizophrenia, aggravated by multiple personality disorder. You noticed how the man seemed to weave in and out of two personas? There was the blustering tough guy, no doubt as unconvincing to you as to me. Then there was the killer visionary, infinitely more dangerous. Did you hear? For secondly, he hissed at me like a snake out of Egypt, or Jeffrey the cherub cat. Of course I heard it. The guy was talking like somebody just handed him the 10 Commandments or something. Or something. You're right. His ravings had the structure and cadence of written speech. This occurred to me also. At that point I recognized he was quoting from the old poem Jubilate Anno by Christopher Smart. Never heard of it. Pendergast smiled faintly. It's a fairly obscure work by a fairly obscure writer. It is undeniably powerful in its strange vision, however. You should read it. The author, Smart, wrote it while he himself was half insane in a debtor's prison. In any case, there's a long passage in the poem in which Smart describes his cat, Geoffrey, whom Smart believed to be some kind of chrysalis creature undergoing a physical conversion. Yeah, if you say so. But what does all this have to do with our vocal friend back there? Obviously, the poor fellow identifies himself with the cat in the poem. The cat? The ghoster asked incredulously. Why not? Kit Smart. The real Kit Smart certainly did. It's an extremely powerful image of metamorphosis. I feel sure this poor fellow was once an academician or a failed poet before the creeping descent into madness began. He killed one man, true enough, but only when his path was crossed at the wrong time. As for the rest— Pendergast waved his hand. There are many indications this man is not our true target. Like the photographs, the ghoster said. All good interrogators knew that no killer could keep his eyes from photographs of his victims or artifacts from the crime scene. Yet, as far as the ghoster could tell, Geoffrey had never moved his eyes to either picture. Exactly. The elevator doors whispered open, and the two made their way through the hubbub toward the ghoster's office. Or the fact that this murder, as Waxy describes it, has none of the elements of the blitzkrieg attack suffered by the other victims. In any case, once I recognized his neurotic identification with the poem, it was easy enough to goad his madness to the surface. Pendergast closed the office door and waited until the ghoster was seated before continuing. But let's put this irritating business behind us. Have you had any luck on that cross-correlation I requested? DP just delivered it this morning. The ghoster thumbed through a tall sheaf of mini-printer output. Let's see. 85% of the victims were male and 92% were residents of Manhattan, including transients. I'm primarily interested in things that all the victims had in common. Gotcha. There was a pause. All had last names beginning with letters other than I, S, U, V, X, and Z. Pendergast's mouth twitched in what might have been a faint smile. All were older than 12 and younger than 56. None of the victims were born in November. Go on. I think that's it. The ghoster flipped some more pages. Here's something else. We ran the data through SMUD, checking for various traits associated with serial murderers. The only common thread it found was that none of the murders were committed during a full moon. Pendergast sat up. Indeed. That's worth remembering. Anything else? No, that's it. Thank you. He sank back in the chair. Still, it's precious little. Information is what we need, Vincent. Hard facts. And that's why I can't wait any longer. The ghoster looked at him, uncomprehending. Then he frowned. You're not going down again. Indeed I am. If Captain Waxy continues to insist this man is the killer, then the extra patrols will be called off. Vigilance will fade, creating an atmosphere that can only make additional killings easier. Where will you go? The ghoster asked. To the Devil's Attic? The ghoster snorted. Come on, Pendergast. You don't even know if such a place exists, let alone how to get there. You got nothing but the word of that hobo. In this case, I believe Mephisto's word to be reliable, Pendergast replied. And in any case, I have considerably more than just his word. I've spoken with a city engineer named Al Diamond. He explained that the so-called Devil's Attic is in reality a series of tunnels constructed by New York's wealthiest families before the turn of the century. They were intended as a private rail line, but abandoned after only a few years, and I've been able to reconstruct a rough approximation of the route of these tunnels. Taking a marker from the desk, Pendergast moved the missing persons map. He set the point of the marker down at the intersection of Park and 45th, drew a line over to 5th, up to Grand Army Plaza, then diagonally across Central Park and north up Central Park West. Then he stepped back, looking at the ghoster bemusedly. Taking a marker from the desk, Pendergast moved the missing persons map. He set the point of the marker down at the intersection of Park and 45th, drew a line over to 5th, up to Grand Army Plaza, then diagonally across Central Park and north up Central Park West. Then he stepped back, looking at Dagosta bemusedly. Dagosta stared at the map. Except for a few locations in the park, almost all the white and red pins were clustered along the lines Pendergast had drawn. "Holy shit," he breathed. "You could say that," Pendergast said. Diamond also pointed out that the sections of tunnels to the south and north of the park have been sealed off, so it's beneath the park that I go. Dagosta reached into his desk for a cigar. "I'm coming along. Sorry, Vincent. You're essential up here, now that the rest of the force is about to let down its guard, and I need you to work with Margot Green to determine the precise nature of Kawakita's movements. We haven't yet heard the last of his involvement in all this. In any case, this time around my goal will be stealth. It's an extremely dangerous trip. 2 of us would double the chances of our being discovered." He replaced the marker cap with a snap of his finger. "However, if you could spare Sergeant Hayward's expertise for a few hours, I could use some help in my preparations." Scowling, Dagosta put the cigar down. "Christ, Pendergast, that's a long trip down. You'll be going overnight." "More than that, I'm afraid." The FBI agent put the marker back on the desk. "If you don't hear from me within 72 hours? He paused. Then, suddenly, he smiled and grasped Dagosta's hand. "A rescue mission would be foolish." "What about food?" Pendergast feigned surprise. "Have you forgotten the delicacy of track rabbit au vent, spit roasted over an open fire?" Dagosta grimaced, and Pendergast smiled reassuringly. "Fear not, Lieutenant. I'll be well provisioned. Food, maps, all I need." "It's like the journey to the center of the earth," Dagosta said, shaking his head. "Indeed. I do feel a bit like an explorer setting out into parts unknown, peopled by unknown tribes. Odd to think it exists directly beneath our feet. Cui ci sono dei mostri, my friend. Let us hope I avoid the mostri. Friend Hayward will see me off." Pendergast stood motionless a moment, apparently lost in thought. Then, with a final nod at Dagosta, he swept out of the office and into the corridor beyond, the silk nap of his black suit shining dully under the fluorescent lights, the last of the great explorers. 31. Pendergast walked swiftly up the broad steps toward the entrance of the New York Public Library, a large leather and canvas valise in one hand. Behind him, Hayward stopped to stare at the huge marble lions that flanked the stairway. "You needn't look so worried, Sergeant," Pendergast said. "They've already had their afternoon feeding." Despite the warmth of the day, he was wearing a tightly buttoned olive duster that reached almost to his ankles. Inside the marble entrance hall was dim and pleasantly cool. Pendergast spoke quietly to a guard, showed his ID, asked a few questions. Then he nodded for Hayward to follow him through a doorway underneath the sweeping double staircase. "Sergeant Hayward, you know underground Manhattan better than any of us," Pendergast said as they stepped into a small leather-lined elevator. "You've already given me invaluable advice. Any last words?" The elevator began lurching downward. "Yes," Hayward replied. "Don't go." Pendergast smiled thinly. "I'm afraid that isn't an option. Only first-hand reconnaissance will prove whether or not the Asta tunnels are really the source of these killings." "Then take me with you," Hayward said immediately. Pendergast shook his head. "Believe me, I wish I could. But my aim this time is stealth. 2 bodies would make an unacceptable noise signature." The elevator stopped at the lowest level, 3B, and they stepped out into a dark corridor. "Then watch your butt," Hayward said. "Most of the moles go down there to escape from confrontation, not start it. But there are plenty of predators. Drugs and alcohol only make things worse. Remember that they can see better, they can hear better, and they know the tunnels. Any way you look at it, you're at a disadvantage." "True," Pendergast said.
so I'll do what I can to even the odds." He stopped in front of an ancient door, opened it with a key, and ushered Hayward inside. The room beyond was stacked, floor to ceiling, with metal racks filled with ancient books. The passageways between the racks were barely 20 inches across. The smell of dust and mildew was almost overpowering. "What are we doing here, anyway?" Hayward asked as she followed Pendergast through the stacks. "Of all the structures I examined," Pendergast said, "this building had the best plans and the clearest access to the Asta tunnels. I still have a long descent ahead, and I'm going down somewhat south of my final destination, but it seemed prudent to minimize the risks." He stopped a moment, looking around. "Ah," he said, nodding down one of the narrow rows. "This must be it." He unlocked another, much smaller door in the far wall and led Hayward down a staircase to a cramped little room with an unfinished floor. "Directly beneath us is an access tube," he said. "It was begun in 1925 as part of a pneumatic system to deliver books to the Mid-Manhattan Library. The project was abandoned during the Depression and never resumed. However, it should allow me to access a main feeder tunnel." Pendergast set down the valise, inspected the floor with a flashlight, then finally brushed the dust away from an ancient trap-door. He lifted it with Hayward's help, exposing a slender black tube lined with tiles. Poking the flashlight down into the darkness, he looked around for a few moments. Then, apparently satisfied, he straightened up, unbuttoning the long duster as he did so. Hayward's eyes narrowed in surprise. Beneath the duster, the FBI agent was wearing a set of military fatigues in broken gray and black pattern. The zippers and buckles were plastic with a matte black finish. Pendergast smiled. "Unusual camos, aren't they?" he said. "Note the gray tones instead of the usual sepia? Designed for use in blackout conditions." He opened an attaché case, then knelt in front of the valise, unfastening and opening it wide. From one compartment he removed a tube of military-issue blackout, which he began applying to his face and hands. Next he removed a rolled piece of felt. As Pendergast checked it, Hayward noticed several pockets had been sewed into its inside edge. "A pocket disguise kit," Pendergast said. "Safety razor, towelettes, mirror, spirit gum. My intent this time is to avoid detection. I don't wish to meet anybody or anything, but I'll bring this along just in case." He stuffed the tube of grease paint into one of the pockets, then rolled up the kit and placed it inside his shirt. Reaching into the valise, he removed a short-barreled pistol whose dull finish reminded Hayward more of plastic than metal. "What's that?" she asked curiously. Pendergast turned it over in his hands. "It's an experimental 9mm, created by Anschluss GmbH. It fires a T-round composite bullet of ceramic and Teflon." "Planning on going hunting?" "You may have heard about my encounter with the Umbuan beast," Pendergast replied. "That experience taught me that one should always be prepared. This little handgun could send a bullet through an elephant, lengthwise." "An offensive weapon," Hayward replied, "in more ways than one." "I'll take that as a sign of approval," Pendergast said. "Of course, defense will be at least as important as offense. I have my own armor." He pulled back the fatigues to expose a bulletproof vest. Reaching into the valise again, he removed a black skull cap made of Kevlar, which he snugged onto his head. As Hayward watched, Pendergast removed a water-purifying kit and several other articles, placing them in various pockets. Finally, he pulled out 2 carefully sealed plastic bags. Inside were strips of something that looked like black shoe leather. "Pemmican," he said. "What?" "Filet mignon, cut into strips and dried, then pounded with berries, fruits, and nuts. It has all the vitamins, minerals, and protein a man needs, and it is surprisingly edible. Nobody has yet invented a better expedition food than Native Americans. Lewis and Clark lived on it for months." "Well, I guess you're provisioned anyway," Hayward said, shaking her head, "provided you don't get lost." Pendergast unzipped the top of his fatigues, displaying the inner lining. "Perhaps my most vital possession, maps. Like the flyers of the World War II, I've traced them on my flight jacket, so to speak." He nodded at the complicated set of lines, tunnels, and levels that had been drawn on the cream-colored lining in a precise hand. He zipped up the camos and then, as if remembering something, dug in his pockets and handed a set of keys to Hayward. "I meant to tape these to prevent any jingling. You'd better hold them for me." From another pocket he removed his wallet and FBI identification, which he also passed to the sergeant. "Please give this to Lieutenant D'Agosta. I won't be needing these below." He ran his hands quickly over his clothes, as if to reassure himself that everything was in place. Then he turned once again toward the trap door and lowered himself gingerly into the tube. "I appreciate your taking care of this for me," he said, nodding at the valise. "No problem," Hayward replied. "Send me a postcard." The trap door shut over the dank black tube, and Hayward sealed it with a quick twirl of her wrist. 32. Margot stared at the titration, scarcely blinking. As each clear drop trembled and fell into the solution, she waited expectantly for a color change. The sound of Frock's low breathing behind her, as he, too, stared at the apparatus, reminded her that she was unconsciously holding her breath. Suddenly the solution blossomed a bright yellow color. Margot turned the glass stopcock, stopping the flow of solution, and recorded the level on the graduated cylinder. She took a step back, aware that an unpleasantly familiar feeling was settling over her, a sense of unease, even dread. Standing motionless, she remembered the drama that had played out in another laboratory, a mere 100 feet down the hall and 18 months into the past. It had been just the two of them that time as well, crowded around Greg Kawakita's genetic extrapolator, watching as the program listed the physical attributes of the creature that would come to be known as P.1, the museum beast. She remembered almost cursing John Whittlesey, the scientist whose expedition had been lost in the depths of the Amazon. Whittlesey, who had inadvertently used a certain aquatic plant as packing fibers for the specimens he'd sent back to the museum. Unknown to Whittlesey, unknown to all of them, the P.1 beast had been addicted to the plant. It needed the hormones in the plant in order to survive, and when its own habitat was destroyed, the beast went in search of the only remaining source of the plant, the packing fibers in the crates. But by a supreme irony, the crates were later locked in the museum's secure area, forcing the creature to go after the closest substitute to the plant hormones it could find, the hypothalamus of the human brain. As Margot stared at the yellow solution, she realized that she was feeling something else besides dread. Dissatisfaction. There was something strange here, something unexplained. She had felt the same way after the carcass of the P.1 beast had been taken away following the slaughter of the Superstition exhibition's opening night. Taken away in a van with government plates and never seen again. Though she'd never wanted to admit it, she'd always sensed, somehow, that they'd never gotten to the bottom of the story, never really understood what P.1 was. At the time, she'd hoped to see autopsy results, a pathology report, something that could explain how the beast had known to come to the museum in the first place, or why the creature showed such a high proportion of human genes. Something, anything that could bring the story to a close, even, perhaps, lay her own nightmares to rest. She realized now that Frock's own theory of P.1 being an evolutionary aberration had never completely convinced her. Against her will, she forced herself to think back to those few moments she'd actually seen the beast, charging down the darkened hallway toward herself and Pendergast, triumph in its feral eyes. To her, it looked more like a hybrid than an aberration. But a hybrid of what? The sound of Frock shifting in his wheelchair chased her thoughts away. "Let's try it once again," he said, to be sure. "I'm already sure," Margot replied. "My dear," Frock said with a smile, "you are too young to be sure of anything. Remember, all experimental results must be reproducible. I don't mean to disappoint you, but I fear that this will all turn out to be a waste of time, better spent examining the Bitterman corpse." Margot began setting up the titration again, swallowing her irritation. At the rate they were going, they wouldn't have results on her finds at Kawakita's ruined lab for weeks. Frock was famous for the care and precision of his scientific experiments, and he seemed, as usual, supremely unaware that time was of the essence. But then, like most great scientists, he was self-absorbed, much more interested in his own work and his own theories than anyone else's. She remembered the conferences they'd had while he was her dissertation advisor, in which he would tell one story after another about his adventures in Africa, South America, or Australia in the days before he became crippled, devoting more time to his own tales than to discussing her research. They had been working for hours on titrations and linear regression programs, trying to coax some kind of results out of the plant fibers she'd found at the site. Margot watched the solution, massaging the small of her back. DaCosta had been certain there was some kind of psychoactive drug in the fibers, but so far they had found nothing to support that theory.
If only they'd kept some of the original plant fibers, Margot thought. We could do cross-comparison studies. But the CDC had demanded that all traces of the original fibers be destroyed. They'd even insisted on incinerating her handbag, which she'd once used to transport some of the fibers. That was another thing. If all the remaining fibers had been destroyed, how had Greg Kawakita obtained some of his own? How had he managed to grow them? And above all else, why? And then there was the mystery of the flask marked activated 7-dehydrocoal. The missing piece was obviously sterol. She'd looked it up and had to laugh at her own stupidity. Of course she knew why it sounded so familiar. It was the most common form of vitamin D3. Once she had that figured out, it didn't take long to see that the organic chem equipment in Kawakita's lab had been a little setup hastily improvised for synthesizing vitamin D. But why? The solution turned yellow, and she marked the level, exactly the same as she knew it would be. Frock, putting away some equipment on the far side of the lab, took no notice. She hesitated a moment, deciding what to do next. Then she moved to the stereo zoom, where she carefully teased yet another small fiber from their rapidly dwindling sample. Frock rumbled over as she manipulated the microscope stage. "It's 7 o'clock, Margot," he said gently. "Forgive me, but I think you've been working too hard. May I suggest we break for the evening?" Margot smiled. "I'm almost done, Dr. Frock. I'd like to do one last thing, then I'll call it a day." "Ah, and what might that be?" "I thought I'd just freeze-fracture a specimen and get a 10-angstrom SEM image." Frock frowned. "Toward what end?" Margot stared at the specimen, a tiny dot on the glass stage. "I'm not really sure. When we first studied this plant, we knew it carried a real virus of some kind, a virus that coded for both human and animal proteins. I wanted to see if this virus might be the source of the drug." A low rumble shook Frock's capacious front, finally erupting as a chuckle. "Margot, I would say it is definitely time for a break," he said. "This is wild speculation." "Perhaps," Margot said, "but I'd prefer to call it a hunch." Frock looked at her a moment, then sighed deeply. "As you wish," he said, "but I, for one, need my rest. I'll be at Morristown Memorial tomorrow, enduring that annual battery of tests they seem to force on you in retirement. See you Wednesday morning, my dear." Margot said goodbye, watching as Frock wheeled himself out into the corridor. She was beginning to realize that the famous scientist did not enjoy being crossed. When she'd been his graduate student, timid and compliant, he'd always been utterly charming, the soul of gentility. But now that Frock was emeritus and she was a curator in her own right, expressing her own ideas, he sometimes seemed less than pleased with the new assertiveness. She brushed the tiny sample into a specimen well and carried it to the freeze-fracture machine. Inside the machine, it would be encased in a small plastic block, frozen to nearly absolute zero and cleaved in two. Then the scanning electron microscope would make an extremely high-resolution picture of the fractured surface. Frock was right, of course. Under normal circumstances, a procedure such as this would have no bearing on their research. She'd called it a hunch, but in reality it was for lack of anything else to try. Soon a green light appeared on the cryogenic machine. Handling the block with an electronic cradle, Margot moved it onto the cleaving stage. The diamond cleaver descended with a smooth motion. There was a faint click, and the block separated. Placing one of the halves in the SEM, she carefully adjusted the mount, scanning controls, and electron beam. In a few minutes, a crisp black-and-white image appeared on the adjoining screen. Staring at it, Margot felt her blood run cold. As expected, she could make out small hexagonal particles, the real virus that Kawakita's extrapolation program had originally detected in the plant fibers 18 months earlier. But here, it existed in an unbelievably high concentration. The plant organelles were literally packed with it, and surrounding the particles were large vacuoles that held some kind of crystallized secretion that could only come from the real virus itself. She breathed out slowly. The high concentrations, the crystallized secretions, could mean only one thing. This plant, Reliquary mbonensis, was only a carrier. The virus made the drug, and the reason they couldn't find traces of the drug was because the drug was encapsulated inside the vacuoles. Well then, she thought, the answer was simple. Isolate the real virus, grow it in a medium, and see what drug it produces. Kawakita must have thought of this. Perhaps Kawakita hadn't been trying to genetically engineer the plant at all. Perhaps he was genetically engineering the virus. If that were the case... Margot sat down, her mind working furiously. At last, things seemed to be dovetailing. The old research and the new, the viral matter and its host plant, P.1, the fibers. But it still didn't explain why Kawakita had left the museum to do this. And it didn't explain how the P.1 creature could have come all that distance from the Amazon rainforest in search of the plants that the Whittlesea expedition had... Whittlesea. In an instant she was on her feet, hand pressed to her mouth, the lab chair clattering to the linoleum floor. Suddenly, everything had become perfectly, terrifyingly clear. 33. This time, when Smithback was shown into the 18th floor foyer of 9 Central Park South, he noticed immediately that the windows of the vast drawing room beyond had been thrown wide. Sunlight streamed in, gilding the sofas and rosewood tables, turning what once had seemed like a funeral parlor into a blaze of warmth and brilliance. Annette Wisher was sitting at a glass-topped table on the balcony, wearing a fashionable straw sun hat and dark glasses. She turned to him, smiled slightly, and motioned him to take a seat. Smithback did so, glancing admiringly at the vast green carpet of Central Park, unrolling itself northward to 110th Street. "Bring Mr. Smithback some tea," Mrs. Wisher said to the maid who had shown him in. "Call me Bill, please," Smithback said, shaking the proffered hand. He couldn't help noticing that, even in the bright, unforgiving light of the summer sun, Mrs. Wisher's skin looked remarkably free from the ravages of time. It had a youthful resiliency, creamy and smooth without the flabby softness of age. "I appreciate the patience you've shown," she said, withdrawing her hand. "I think you'll agree it's about to be rewarded. We've decided on a course of action, and as promised, I wanted you to be the first to know. Of course, it's to be kept a secret." Smithback accepted the tea, drinking in the faint, expensive aroma of jasmine. He felt a warm glow sitting in his lovely apartment with all of Manhattan spread out below him, drinking tea with the one woman every journalist in the city wanted to interview. It even made up for being scooped so humiliatingly by that smug bastard Bryce Harriman. "The Grand Army Plaza rally was so successful, we decided to take back our city into a new phase," Mrs. Wisher said. Smithback nodded. "Our plan is quite simple, really. All future actions will be unannounced. Each will take place on a grander scale, and for every new murder that is committed, our people will descend on police headquarters, demanding an end to the outrage." She raised one hand, smoothing a stray wisp of hair. "But I don't expect we shall have to wait long to see some real changes." "And why's that?" Smithback asked eagerly. "At 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, our people will gather outside St. Patrick's Cathedral. Believe me, the group you saw at Grand Army Plaza will seem minuscule by comparison. We mean to show this city we are deadly serious. We will move up Fifth Avenue, across Central Park South, and then north on Central Park West, stopping for a candlelight vigil at the site of every murder. Then we shall converge on the great lawn in Central Park for a final midnight prayer." She shook her head. "I'm afraid the government of this city still hasn't gotten the message. But when they see Midtown Manhattan immobilized by countless voters, all demanding action, they will get the message. Mark my words." "And the mayor?" Smithback asked. "The mayor may well show up again. Politicians of his ilk can never resist a crowd. When he does, I plan to tell him that this is his last chance. If he fails us again, we are ready to mount a recall campaign. And when we're finished with him, he won't be able to get a job as dog catcher in Akron, Ohio." A wintry smile crossed her lips. "I'll expect you to quote me on that at the appropriate time." Smithback couldn't help smiling himself. This was going to be absolutely perfect. 34. It was almost complete. He stepped into the humid darkness of the temple, running his fingers lightly along the cool orbs that made up the walls, caressing the organic surfaces, the hollows and the swells. It was right that it should be built here, so like what had come before in that other place, yet so unlike. He turned and settled into the throne they had crafted for him, feeling the rough, leathery surface of the seat and the slight give of the lashed members, hearing the faint creak of sinew and bone, his senses alive as never before. It would soon be complete, as he, now, was complete. They had toiled long and hard for him, their leader and master. They loved and feared him, as was his due, and now they would worship him. He closed his eyes and inhaled the thick, fragrant air that eddied about him like a fog. In times past, he would have been repelled by the reek of the temple, but that was before he acquired the gift of sensory acuteness. The plant had given him that, as it had given him so much else. Now, everything was different. The smell was like a vista to him, ever shifting, painted in every imaginable color, here bright and clean, there dark and mysterious. There were mountains and canyons and deserts of scent, oceans and skies, rivers and meadows, a magnificent panorama of fragrance, indescribable in human language. It rendered the world of sight flat, ugly, sterile by comparison. He savored his triumph. Where the other had failed, he had succeeded. Where the other had withered in fear and doubt, he had grown in strength and courage. The other had been unable to discover the flaw that was hidden in the formula. He had not only found the flaw, but had taken the next step and perfected the glorious plant and the secret payload it contained. The other had underestimated the children's desperate thirst for ritual, for ceremony. He had not. He alone understood the ultimate meaning. This was the true manifestation of his life's work. How galling to think he had never realized it before. It was he, and no other, who had the power, the intellect, and the will to carry it through. He alone could cleanse the world and guide it into its future. The world! As he murmured the word aloud, he could feel that pathetic world so far above him, pressing down upon the sanctuary of his temple. He saw everything so clearly now. It was an overpopulated world, teeming with insect-like swarms that had no purpose, no meaning, and no value. Their ugly little lives churning like the manic pistons of some senseless machine. They were above him always, dropping their dung, mating, giving birth, dying, tied to the slaving meat wheel of human existence. How easy and how inevitable that it should all be swept aside, all of it, as one kicks open an ant-hill and grinds the soft, white pupae underfoot. Then the new world would come, so fresh, so various, and so full of dreams. 35. "Where are the others?" Margot asked as the Ghosta entered the small anthropology conference room. "They're not coming," the Ghosta said, hiking up his trouser legs and sitting down. "Scheduling." Then he caught Margot's glance and gave his head a disgusted shake. What the hell? If you want to know the truth, they're not interested. The guy Waxy, who you saw at Bramville's presentation, he's in charge of the case now, and he believes he's already got his man." "What do you mean, already got his man?" Margot asked. "Some nut they found in the park. He's a murderer, all right, but he's not the killer we're looking for. At least Pendergast doesn't think so." "And Pendergast?" "He's on a little business trip." The Ghosta smiled, as if at some private joke. "So, what you got?" "I'll start at the beginning." Margot took a deep breath. "It's 10 years ago, okay? There's an expedition to the Amazon basin. It's headed by a museum scientist named John Whittlesey. There are personality conflicts, and the team splits up. For various reasons, nobody makes it back alive. But several boxes of relics are shipped to the museum. One of them includes a hideous figurine packed in some fibrous material." The Ghosta nodded. So far it was ancient history. What they didn't know was that the figurine was a representation of a savage, indigenous creature, and that the packing material was a local plant essential to the diet of this creature. Soon after, the creature's home environment is destroyed in the local government's search for mineral deposits. So this monster, this P.1, follows the only remaining fibers, all the way from the Amazon basin to Belém to New York City. It survives in the museum basement, eating feral animals and consuming this plant, to which it seems addicted. The Ghosta nodded again. "Well," said Margot, "I don't buy it. I used to, but I don't anymore." The Ghosta raised an eyebrow. "What about it don't you buy, exactly?" "Think about it, Lieutenant. How could a wild animal, even an extremely intelligent one, make its way from the Amazon basin to New York City in search of a few cases full of fibers? That's a hell of a long way from its habitat.
You're not telling me anything we didn't already know, and that beast was destroyed. There was no other interpretation then, and I sure can't see any other one now. One was here. I felt the thing breathe on me, for Christ's sake. If it didn't come from the Amazon, then where?
Good question, said Margot. What if P.1 was originally from New York and was simply coming home? There was a brief silence. Coming home? DeGosta said, mystified. Yes. What if P.1 was not an animal at all, but a human being? What if he was Whittlesey? This time the silence was much longer. DeGosta looked at Margot. Great shape or no, she must be near dead from exhaustion, working non-stop on those corpses. And Bramwell getting murdered like that, and then her discovering that one of the corpses she'd been picking over belonged to a former co-worker. A co-worker she already felt guilty about having dropped out of touch with. How could he have been so stupid, so selfish, bringing her in on a job like this, knowing how much the original museum murders had upset her?
Listen, he began. Dr. Green, I think you'd better...
Margot held up her hand. I know it sounds crazy, but it's not. I swear it's not. My lab assistant is working on several more tests as we speak, just to verify my findings. So let me finish. P.1 had an astonishingly high percentage of human DNA. We had one of the claws sequenced, remember? We found intact strings of perfect human DNA, many thousands of base pairs long. That's no evolutionary aberration. Also, Pendergast found some items of Whittlesey's in the creature's lair, remember? And don't forget that the creature killed everyone it came in contact with except one person, Ian Cuthbert. Why? Cuthbert had once been a close friend of Whittlesey's, and then Whittlesey's body was never found.
DeGosta's jaw set.
This was insane. Pushing the chair back, he began to rise. Let me finish, Margot said quietly. DeGosta returned her level gaze. Something about the look in her eyes made him sit down again. Lieutenant, she continued, I know how this sounds, but you must listen. We made a terrible mistake. I'm as much to blame as anybody else. We never put the final pieces of the puzzle together, but somebody did. Greg Kawakita did. She placed an 8x10 blow-up of a microscopic image on the table. This plant contains a real virus.
We already knew that.
But what we overlooked is that these real viruses have a unique ability. They can inject foreign DNA into the host cell, and they produce a drug. I ran some additional tests on the fibers this evening. After I made this discovery, they carry genetic material, reptilian DNA, which is inserted into the human host when the plant is eaten. And that DNA, in turn, initiates a physical transformation. Somehow, I don't know how or why, Whittlesey must have ingested the plant while on the expedition. He underwent a morphological change. He became P.1. Once the change was complete, he needed a steady diet of the drug in the plants. And when the local supply was destroyed, Whittlesey knew that more could be found in the museum. He knew because he'd sent them the plants here as packing fibers in the crates. So he returned to the crates. It was only when he was cut off from the supply of fibers that he began killing human beings. See, the hypothalamus of the human brain contains a hormone similar to the plant.
Wait, you're saying that eating this plant turns you into some kind of monster?
DeGosta asked incredulously. Margot nodded. And now I know what Greg had to do with this. He figured everything out, then dropped out of sight to pursue some plan of his own. She unrolled a large diagram on the conference table. Here's a map of his laboratory, or as much of it as I could reconstruct. This list in the corner inventories all the equipment I could identify. Even at wholesale prices, it all must have cost in excess of $800,000. Despite himself, DeGosta whistled.
Drug money.
That's exactly right, Lieutenant. The only purpose of such a lab would be some very sophisticated production-level genetic engineering. I emphasize the word production.
Late last year, there were rumors about a new drug on the street, DeGosta said, called glaze. Very rare, very expensive, with an amazing rush. Haven't heard much about it recently, though.
Margot placed a finger on the diagram. There are 3 stages to genetic engineering. The first is to map the DNA of an organism. That's what these machines along the North Wall did. Combined, they made up a massive sequencing operation. This first one controls the polymerase chain reaction, which replicates the DNA so it can be sequenced. This one sequences the DNA. Then this machine here was a Cambridge Systems NAD-1. We have one downstairs. It's a highly specialized supercomputer that uses gallium arsenide CPUs and vector processing to analyze sequencing results. Then here, along the south wall, were the melted remains of a series of aquaria. Kawakita was growing the Umwan plant in large quantities to supply raw material for this operation. And here was an Apgel viral production facility for incubating and culturing viruses. There was a deathly silence. The ghosta mopped his brow and felt around in his pocket for the reassuring shape of his cigar. Despite himself, he was starting to believe. Kawakita was using this equipment to remove genes from the plant virus. Margot placed some more pictures on the table. These are SEM micrographs. They show that he was removing the reptilian genes. Why? Because he was obviously trying to negate the physical effects of the drug. What does Frock think of all this? As he asked the question, Dagosta thought he saw a momentary flush move across Margot's features.